700 years ago, if someone had come to Oxford and stood here and said, I think everyone should be allowed to read the Bible, even peasants, that person would have been described as offensive. He would have been denounced, shouted at, and eventually no platform. 200 years ago, if someone had come to Oxford and stood here and said, I don't believe in God, that person would have been described as offensive. He would have been ridiculed, yelled at. 100 years ago, if someone had come to Oxford and stood here and said, I think a man should be allowed to have sex with another man, that person would have been described as offensive. He would have been booed, hissed at, no platform. So when today's student leaders clamp down on offensive stuff, they're actually carrying on a very long tradition. A tradition whereby the creme de la creme of British society take it upon themselves to police the parameters of acceptable thought and to exclude offensive-ness from the academy.
Need to say it's not okay. This hate conversation was not their intention. We understand that jokes are jokes, things are things, but at the end of the day, if it's promoting hate and it's promoting discrimination, you are directly a cause of it if you're allowing it to happen and you're not doing anything about it, and that goes for anyone in this country.
Throughout history, the church, politicians, universities have always branded certain ideas offensive and have waged war against them.
Yet, you all come to us young people for hope. How dare you? You have stolen my dreams, my childhood, with your empty words.
Today, student leaders do the same. They carry out one of the oldest, foulest forms of intolerance, intolerance of anyone who gives offense. But giving offense is good. In fact, it's essential. Humans have long had the urge to offend against the natural order, the religious order, the moral order, and in the process, they have pushed humanity forward.
A person that comes here and has crowds that go further than any eye can see, there's nobody that can see the end of this crowd. That's not somebody that lost an election, and now because of it, our country is being destroyed.
In fact, pretty much every leap forward in history, pretty much every freedom we enjoy is a product of individuals having given offense.
It costs twice as much to fill my truck up with gas. It costs twice as much to fill my cart up with groceries, milk, bacon, everything's more expensive. You want to add on to your house, that's all more expensive. That's a direct result of Joe Biden messing up the supply chain.
Having offended against the orthodoxies of their age. Offensiveness is not just something we have to begrudgingly accept. Offensiveness is the motor of human progress.
Donald J. Trump is now President of the United States.
The right to offend is not some pesky little part of freedom of speech that we have to put up with. It is the heart and soul and lungs of freedom of speech. It is the coursing lifeblood of human progress. It is the instigator of liberty and modernity and science and understanding. What a laughing stock today's student leaders are, that they can so casually dismiss the right to be offensive without realizing that their lovely, enlightened lives are the gift of individuals who gave offense. I know what some student leaders will say. Oh, but our no platforming is about protecting individuals. We only want to protect women from misogyny and black students from racism, so our intolerance is progressive. Please, how progressive is it to say that female students are so fragile that they can't cope with seeing a pair of tits in the sun? No, without falling apart. That doesn't sound progressive to me. That sounds paternalistic. How progressive is it to say that black students need these wise, white student leaders to protect them from harmful ideas, because that doesn't sound progressive to me, that sounds neo-colonialist. The fact is, today's student leaders aren't protecting individuals, they're protecting an idea. And it is the most mainstream status quo idea of the 21st century, the idea of human vulnerability. The poisonous notion that humans are fragile and therefore our speech and our relations must be monitored and policed. It is this misanthropic, orthodox idea that they promote and which they protect from criticism as surely as priests once ring-fenced their beliefs from ridicule. In this choking climate, we have got to move beyond talking about a right to offend. We have to talk about a duty to offend. Anyone who cares for freedom, anyone who believes that humanity only progresses through being daring and disrespectful now has a duty to rile and stir and outrage, a duty to break out of the new grey conformism, a duty to ridicule the new guardians of decency, a duty to tell them, fuck your orthodoxy.
You're good. Oh, go forward. Why are you going backwards?
I'm sorry, guys. I had to stretch.
The car
You're
should
clear?
be amphibious. Could we get
Yeah, it's
another
Russian.
car
It's amphibious.
to push this car?
No, it'll go. Don't worry. It's going.
You good?
Four-wheel drive. Four-wheel drive.
We get behind it and push it.
Come on, guys. Let's push.
Push. Push.
Hit it with your rifle.
Yeah. It's going. It's going. It's going.
Can someone
Yeah,
grab
it's
my
going.
car?
It's going. Don't worry. It's going.
Hit it.
Let's go. Huh.
How long can
Do
I
you
last
swim?
under this? Yeah, I mean, I'm
you
just
swim?
chilling under here. Do you think I have breath or not?
Nah, you should be like a submarine. You should be fine. It's
so
Soviet
far,
technology.
I'm chilling. I'm chilling.
Being chilling.
You at the bottom of the ocean already, or does it go further?
I see rocks. Oh, it flipped over.
Oh, can you drive it out of the water?
I was trying to, but no. It won't
It's
start.
just
I think I
dead?
need some gas.
Horsty, what are you doing?
Armor Reforger is, as of May 2022, an early access spin-off of the Arma series, which may or may not serve as a sort of alpha test for Arma 4, and is most certainly a jump for the Arma series into the console market. As of the time of writing, there are a handful of mods, none particularly game-changing, and the game is in a very raw state. The servers, even official Bohemia Interactive Conflict servers, are a mess and will boot you randomly if they let you in at all. And it costs $30 with the promise of about a year's worth of support, or however long it takes to ship Arma 4. So the question has been begged, is it worth it? Short answer, no, but check back later. The longer answer is yes, but only if you're a hardcore Arma nut, or are willing to wait a bit for the big-time mods. What is on offer is a bare-bones affair, but also really quite polished for an Arma game. Contradictory, I know, but that's where we're at. For those new to the Arma party, it may be a great way to jump into the series. Arma is a massive open-world military simulation-ish game with vehicles and realism of a level games like Battlefield just cannot compare to. Inventory systems, contextual interaction menus, realistic-ish gunplay and physics. 1 or 2 well-placed bullets can kill you, and that's just the base package, ignoring the dedicated mod community who will mod all that to make it even crazier. Entire genres have spawned from Arma 2 mods. Ever play survival PvP games like DayZ, or a battle royale game like PUBG, or even a new trend role-play games like GTA RP? All of those started as Arma 2 mods, so it's sort of an underground cult classic of the PC gaming genre, but also it's where hits are made. And Reforger seems to be an attempt to take that to the mainstream, and especially to consoles. The setting here is a 1989 Cold War. You can be the US or the Soviets. There is no single-player campaign as of time of writing, just a tutorial, so we don't have much more than that. But it is a great setting, and one of the main selling points for me and my friends, having 80s era weapons from both the US and Soviets is a really cool, underused setting, and they nail that aesthetic here. And remember, the only good commie is... Anyhow, context menus and world interaction have always been a staple of Arma, and here they've been completely overhauled to be much more user-friendly. This is great because context menus are a backbone of modding, and are why things like life RPG mods and hardcore milsim mods have thrived in older Arma titles, allowing for an extreme wealth of interactions that other shooters just cannot compare to. Graphics are certainly not the best in the FPS genre, but much better than previous titles and very functional. Textures look decent. Vehicles and weapons look really good. The map, Everon, which is a throwback to the first Arma title, feels like it could be a real place, with worn paths in the backwoods, cities that aren't just copy-pasted building assets but feel lived in, and bases and outposts placed in logical areas that make sense strategically for a military to put a base there. Most notably, however, is how streamlined the frame rate is. On my thoroughly mid-range NVIDIA 1660, it caps at 60 FPS easily and rarely dips below, a far cry from Arma 3, which can vary wildly depending. So optimization seems to have been a focus here, and it has really paid off. However, we will see if once the major mods hit, that holds true. Hoping it does, but it's hard to say. Gunplay is tight and as realistic-ish as ever. Arma shooting is not like Call of Duty or Battlefield. Physics matter. Bullets drop. Range matters, and yes, you need to adjust your sights. Though bafflingly, it only goes up to 300 meters. What's the deal with that, Bohemia? Getting a stable firing position, prone or kneeling, with time to aim, is far, far more accurate than running and gunning COD style. Though it may also leave you open, and in Arma, he who gets seen first is usually dead. This leads to combat working somewhat like a milsim scenario, where flanking, cover, good positions, and intelligent decision-making trump having great wit shooting skills most of the time. A perfect shooter for a slow old man like myself, then. Vehicles are limited here, mostly jeeps and supply trucks, though a couple of vehicles have mounted guns, and those are fun if you can coordinate with some friends, or even over the radio system, which works really well and seems to be a takeoff on the Joint Task Force radio mod that was available in Arma 3. The driving physics are fine, and the interaction Arma is known for is on display, with physical interaction points in the vehicle to do things like turn on headlights and hazards, or even start the engine. I fully expect that they will flesh out more complex vehicles later with this feature, but also am impressed how easily I can see the system translate to controllers and thus consoles, meaning the full Arma experience may well be in reach of console players, including mods. Yes, mods, because the workshop is built right into the game. much like the Skyrim Special Edition, the Mod Workshop is in-game, and it seems that mods will be cross-platform. Right now, because it's a brand new engine, the mods are slim pickings, but there are already prototype Life and DayZ style mods, and it's only been a week. So patience will be the order of the day if you want great mods, because with the optimizations the game has for better frame rates and context and interaction, when those Life mods and Milsim and other mods hit, I have a feeling more people than ever might get the chance to experience them right away. So what's the takeaway? Well, I get some of the backlash. $30 is a lot to ask for the package on offer right now. I usually review games on a fucking buy it, wait for a fucking sale or a fuck it scale, but in this case, and very apt for an Arma game, I'm going to mod my review score to wait for some fucking mods. $30 is a completely reasonable asking price once there are solid, good game modes available. But what is on offer now, I cannot recommend to anyone who isn't an Arma super fan like myself. And those people already own the game. If you don't, wait for, at bare minimum, a working DayZ King of the Hill and Life RP mod, and then it will absolutely be worth the $30 they're asking, as you can get hundreds of hours out of those mods. I have a few other reviews lined up. Been a busy month for indie titles, and so should be releasing a few more full reviews coming soon. I humbly ask you to share this video if you liked it, and thank you for watching.
I can do them all they're doing, taking a drink to go to sleep. That's what death is, sleep.
I just need for you to give me your guns. You gonna do that for me?
Knowing we can all be strong.
That's all right. For a long time, they've been saying people are coming to kill us. But I don't think you are. Answer me this. Who are you? Why are you here? If you don't want to say, that's fine. I won't hurt you. I don't think you're much of a threat. I think Isaac and Rebecca are good people. But catching you might set them off. Half the time, I just try to defuse the situation. Sometimes, I wonder if things are as bad as folks say. I just wish I had proof.
We recently announced a class series that presents the actual truth behind American diplomacy, taught by a former journalist, and now our resident...
What do you get when you take the Jonestown Cult Massacre, where 908 people committed ritual suicide, whether they wanted to or not, for their charismatic socialist religious cult leader Jim Jones, who then shot himself, after he ordered the murder of a congressman and several journalists who came to see what was going on behalf of the families of the victims in South America in 1979, and turn it into a fun, almost upbeat, roguelite, procedurally generated, story-based stealth game? The answer is The Church in the Darkness, and apparently, if that description is enough to turn you off, this game is not for you. But who is it for? Well, let's take a look at its parts, see what it is, and try and figure it out. The Church in the Darkness is an indie project published by Fellow Traveler and developed by Paranoid Productions, which is ominous considering the subject matter. It boasts top-tier voice acting by Ellen McLean and Patrick Lowry, playing the cult leading duo of Isaac and Rebecca Walker.
We named this place Freedom Town?
We named it for the freedoms America promised us, but which we never really had.
At last, here we are free, to love our God and love ourselves as America would never let us.
We only ask that you love this place.
As we love all of you.
A dynamic story where Isaac and Rebecca each are generated to have different personalities on each run, multiple endings, which the interwebs tells me total in 19 in all, and a heavy focus on story and stealth. You play as a former law enforcement officer of some kind, known only as Vic, and are told by your sister that Alex, her adult son, your nephew, has gone off to South America to join some sort of religious cult, and she hasn't heard from him in 6 months. You're asked to infiltrate the cult compound, find Alex, and get him to come home with you. It sits at mixed reviews on Steam, and seems to have gone under the radar, so seems an interesting title to dive into for this kind of indie project review. Graphics. First thing you will notice is low poly character models, the top-down view, and the graphics being a bit subdued and maybe perhaps dated. If you wanted beautiful 4K ultra-textured games, this is not it, as most indie projects of this scope aren't that either. It ran fine on my Ryzen 5 1660 system and seems to be well optimized as you would expect for a project of this kind. But what it does is convey the setting quite well. The jungle village of Freedom Town is quite well thought out, with farm areas, living quarters, dining halls, a mega church in the middle, small white chapels dotted around the thick jungle landscape, and more. The map seems to be static, not random each run, which can lead to subsequent playthroughs getting more boring and easier, though there are difficulty settings and sometimes things change, like the letters that people spell out in the jungle, sometimes being positive, sometimes being negative, and can be different every run. It's a high-quality indie production, though the graphics do feel quite ancient, and perhaps would have worked better with a cel-shaded or pixel art style, though admittedly those are overdone in indie games, so I understand why the developers went this route.
We wake up in the morning and we grab a hoe and rake, knowing that we plan to give more than we will take. Every day's a gift and we must use it while we can, working to improve our lot according to our plan. When we work together, we will ease our way along, smiling as we work and as we sing this little song. A work away, a work away, a working for a better day. A work away, a work away, a working for a better day. A work away, a work away, a working for a better day. A working for a bright and better day. All right, everyone, get out to those fields. Everyone works for the cause. We won't have food, we don't grow ourselves. Tend the orchards, water those crops. Everyone will work until the work is done. A better day is right around the corner.
Audio. The voice acting. I have to absolutely start with the voice acting. Clearly serious effort went into this, and it bleeds through every paranoid, tense moment. The walkers will come across the PA system littered all over Freedom Town and preach.
Even in our time of crisis, even as the end may seem near, we must remember, from Matthew 20, so the last shall be first, and the first last, for many be called, but few chosen.
This is primarily how you can tell the tone of the walkers and thus the cult itself. When they speak of random dynamic story generation, I assume this is the bulk of what they mean, and it absolutely deserves praise. As things go on, their ranting can get more paranoid, unhinged, or just give the player a feeling of unease. When the walkers break into song, maybe the player feels, oh god, it's like those cringy Bible thumpers I used to laugh at in high school. Or maybe, depending on how things have played out by this point, the lyrics take on a more sinister, menacing tone. The music, both in-lore singing of the walkers and the ambient music, really fit the tone of the game and build tension quite well. The game lives and dies on its sound design. I am happy to say that in this case, it's very good. And the game lives. Gameplay. The gameplay is really basic stealth with some inventory management. Avoid the cones of the vision of the guards. Subdue them, avoid them, or kill them. That choice will affect how things unfold, where killing guards can make the walkers paranoid, angry, or vengeful, but sneaking around unnoticed can keep things calm. It's not hard to sneak around unless you turn on higher difficulties where the sight cone doesn't show up in the user interface, but it's still pretty easy and led me to boredom where I started killing guards just to see the story changes. Although other times it does feel unfair and there are very difficult segments where there's basically nowhere to avoid the guard's cone. There's a very basic inventory system, items for health, and for doing specific tasks. The firearms, which are functional but not really super useful, as sneaking up and killing a guard is far superior, and running when you are seen beats exchanging fire. A serious, almost game-killing flaw is that, no matter if the walkers are good, honest folks just trying to make the cult work, or evil villainous despots running a slave camp and plotting a mass suicide, either way, the guards still shoot on sight. It would work wonders for the game, to have the guards be less aggressive if the leaders are less aggressive, as it creates narrative dissonance and basically breaks the storytelling. Small gripe in the grand scheme of things, I know, but a very important one, as it's hard to take them seriously as this peace-loving cult that's just misunderstood when the guards immediately shoot you in the head. The story system. So the centerpiece of The Church in the Darkness is the story and setting, and again, the dynamically driven story system, and it really drives this entire experience. Each playthrough, the walkers will be randomly given a set of personality traits, which unfold both over time and in response to the player's actions. Further, each of the two has their own set of traits, meaning one may be paranoid, petty, and tyrannical, but the other just wants to sing songs and talk about Jesus. The feel of these is transmitted over time by news clippings, letters, reports, dialogue with characters, and most of all, the fantastic voice acting mentioned above, which is omnipresent through the game, coming over loudspeakers, much like Jim Jones preaching at Jonestown. Or so it's supposed to be. In reality, it's more like one's paranoid, the other is ultra politically motivated, or one is nice and the other is tyrannical, or they are both a couple of nice hippies. In practice, to the player, it's basically 3 scenarios. One is bad, both are bad, or both are good. Yes, it's much more complex and nuanced than that, and if you pay attention to their rants while you're sneaking around and take your time, you do get a much better picture of them and the different traits and the styles that the voice actors went through to make those come across. However, it really just boils down to one bad, both good. Getting shot and killed isn't the end, as it implies you are captured. One of the cult leaders comes to talk to you, and you can then escape from the cage and continue your quest. However, things may change based on your actions. Get seen killing a bunch of guards? Maybe they call you a terrorist. Get seen killing a guard right in front of other guards? Maybe Isaac Walker walks up to your cage and shoots you in the head. Get caught too many times, and you get the ending where you just can't find Alex. Sorry. Try again. There are several ways finding Alex can work out, it seems. Maybe he doesn't want to go, maybe he does, but each playthrough is short, under an hour certainly, sometimes as little as 20 to 25 minutes, so if you want different endings, it's not a grind to get through. This really does play out like a roguelite in the story department, which is an interesting thing that I have not seen in any other game. So where do I rate The Church in the Darkness on a scale of buy this fucking game, cheap the fuck out, or fuck this game? Well, cheap the fuck out, and you might just find this game for $5 like I did, and at that price, it is well worth it. For an afternoon worth of fun, but only if you're into the subject matter. Yes, it's fucking controversial. It's a video game based on Jonestown, and some people might not like that, but it's also got the charm for the people who like that sort of macabre thing, and it is absolutely a fun game to screw around with if you can get past that the subject matter is extremely macabre. Better dead than red.
Perhaps my favorite verse from Acts chapter 4. And the multitude of them that believed were of one heart and of one soul. Neither said any of them that aught of the things which he possessed was his own, but they had all things in common, and with great power gave the apostles witness of the resurrection of the Lord Jesus, and great grace was upon them all.
Kill the intruder.
What do you get if you take a first-person shooter game that looks and feels like it was made in 1998 and cross it with a modern hardware, an absolute love of the craft of old-school shooter design, and a few new tricks of its own? Dusk is a retro-styled shooter from a small team and published by New Blood Interactive, available on PC and Switch. It features chunky, 90s-era PC graphics, fast, frenetic shooting gameplay, hard-as-nails difficulty, and an absolute banger of a soundtrack, a dark and grimy atmosphere, and tons of secrets and charm. I don't do many reviews. They take a long time, nobody tends to watch them, and so I tend to only do them on the games that I love who deserve more attention, and no better example of that can be provided than Dusk. Dusk takes me back to a time when I had a Hewlett-Packard Pavilion rocking Windows 98 and spent countless hours on games like Turok 2, Half-Life, Unreal, Quake, and Redneck Rampage. A time where I could let the troubles of the world go away and hear the warm hum of my hard drive reading a game running in a DOS shell. It even starts with a fake DOS-styled screen and that very particular 90s PC humming sound, which gives me all the warm fuzzy feelings I can handle. Then it proceeded to beat me down, break me, remold me in its image, and subvert all my expectations again. But first, let's do the technicals. Graphics. Chunky, low poly, but high detail. Dusk looks like it would fit in a 1998 era, but also has some really specific details. Make no mistake, this was a stylistic choice to evoke nostalgia, and for me, it sure did. But not only does it hold up to the peers of its time, it surpasses them by using modern tricks of lighting and the brute force only modern hardware could show it. The result is a game looking like 1998, but being firmly rooted in 2021. Particle effects, small details in the environment, everything looks clean and crisp on default mode, but also Dusk allows you an entire suite of tools to tailor your experience even more. From filters to higher or lower texture and effects settings, it's more than any other game of its kind offers, and even includes accessibility settings like a colorblind option. But the end result is that Dusk looks amazing for what it is trying to accomplish, and also won't demand the highest end hardware to run, especially important in a chip shortage. Sound. Chunky gunshots. Unsettling but familiar ambient sounds, some clever uses of old school shooter references in its retro inspired digitized voice acting, and man oh man, the soundtrack. The tracks in Dusk are some of the best music in the so-called boomer shooter genre, including the original games it is inspired by. Dusk's music, composed by Andrew Hulshult, stands up to the greats, including the original Quake soundtrack, which is famously done by Trent Reznor, and I might even put Dusk above Quake in terms of the music on its soundtrack. Pounding metal, eerie ambient horror movie fodder, thumping MIDI-inspired madness. It not only invokes the time period it is emulating, it manages to bring it into today, where the music kicks in and out, not quite as breezily as Doom 2016, but close enough when you are on edge, sweaty, and just took down 40 monsters. Gameplay. Classic FPS done right, from bunny hopping to the weapon roster being tools in your toolbox rather than gimmicks, to ammo and health management and hordes of bad guys to shoot, explode, and otherwise jib into oblivion. It drops you into some hillbilly sex dungeon with Texas Chainsaw Massacre guys ready to make you into furniture, and your only weapons being a pair of hand sickles, and gradually gears you up with well-placed and some secret weapons that flesh out a roster of about 10 weapons which act as paints on your canvas of death and destruction. From the reliable but weak pistol, later dual pistols, to the trusty lever-action shotgun, later dual shotguns. Yes, akimbo lever-action shotguns is as cool as it sounds. And the assault rifle, making up your bread-and-butter fodder-slaying guns, to the more focused hunting rifle, crossbow, and mortar, basically a grenade launcher, to the super weapons like the Riveter and the glorious, holy, classic super shotgun, which can clear out roomfuls of enemies with ease. There's always a tool for the job, even if you might not have it on hand at the moment or wasted the ammo for it and curse yourself. The shotguns punch, the AR feels meaty, everything has impact, the enemies react to your shots, keel over, or gloriously explode into piles of gore and viscera, which you can cook up over a campfire for some free health. Pro tip for cannibals. The interactivity in the environment, from everything from being able to flush things into toilets to interact with secret weapons and switches and walls, is amazing. The difficulty is where a boomer shooter vet like me wants it to be. The first I played on the recommended medium difficulty, and later on the hard difficulty, but not Duskmare yet because I needed to prepare myself mentally for such a task. And in both modes, it provided ample challenge, ramping up, especially in the later episodes. From enemy placement, ramp up, ammo, and health are all fair and plentiful, but might not feel like it if you lean too heavily on one or two weapons, as I might have done the first playthrough. Use all the tools in your toolbox though, and you will find yourself liberally painting the town with the entrails and blood of your foes. Power-ups exist and do various things, from doubling firing rate of all weapons, to being able to climb walls for a time, or even a super hot style power-up where time only moves when you do. They all feel woven into the level design perfectly and really spice things up. Movement is fast and fluid, and more even than your firepower is what makes you a badass. You can circle strafe, bunny hop, crouch, and slide. I don't think any hit scan enemies exist, only projectile weapons that you can dodge, all at a breakneck pace, and you will want to keep on your toes, dodging fireballs and buckshot because you are squishy. On long jumps, you'll even do backflips. Armor comes in the form of morale, making you just a little less squishy, gained by picking up treasure, and works exactly like armor does in classic FPS games. It reduces damage to your health, doesn't eliminate it. No regenerating health here. You need to find medkit pickups, and you will need many of them. Other than that, it's all about pointing, shooting, dodging, and experiencing each no man's land, kill room, arena, and battle, and adapting and overcoming the situation. As for enemy variety, from first there are different types, and when combined and keeping in mind the tools in your toolbox, it's almost like a real-time puzzle game in some ways. Do you use the riveter in large groups to wipe out the long-range pain-in-the-ass guys, or do you save it for the inevitable boss? Do you use the rifle to pick off the shotgun scarecrows? Also, fuck those guys. Or do you save it and try and dodge their blast and pistol them to death? These questions are the moment-to-moment gameplay decisions that determine failure or success in Dusk. Story and environment. Well, there is a story here, but in a nod to old-timey shooters, it's mostly told through the end-of-episode text and the environment. I won't spoil it, because what starts as a romp through a cult field in the woods, then goes into a military-industrialized dystopian hellhole, and goes into some kind of eldritch horrors, and it's the scenery and enemies that steal the show far more than any text dump exposition. From the backwoods shacks in the forest, to abandoned military bases, to factory floors, complete with threshers and crushers, all of which that want to kill you, the game takes the player on a journey of a descent into madness. The third act, which I won't spoil too much of, invokes a Lovecraftian feel, with madness personified in the level design itself, with a mix of hellish imagery, religious iconography, biomechanical horror, and just plain old gore. It's amazing I can describe it at all thusly, with its blocky, low poly art style, really does invoke all of those things, and perhaps the art style makes it all a bit more horrible than if it were in full high-res textured like a modern game. Make no mistake, the game looks great, and the detail in the environment pops, especially in 4K, but it still has that sort of mysterious, murky vibe where your mind naturally will fill in some of the blank corners. It's all very gorgeous if you're into that kind of retro art style, though I understand some may not be. Conclusion. Dusk is one of my favorite games in recent years. It hits me right between my love of indie games and nostalgia for Redneck Rampage, Turok 2, and Quake. And it takes some unexpected twists and turns along the way, with an absolutely bitchin' soundtrack. I rate games on a fucking buy it, wait for a fucking sale, or fuck it entirely scale. And Dusk is not only a fucking buy it, it's buy the fucking soundtrack edition. This game doesn't just rest on the retro visuals and nostalgia. It is a great game in its own right, without the context of the games it's trying to recreate the feel of. It has its own feel. Dusk is the pinnacle of the boomer shooter genre so far for me, and the fact it was designed and produced and the music was made by just 3 guys is even more amazing. In summation, go play Dusk. Often a game comes around that reshapes a generation of games, changes the landscape, is a monster, big budget, amazing, blockbuster sequel with a story that would make Hollywood jealous, and the gameplay is a distant afterthought. Outriders isn't that game. Outriders is a Sci-Fi Channel original film complete with campy characters, somewhat self-aware, winking, breaking the fourth wall protagonist, complete with gruff voice and one-liners, cheesy sci-fi tropes straight out of the best of 80s B-movie films, and all the shooty bang-bang loot drops and superpowers you can shake a stick at. Outriders is Sharknado in space with superpowers, and it's fucking brilliant for it. So let's take a look at what makes it a good game, starting with the graphics. Right off the bat, you can tell it's more double than AAA. As the graphics, well, nice, particularly the environments, which are varied, often colorful and lush, and even can be very stereotypical desert, jungle, or battlefield things, still manage to look nice. Character animations are passable, and it all plays out at a solid frame rate, 75 frames per second at 1080p on my Ryzen 5 GTX 1660 thoroughly mid-range rig, with occasional dips at launch. However, a few patches seem to have worked that out. It's not going to change the world. It's not a game you need to get the newest GPU for, thankfully, as we sit in the middle of the great GPU drought of 2021. But it does the job, and it sets the scene. Story. So you can take the story, or you can leave it. It's not everyone's cup of tea, as I've seen from reviews out there already, and people's general disdain for it. If you thought it was some deep Mass Effect RPG-style choice-based story, you thought wrong. There are dialogue options, but every single one is more for backstory, not an actual choice. You make choices, though. Lots of them in the gameplay department. As for story, it's pretty linear and cheesy, as I mentioned earlier, like a Sci-Fi Channel movie or Tremors or something in that vein. It has lore, it has a backstory. There is some serious things at play. It's about the end of the Earth and colonizing another planet and running into the locals and things of that nature. But how your character engages with it is with some snark, a few self-aware jokes, and the absolute love of kicking ass that we as the player tend to share. The protagonist wants to skip the dialogue too, and just fuck shit up unless he has a witty one-liner. But if you don't, you're treated to a well-thought-out story, with some serious moments and a point to make about humanity, survival, and the moral quandary of us versus them. It's still Sharknado in space with superpowers at its core though, and that's what I love about it. Your mileage may vary. Audio. The guns absolutely pound, sounding more like 40K bolters than the semi-traditional firearms they're depicted as, but that makes them feel more impactful, so I like it. The environmental sounds and music exist, aren't offensive, but aren't very memorable, and are most of the time drowned out by the Daka Daka expelling lead into other humans and space monsters alike. The voice acting is a mixed bag, some of it being top tier, others being bad, and some being so bad it's amazing, which fits right in with the B-movie vibe, so it didn't bother me much, and most of it is brief enough to get you right back into the thick of battle, which leads me to the main point, gameplay and systems. So the cover system is mostly useless. It's not the Division, and it isn't trying to be. That's important to remember. Dodging and using superpowers is where you want to be, and the powers are satisfying to use, having enough variety in the 4 classes that you can make dozens of builds just with how you set up the powers on a given class, and the gear modifies that even further. All of it, every piece of gear will modify a power in some way, and in interesting ways at that. The game has 4 potential classes: the Devastator, the Trickster, the Pyromancer, and the Technomancer. The loot and ability system is much more Diablo than it is Division, and that's to its benefit. Each class has its own set of abilities and its own healing mechanic. I leveled Pyromancer because fire's awesome, and though I ran into some serious difficulty spikes, they were my own fault, we'll get to that later, but the base class fantasy is fireballs, fire waves, and going full Baron-geddon, making enemies into living bombs. Marking a foe with your ability makes it so that when you kill it, you heal. This can create a feast or famine scenario, where you get lots of healing at once, too much in fact, because you can't use it all, or none when you need it, and you just die because you didn't get a kill. I'm not sure how the other classes fare at higher levels, but I haven't heard any complaints like that, so maybe it's just pyro. You can solve this problem with a good build and good gear, as I learned later on in the game, with either sustained damage staggering out over time so the enemies drop one by one rather than all at once in a big glorious explosion, but that's less fun, or flat out spells that heal on cast. But they're boring, and I chose a more blow every fucking thing that moves up, all of you motherfuckers must die build. So the problems I had were my own fault because I went with cool over mechanically sound. World tiers. So there's a world tier mechanic where as you do well, you level up tiers, and they increase the enemy difficulty as well as the level of gear you can wear and drops. The problem that I had was being a stubborn asshole and not turning the difficulty down ever. Combine that with a checkpoint system which is frankly just fucking terrible, and the constant network problems the game had around launch, and I ended up rage quitting my stream and punching my microphone. The network problems are better now, and the other two issues are still the same. I finished the last boss of the campaign at World Tier 12. I highly recommend playing the campaign much lower than that, maybe 5 to 7, unless you're a sadist. I also got to beat the boss, got to the last cutscene, which immediately got disconnected from the network in the middle of the cutscene, so I didn't get to watch it. So I went back, turned the world tier down to like 6 or 7, so that I could very quickly take on the boss so that I could see the cutscene. This is annoying. There were definitely problems at launch. Here we sit almost 3 weeks out from launch, and I don't find any network problems whatsoever. Your mileage may vary. Beyond that is the end game, raising your world tier, doing missions, dungeons on a time-based reward system. Not the biggest fan of the timer system. The same reason I don't like Mythic plus dungeons in World of Warcraft, among other things. And raising your gear cap to level 50. The character level maxes out at level 30. Good fun? Not super unique when you look at its actual contemporaries, which aren't so much Destiny and the Division as they are Diablo and Torchlight, which have very similar endgame loops despite looking so wildly different. Conclusion. The box price gets you everything, $60 with no microtransactions as of writing this, and it took me a solid 30 hours to beat the main game. I did every side quest, and like I said, died a lot, had to replay entire levels dozens of times, so your time may be a lot less. And there's another 20 hours or more in the end game if you're into that kind of thing. It looks okay, the story is what it is, a B movie, and the shooting and abilities are fun and cool to play with. The loot system is interesting and constantly makes you change your build when you find a legendary or just a cool epic piece of gear that has a very specific ability boost to it. The game is fucking awesome. It's gameplay over story, it's style over substance, and overall my rating on a scale of buy the fucking thing, cheap the fuck out, and wait for a sale, or fuck this game, is buy the fucking thing out of 10. Fuck Jim Sterling. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Shredder's Revenge. If you're of a certain age, you grew up on them. The cartoon, of course, but also the comics, movies, not those remakes a few years ago, but the real ones from the 90s, minus the third one, and the toys. I had Raphael come to my 8th birthday party. Safe to say, me and my friends were all about G.I. Joe and Ninja Turtles, and not in that order. I even had the soundtrack to the first film, Turtle Power. And then there were the video games, TMNT on the NES, which was so hard as a kid, but yet didn't matter, it was Turtles. The only thing better would have been able to play it with friends. That's all the Turtles at once. For that reason, TMNT 2, the arcade game, which I first experienced at the arcade, blew my mind. The graphics, the gameplay, the endless quarters it demanded, a side-scrolling beat-em-up with cartoony visuals to match the show, and 4-player co-op. It was everything we wanted. When we got it on NES, it looked a little less nice and only 2-player co-op, but we still played it to death. We also played TMNT 3, the Manhattan Project, to death. And later, again in the arcades, came the absolute king, TMNT 4, Turtles in Time. Better graphics, combat upgraded, an adventure through time, was the high watermark not only for Turtles games, but for brawlers, and in some ways, video games of that era. No follow-up game came, as the Turtles' popularity waned, and we moved on to other games, like Dungeons & Dragons Tower of Doom, but never forgot those beloved Turtles. New cartoons of them came and went, even new films. New games came, but never had the gravitas or general presentation and the passion of those original 4 Brawlers games, and none of them based on the original cartoon series. None of them until now. Tribute Games has made a sequel, and oh boy, is it a banger. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge is absolutely a 5th entry in the series and recaptures the look, feel, and combat style of Turtles in Time with better graphic, though still holding that 1990s cartoon aesthetic. Music at least on par with the original chiptune tracks, only with modern fidelity and even adding in some curveballs, featuring an absolute killer track from Raekwon and Ghostface Killah of the Wu-Tang Clan, yes, really, and combat that takes what Turtles in Time did well and cranks it up with new special moves, more differentiation between the now 6 characters, including Splinter and April O'Neil, and yes, 6-player co-op, even online, and also Casey Jones as an unlockable character, and even adding in a story mode with leveling up, but keeping the original arcade mode in as well. What Shredder's Revenge has on offer is one of the best games of the year, without question. With over 15 stages and more than that many boss fights, a wide variety of enemy attacks, with classic throwbacks to the old games and some new tricks, as I said, 6-player online co-op, this game punches well above its weight class and hits a lot harder than most similar budgeted indie games. The graphics in particular nail the aesthetic of the original games and 90s cartoon, but with more detail. The sprite work is good, and the variety of locations you traverse, while not a grand time-hopping adventure, is a very 90s romp, traveling through the streets of New York, malls, arcades, underground, airships, and more. Every level is unique and packed with detail and Easter eggs. The story, told through animated cutscenes mostly, is simple and to the point. Shredder is back for revenge. I guess that might be a spoiler, but it is the game's title, so I don't care. It's not Shakespeare, but it fits the world of the Turtles perfectly and allows for the action to shine. And boy, does it shine. Story mode, a new addition, has a world map more like TMNT 1, and as you finish a stage, you can level up. It also allows for infinite retries of a level if you fail, and as you level, it unlocks abilities. Arcade mode has a set number of lives and continues and a score, just like the old games. The enemies jump out of scenery. They have a variety of attacks and tricks, and on co-op, they come at you in pretty massive numbers, as it scales the number of enemies for the number of players. Each turtle, or friend of turtles, has a unique moveset, strengths and weaknesses and special moves. The combat is even more fluid and fun than previous titles, and the inclusion of a dodge button, which can be chained to other moves like a drop kick, allows for the game to be even more slightly challenging than the older titles because the skill ceiling is slightly higher. I beat the game on arcade mode, gnarly difficulty, with my son, and found the challenge to be nice, but never frustrating. Also of note is that in co-op, you can high-five to share health, and pick up a downed ally. Also new to the series, but welcome changes. The boss fights steal the show, however. Each of the stages ends in a boss fight, and while never Dark Souls hard, they possess a bit of challenge, especially some of the duo bosses, and especially the endgame bosses that I won't spoil. It's all very fun and fluid. I rate games on a fucking buy it, wait for a fucking sale, or fuck it scale. And in the case of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge, its inclusion in the Xbox Game Pass for PC on day one deserves a mention, but even at the full price of $25 US, this game is a definite fucking buy it for me personally, and anyone with nostalgia for the Turtles, as well as kids in general. It's great for parents my age to play with their kids. It's not just a nostalgia trip with rose-tinted goggles. It's a good game in its own right. In fact, possibly being better than the originals that it's trying to emulate, taking what worked 30 years ago and building on it with new tech. This game is an instant buy, even if it's a bit short. So were the originals, but they had replay value, as does this, as a party game. For once, me and the game journos all seem to agree. Shredder's Revenge is a modern classic. Vampire Survivors is a top-down, pixel art roguelite, almost reverse bullet hell, with inspirations in Robotron, Castlevania, and Crimson Lands. Looking at it, you might not think much of it. It has some technical limitations and is still early access, but somehow I've sank over 35 hours into this game and thus had to do this video. So I watched a video on the game, shout out to Splattercat, who does great videos on upcoming indie games and has for years, and before it was even over, I had bought it. The simplistic visuals and controls belie a game that has an addictive, one more run quality and a smart strategic leveling system, yet it only plays by the WASD movement keys. You pick one of the characters, loosely based on Castlevania, and get dropped into a level. Waves of enemies show up and you kill them. You have weapons which auto-aim and auto-fire. You have zero direct control over them. Instead, you have control over walking around. The enemies drop crystals, which give you XP, and there are containers on the ground with some power-ups, coins, and, of course, floor chicken. And that's it. That's the whole game. Walk around and auto-fire at waves of enemies. Survive as long as possible. Use the coins to unlock meta progression, perks, new characters, and rinse and repeat. The addictive part comes into making a build. You see, every level you get to choose from a list of available items, either weapons or relics. The weapons all act differently, from the simple knife that just shoots a knife out in front of you, to the garlic, which creates an AoE shield of damage around you, to the Bibles, which circle around you, dealing damage, and much more and much crazier. The relics have passive effects, like making the area of effect larger, more projectiles, more health, or more luck, which means better choices for future level ups. You have 8 slots for each, and so you will quickly find ones that you prefer, combinations that work well, and you'll start making a build. It doesn't end there, though, as every minute or so, boss enemies appear, dropping a chest. And if you have a leveled up weapon and the right relic to go with it, the chest will evolve that weapon, changing its effects and making it even more powerful. What results is screens full of enemies, exponential power creep, and turning you into a walking, living, breathing nuclear bomb. You just mowing down enemy after enemy, wave after wave. Every level increases your power, and as time goes by, the enemies ramp up in number, health, and damage. It's an arms race that you are destined to lose, as after the 30-minute mark, death shows up to one-shot you. Though, as you can see here in this footage, you can stave off death with the right build too, at least for a while. On top of that, the base game, the developer has been active with updates since it came into early access, and so once a week I've found myself coming back to the game with new levels, new characters, new weapons, relics, and evolutions, and getting all the Steam achievements that they add in every update too. I may have the most hours played in this game, or at least in the top 1%. I definitely am in the top 0.1% of achievements on Steam, so it seems logical. While there are some problems, like it lacking full screen support, many bugs have been ironed out. It used to lag quite a bit when you had a flashy build and a screen full of enemies, but as of the latest version, that hasn't happened to me, and there isn't many bugs that I can find. Though the full screen support hopefully will come sooner than later, because that is kind of a big deal and actually made getting footage for this video a little trickier than it had to be. The devs take feedback seriously, get updates pushed out almost weekly, and every one comes with new content, which brings me back in. So usually I rate a game on a fucking buy it, wait for a fucking sale, or a fuck it scale, but seeing as this game is not out of early access, I'm still gonna rate it, because what it has on offer today for the $3 US asking price is a fantastic deal. And I say it's a fucking buy it, even if it never got another update till the end of time. It's a chill game with a lot of depth and developers who care deeply about the product and the consumer. I say developers, I'm pretty sure it's just one guy. Either way, don't let the generic name and art style fool you. This game has something special, and the devs deserve the success they have received. For $3 right now, today, not knowing what other content it will receive, it is absolutely a fucking buy it with my full recommendation. This game is awesome. I know you look at it and you don't think so, but just trust me on this one. I know what I'm talking about. Fucking buy it. Maxian here with another No Journalism review, this time for Elden Ring. The visuals are of my endgame character in earlier zones just to minimize spoilers, but there will be some visual and light story spoilers in this review. Elden Ring is a big topic to tackle, and where to start is the question. So I'll start with myself and Dark Souls. I used the GameFly rental program back in the day, 2011 or so, on Xbox 360, and basically they would send you a game, and you'd send it back when you were done, and then they would send you a new one, like Netflix used to do for DVDs, only for video game discs. One of the many games they sent me was Dark Souls, and I popped it in, and I got to the Firelink Shrine, having done the tutorial, eager to set out in the world, and I went left and came across some skeletons, and these skeletons whooped my ass over and over. And for a while I thought, well, I heard this game was hard, just keep at it. So I made my way through, learning the combat, into the catacombs, and then there was just more and harder skeletons, and they even started respawning. At some point, I gave up, decided the game was just garbage, and sent it back to GameFly and was done with it. I kept hearing people raving about it in the years following. Cries of "get good" rang out, and I figured, well, I just didn't want to. If the first enemies in the game were that hard, well, I thought that I was a gamer, but that's just asking too much of me. Not for me, nope. Just another weird Japanese game that I wouldn't like, much like JRPGs and dating sims. Flash forward, and it's on PC, which is my platform of choice, and there's a steep discount on Steam. Dark Souls 2 and 3 had come and gone, and well, shit, maybe I was wrong. For $5, who cares? Let's give it another go. I installed the Prepare to Die edition, even used the DS Fix mod, booted it up, and noticed something this time that I hadn't before. I got to Firelink Shrine, and there was this staircase on the right. I followed that into the Undead Parish, and well, fell in love with the game. The enemies turn out kind of scale based on your level. And though still challenging when you learn how to block, dodge, parry, suddenly you can get good. Now you have better equipment. Now when you go to fight the skeletons, it's a lot easier. I immediately followed it up by playing Dark Souls 2 and 3, which is my favorite. I know, blasphemous to the OG Dark Souls guys, but it is. I don't have a PlayStation, but I heard about how people love Bloodborne. And he even played a lesser-known series called The Surge, which has similar combat and mechanics, but in a sci-fi world. So when I heard about Elden Ring, I was kind of sold. Not because of fantasy author George R.R. Martin's involvement, though that does add some weight to the proceedings, but for the very notion of open-world Dark Souls. Well, what did that mean? Open-world games can be amazing, or they can be tedious chore factories. How would you get that tight level design in an open world? Can I still go left and into the skeletons and just get killed? The game launched and I found out. I didn't watch much coverage of the game, didn't want to spoil any of it. I booted it up and decided to be kind of a paladin character and went in. Tutorial boss still got me in the end, but I gave him a more valiant effort than I have in previous installments, and here I was coming out of the caverns into the open world. There's a golden knight on his horse there. First enemy outside. I see the big Elden tree behind him, which is a golden thing that takes up the whole skybox, and let's go, buddy. And I got obliterated, as most of you did, or will. There's a boss way over your level, ready to beat you bloody right outside the tutorial area. Yep, it's a Souls game. You're inevitably supposed to run away, heroically of course, which I did, and soon enough you get a horse and told vaguely to head north to a castle. However, nothing is making you, and any good RPG player goes exploring. Well, I found mini dungeons with actual unique bosses, secret ruins with treasure, traps, maps, special enemies, quest NPCs, merchants, and more all around that first area, and I knew then that this is my game. As I continued to the castle and its inevitable first major boss, Margit, I hadn't even found out the secret item to make him easier. I found the cave that it was in, but as usual, I went left instead of right to find patches. But I didn't need it, because I have a few Souls games under my belt, not to mention the new Ashes summon system, where you can summon an NPC companion, so my trusty jellyfish of poisonous death helped out a little bit by tanking. When I got out the other side, I realized the map keeps zooming out as I add more bits and pieces of exploration to it. Many times on my 110-hour journey to finishing the game, I said, how fucking big is this map? And I continued finding new areas and new dungeons right up until the 100 or so hour mark when I found the final area, and still have not explored every nook and cranny of the lands between, and in fact might have missed a lot. There are entire legacy dungeons, those being the larger, more story-focused dungeons with a major boss at the end, that you could completely miss, including the major bosses. I hunted down and killed every single boss with an achievement. I explored, I did every quest I could without a guide or looking anything up. I soaked up every bit of this game and adored it. So besides gushing about the open world, what is Elden Ring to a non-Dark Souls fan, a complete newcomer? Well, it's a very hard action RPG set in a dark fantasy world which is on the verge of collapse. The goddess Marika has disappeared, and the magical MacGuffin she used to order the land, the aforementioned Elden Ring, has been shattered. Large shards of it were taken by her demigod children, and smaller shards are part of all the creatures and peoples of the land. You, as a tarnished, sort of a banished outsider, are brought back to the lands between to collect the shards and reform the ring, becoming an Elden Lord. At least that's the setup, and there are other options. You're undead, so every time you die, you just come back. Convenient, because you will die. Combat is brutal, tactical, weighty, and physical, yes, even magic, and is very much the refined version of Dark Souls combat. It's hard, intentionally so and without any guilt, but there is something just a tad different here to other games in this style that sets it apart. For newcomers, it's a punishing system where every attack, every action has a level of commitment to the animation, with a light and heavy attack as your default, blocking and dodging, as well as item usage such as the healing flasks known as Estus in previous games and tears in this game, where one or two hits from an enemy can be your death. It's a slower, more methodical style of combat with a more serious consequence for both you and enemies than a typical hack and slash sort of action combat most people would be familiar with in the vein of Fable. This includes casting of spells, which lock the player into an animation. When in an animation for the attack or spell or item use, the player is vulnerable to enemy attacks, which again can be brutal and fatal and come very, very fast. However, the enemy follows the same rules, and thus it's this dance of death with a sense of fatality and lethality in every move you make, and it takes place in a very moment-to-moment way which few other games can give. When you die, you drop your runes, which act as experience points, souls in previous games, and you can pick them back up if you walk back to the spot where you left them. That's the only penalty for death. Die before you get there, and, well, you just lost the level. So better to bank them when you can at a site of grace or bonfires from the previous games. Not enough for a level? Well, maybe you have to gamble. Go out there and risk it for a biscuit, or maybe you go farm those easy enemies until you get just enough so that you can level up and take less souls with you into the world, so you're risking less. The game doesn't tell you what to do. You figure it out. Very much what many of us love about older games. You will die. I cannot stress that enough. Even the best Souls players do. It's baked into the cake. You die, you learn. Oh, that guy does this attack when he runs at me. Encounter design has always been at the strength of a Souls game, and you might think the open world would dilute that. Enemies and traps in Dark Souls are placed very specifically to cause the player to encounter them in a very certain way from a certain direction, both learning and having certain reactions to them. So how could a wide open world do likewise? Well, for one, the dungeons you encounter are designed the same way, and some of the open world itself is too. In particular, spoiler alert, an early game dragon that just kind of flies out of nowhere that you would not expect, unless maybe you saw the initial trailer for the game, but I didn't. That first enemy that I mentioned, a literal boss fight in the open world as soon as you step outside, yeah, you will learn either to run the hell away from him, fight things that you can handle, gear up, and come back, or you will learn that if you just persist, throw your body at the enemy, die over and over again, learn the enemy's patterns and tells, and keep dying and dying and dying, eventually you will win, which leads to exploration, formulating a plan, adapting to wrinkles in the plan, dusting yourself off, and trying again. The core loop of Elden Ring. Explore then. Maybe you went left, and maybe you should go right. Left and right aren't the only places you can go. In my exploration, I found gear, items, spells, runes to level up. I became stronger long before I ever hit that market boss, who's a stumbling block for many who went right to him without exploration, because that's what the game tells you to do. And I was more or less OP. He still provided a fair challenge, but I was better equipped than most to handle it. That is what Dark Souls games didn't have before to this degree. It's a way to get good at your own pace, rather than bang your head against the wall until you beat it. Certainly, you've always had left or right, but now you have an entire world, and there are certain funnel points you will inevitably have to hit, but you don't have to hit them unprepared. Enemies don't scale with your level, so maybe you venture off into a direction where they're really hard to beat. Never impossible, mind you. If you master the fundamentals of combat, you can beat the whole game naked with a stick. Maybe you turn back. While there, you find a powerful set of armor. Every bit makes you stronger, more versatile. Returning from Dark Souls 3 are also weapon arts, known here as Ashes of War. In addition to your normal and heavy attacks, blocks, and rolls, you have access to a special weapon attack, many of which are exclusive to that magical weapon, though some of which you can apply to any normal weapon. Some of these, like my Taker's Flame from the Blasphemous Blade, for those who've watched some of my guides, are very powerful and scale with your stats to become more so. Magic has a larger role here than in many previous Souls games, as it encourages you to use at least some. Indeed, certain bosses, including the very last one, seem not to favor melee builds at all, and on the flip side, some spells and builds are ridiculously overpowered. I'm certain you could beat the game as an exclusive melee character, but it would be significantly harder. I started as a typical sword and board paladin knight, but by endgame almost exclusively used faith-based incantation magic, slinging lightning bolt like Zeus on steroids. The variety of builds is vast. Regardless of your build, though, you're in for a lot of combat, many bosses, and if you're an explorer type like me, over 100 hours or more of fresh content. Multiplayer can be confusing for newcomers. This is not a co-op game. Yes, it has co-op potential in it, but that's not the point. It is a single-player game at its absolute core. Those expecting to play the entire campaign with friends are going to need to learn the system and expect to be frustrated at best. In-game consumables need to be crafted, summon signs need to be found in the world, and a limit on how far you can go from each other and the use of a horse are just some of the issues faced by the I want to co-op it all crowd. However, on the flip side, for veterans or even newcomers, summoning in help for a boss can be a lifesaver. Invading and being invaded and dueling all work as they have in previous games. PvP can be thrilling, heartbreaking, or infuriating. Your mileage may vary. Remember, it's all about the build you bring and the build the other person brings. Graphics, while perhaps not at the cutting edge, Elden Ring looks great. Environments are detailed, unique, handcrafted with a lot of care, and even when tile sets get reused for dungeons, they have different gimmicks, traps, ideas, and layouts. The only real hang-up with the graphics for me on PC, and this may be fixed later on, so don't hold me to this, is the stuttering issue. And oh boy, is it a hang-up. So you may even see it in the video for this, but every now and again, especially I find when first starting the game up for the first 10 or 15 minutes of the play experience, it does smooth out for me after several minutes, although it does come back after an extended 2 or 3 hour session of the game. The game will hang, sometimes for an entire second. When split second timing and dexterity is life or death, this is completely unacceptable, and I really hope FromSoft can smooth this out. I can't ignore it. It caused me a lot of frustration over 100 hours, and even if it wasn't enough to ruin the game for me, it needs to be mentioned here. Outside of those moments, frame rate was usually smooth as butter, all settings extreme on my mid-range PC setup with a GTX 1660. Otherwise, the game looks great, and the art design of the world itself is spectacular. I did also run into well over a dozen crashes in my 100 hours or so. I'm not really sure if that's just my setup. Your mileage may vary there. Sound, clunky clangs and meaty thwacks permeate all of combat. However, the music is great, orchestral, high fantasy stuff without being really overbearing, and the title track is an absolute banger. It's a whimsical, often sad, but subdued as you explore the open world, sometimes not even having music and just the ambient sounds, but it really kicks into high gear when you face a boss fight. Voice acting is sparse but solid, though this is not a Mass Effect style RPG with tons and tons of voice dialogue and options and wheels of choices to make. Indeed, most of your time is spent without words at all, a refreshing change to the protagonist who never shuts the fuck up of many modern Western games. Story. It's there. It's serviceable. It's a bit less obtuse than Dark Souls in that it tells a lot of the story in-game in an easy-to-understand manner, though much of the lore is still hidden in item descriptions and open to interpretation and perhaps even subject to translation errors. It's not the story that sells this game, but it's not a bad story, and even as you dig into it and ponder some of it a bit more, it might be fantastic. It does seem that George R.R. Martin's part in it wasn't necessarily writing the story, and more of like a world-building thing lying underneath it all, because at the end of the day, this is a very Dark Souls story. If they had changed a few words and names of things, it would absolutely qualify as Dark Souls 4. So generally, I don't do big releases for reviews. This is in fact the first AAA release I've ever done. I prefer indie games to help expose them to more people, so why this one? Well, I have to address the elephant in the room. Crazy fucking game journos. And this time, even more than that, crazy fucking game developers. Some of them being from Ubisoft or the studio that created Horizon Forbidden West, which launched around the same time. There have been many arguments thrown at the game by them or left-wing partisans who just hate what gamers like, or just plain old contrarians who just dislike it because it's popular. Firstly, no, it doesn't need a fucking easy mode. Period. The Artist Visions isn't in easy mode. Sorry, not sorry if that excludes you. It almost excluded me in the original Dark Souls, as I led this review with. Either get over it or go play something else. I'm not going to dignify this argument with any more time than that. Fuck Jim Sterling. Secondly, the UI is fine. I don't get this argument at all. Apparently devs on some of these big budget Western AAA games like Horizon and Assassin's Creed say the UI is bad and it's hard to find things. All we need to do then is look at their hand-holdy, way too easy, grindy, cluttered maps full of busy work to know that maybe minimalism isn't a bad change. It's just different to their maximalism style. Maybe less is more. Fuck off. Thirdly, yes, it's basically just a really big Dark Souls game with a horse. No, it didn't need to innovate any further than that for me to adore it, or for it to sell almost 20 million copies at launch across all three platforms, Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. It really did innovate and change the formula in a lot of subtle ways, and a lot of ways of refinement. But just having an open world and a horse isn't changing the fucking game fundamentally, sure, but no one is stopping these other devs from taking that formula and doing that themselves. Elden Ring refined what worked in previous games, and it seems to have worked and paid huge dividends for FromSoft. Maybe you should learn something and shut your fucking mouths. And finally, a system in any Souls game is players can leave messages on the ground that other players will be able to read within a set system with ad-lib style, fill in the blanks, and a small number of words. Sometimes it's to offer help or just point out a secret. Other times it's there to tell you that, hey, there's a secret over here. Just jump off this cliff. Still, other times it's poetry or commentary on the game lore, such as Tears Ahead, and then we have memes, such as calling every creature in the entire world a dog. Game journals hate the fucking memes. Try finger butthole. I put that message myself in the starter area at launch. Yes, it's funny, and no, it's not sexual harassment. It's a fucking joke. Get over yourselves. 14,000 upvotes on mine. Maybe you need to lighten up. Get good at life, not just the game. So the question we are left is, who is this game for? Well, if you're up for dying 50 times to the same enemy and then finally killing it, maybe you. If you want to explore, but not a million icons of modern open world games telling you what busy work to go do here and there and dropping the quest icons on your HUD, but just find stuff organically, just you and the minimalist compass on screen, then probably you. If you like Dark Souls, definitely you. If you aren't in those categories, it still might even be for you if you try it, although maybe later, like I did with Dark Souls 1, when the hype has died down and you can go left yourself. So I rate games on a fucking buy it, wait for a fucking Steam sale, or just plain fuck it scale, and if you haven't guessed, for most gamers, fucking buy it. This is a phenomenal 10 out of 10 game, assuming that they fix the frame rate stuttering issue on PC, and I plan to play through the entire game again. Final Fantasy XIV. See, I hate being that guy, making videos on subjects that are trending because people will assume it's because that thing is trending. But one look at my analytics will tell you that's not it. Not exactly pushing numbers here, folks. Now, sometimes the thing you want to talk about is also the thing everyone else is talking about. It just happens. I've avoided this topic for that very reason, but the latest patch gave me reason to change my stance. I'm going to rehash the same crap that WoW refugees, old school Final Fantasy weeb nerds, and every desperate YouTuber looking to cash in on a trend has said before. I'm certain of that, because a lot of them are objectively true. I have some stuff to say that others probably don't, though, because I've been playing the game for like 7 years, am not only not a weeb, but hate weeb stuff generally, and enjoy different parts of the game than it seems a lot of other people do, probably because I've played it more than most of them, and am not bum rushing endgame to try and make content on it for clicks. And also, I just generally prefer Western game design. This video and my Elden Ring video may suggest otherwise, but I think that's more down to Western devs going a generic bland direction that I don't like, and Japanese devs going in an interesting direction that I do, but either way, both games are kind of exceptions. Yet I adore Final Fantasy XIV and the Endwalker expansion as well, and this 6.1 patch in particular has done one thing that seals it more than anything has done before, and that's saying something for a game that I've played for 7 years. However, let's start at the beginning, and the elephant in the room. World of Warcraft. Yeah, I not only said the one thing that everybody says to get the SEO tags and views, but now I've gone and said the other. I've made Warcraft videos on this channel for years, actually, and though many of them have been scrubbed over time for one reason or another, the thing is, I've played WoW from vanilla, mostly casually, and the Burning Crusade a little less casually. I spent most of the time leveling characters, never really did raiding, some heroic dungeons and PvP and more leveling. Didn't spend a lot of time on it relative to some other people, that is until Wrath of the Lich King. The Arthas story had grabbed me since Warcraft 3, and him being the focus kind of pulled me in. I joined a guild, we raided every tier, I made friends that I talk to this day on social media, and stayed with the game with various breaks on and off ever since, while all of them sort of faded away. Then Warlords of Draenor came, and most WoW players will say they hated it, and I actually won't. I didn't love it, but there was just a lack of stuff to do. You raid and then you would log out, so I was raid logging or unsubbed at this particular time, forget which, when my friend Core convinced me to check out Final Fantasy XIV. Shout out to Karethis, by the way. He has Twitch, streams more than me, he's more hardcore gamer than me. You can check his shit out. I'll put a link in the description or something. Anyhow, Core asked me to play Final Fantasy XIV. Weeb game, I said, and he had played a bunch of games with me, so I said I would give it a chance. As has been said, anytime anyone brings it up, the original iteration of the game failed. It was rebooted as A Realm Reborn, and I played through that content, and man, did it used to start slow. It still does, but WoW refugee pussies, you have no idea. I remember almost rage quitting the game and telling Core, fuck man, I've done this quest 5 million times, tracked halfway around the world to fill up a bucket of water and then bring it from one dude to another dude 15 feet away. Fuck this game. And yeah, that was a thing. OG Final Fantasy nerds will back me up on it. It's right around level 30-ish. They revamped the 1 to 50 A Realm Reborn content last year, and so you Sprout fuckers have no idea how grateful you should be for how much we bitched about it to get it into the playable state it is in for you now. Anyhow, it didn't quit. I stuck with it because, hey, I can grind out, get to max level, tell Core I was sick of it. We've both done that with other MMOs. Between the two of us, we've pretty much played them all. And not feel like it bitched out, but something happened. The gameplay, with its slower pace, obligatory 2.5 second global cooldown comment that literally everyone says, and if you haven't heard about that, then this is your first Final Fantasy XIV video. Welcome, go grab the free trial. It started to get more complex though, weaving in and out of global cooldown abilities, buffs, and timing up all your cooldowns for big damage or big healing, as I had taken to White Mage main blood for the motherfucking Blood Lily. And through that beefed up combat, the story started to become interesting. It started as many MMOs do, with you as a nobody adventurer. Go fetch this, go kill that. Didn't think much of it, though the dialogue being in nice little boxes allowed for it to be kind of digestible. I never really read quest text in WoW, and I bet you if you played it you didn't either. But over like 10 plus years of playing it, yet here I was reading every bit of text, even if it wasn't engaging at first. Oh wow, you're special, huh? Who'da thunk? Chosen one? Yeah, okay, sure. Warrior of Light, you say? A cool story. Killing primals, though, that's what got the first hooks in me. Primals is a game conception that is essentially a thought form, or an entity brought forth by the collective belief of the people in it. The power of this world is called ether, and it flows basically all around and in living things. And if people believe in a god enough, they form a primal out of that power, who comes down and enslaves their mind to them. If the primal runs out of power, which is often given to them via crystals, they fuck off back to the ether, but you stay mentally enslaved and go around hunting crystals like a bald meth addict until you can resummon them. The Warrior of Light means these guys can't enslave you personally because you've already been enslaved to Crystal Waifu Mommy Heidelin, a sort of meta goddess made of the same crystal, supposedly, and she sort of summoned you into the world to begin with. So you're free to beat their ass, beat their slaves' asses, and save the day. So you join a group of semi-competent people called the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and seek to kick ass and craft bubblegum. Oh yeah, crafting is an actual class mechanics and story. Cool shit, you should try it. Fishing is epic, but moving on. Primals are pretty much an excuse to have cool big monsters for the Warrior of Light to kick the shit out of and drop loot. They can use old Final Fantasy characters, the first primals being the summons from previous games, mythological gods or beasts, whatever. It's a clever way to say anything we think is cool can be a boss for you to kill. So the story comes together, right, and I'm hooked, and we go to fight the evil Empire of Evil Power Rangers of Evil with a head boss guy who may or may not have had a point, and he says, "How very glib, such devastation," and all the other memes of A Realm Reborn patch content. Side note, the revamp of Praetorium and Castrum in 6.1 are great. I play through the first expansion, Heaven's Ward, and the story's even better. A lot of the annoying fetch quest shit has been streamlined. The music is sublime. It's about fucking dragons, like literally chick fucks a dragon. That kind of starts the whole thing off. It's a little cringe. It's what you expect out of a Japanese game, but whatever. Versus the fantasy pope. And it turns out that they all suck, and you're just so epic that with the sheer power of my healing, I saved all that shit and then went to fantasy anime land. There I met a Yandere dominatrix chick, and then I also went to the Final Fantasy desert place and fought uber angry chick and dude who gives exactly 0 fucks. Then like we freed the whole land and traveled through time and space to another world, only to become the Warrior of Edge, Warrior of Darkness, and then the end times came. Look, if you want a story breakdown, I'll say this, it's all about hope versus entropy, and it gets deeper and more philosophical as you go through, and it's kind of great. It deals with the concept of maintaining hope in the face of nihilistic cosmic apathy, on the smallest and grandest scales, and through tragedy and triumph, and a smile better suits a hero, and I'm not crying, you're crying, fuck you. The story sets a backdrop for epic battles against primals, dragons, and other shit. Some iconic Final Fantasy characters, giant bird girls from space, Moogles, whatever the fuck they are, and that absolute bastard Red Chocobo and Bajta. Yeah, fuck him. You know the one. Anyhow, rating and whatnot has like clean telegraphs and on-screen prompts that tell you a lot just visually. Most boss mechanics are actually easy to just eyeball, but fun to pull off once you figure them out. Unlike WoW, most raids are just one boss with no trash. Smaller group sizes than WoW, with the most top-tier content being 8-player, and Alliance raids, the 24-man content, being more akin to WoW's less difficult LFR raid mode. I like that. I always like 10-man raids in WoW anyhow, but to each their own. If you like bigger ones, you might not like it. All content you can scale to your level and gear down to it, or face it over-leveled and overpowered, so nothing is ever truly irrelevant content. It even gives you endgame currency to go help noobs out with their dungeon and raid runs. Important side note, there aren't really alts in Final Fantasy XIV. So in most MMOs, WoW included, if you want to play a different class, you start a new character from scratch. Maybe you have some carryover stuff like faster experience point gain or mounts or whatever, but most of your progress is usually starting from scratch on each class character. Not so here. Here, you need to level each class or job as it's called on its own, but it's on your same character. Your story, progress, inventory, and all else is shared because to switch jobs, you just switch weapons. This alone has kept me more than anything. Leveling other jobs is a pastime for me. Then there's the tons and tons and tons of side stuff. The Golden Saucer with all kinds of casino shit for cosmetics and mounts and whatnot. Crafting, like I said. Gathering, player housing. Here's my guild house. You craft. You find and farm up stuff to decorate with. It's pretty awesome. Treasure maps and treasure dungeons, which is my actual end game, farming them up and going for broke, rolling the dice, high-low roulette, getting faked out by the game and all that. Deep dungeons. Yeah, I spend way too much time in the Palace of the Dead. I love it. Heaven on High is okay too. Trying to solo them as far as I can. There's like 200 floors and I've gotten through like 80 of it. It's good time. Basically like a roguelike dungeon inside the game with its own separate leveling system, which starts you on your class of choice at level 1 within the dungeon, and you level up pretty fast, and then it gives you experience and stuff for doing it when you come out of the dungeon that carries over to your actual class. Love them. Heard there's another one coming. Can't wait. There's a full-on trading card game called Triple Triad. Tons and tons and tons of content. There is a major flaw though, for me, or there was. So yeah, PvP. Garbage. Like, garbage. I used to think maybe it was just like nobody did PvP, and if people just played it more, but no. The balancing and whatnot was just awful. These 3 faction system front lines, which led to my theory about it being the player's fault because the losing faction would almost inevitably always target the other losing faction, and the winning faction just runs away with it. I figure if people were organized, knew how to play better, it would be better. Sometimes you'd get a good match, so it seemed like a sound theory. Inevitably, I would get frustrated and say, oh well, PvP is always going to suck in Final Fantasy XIV, and so I should just look for it elsewhere. The average player is more of a PvE Care Bear anyway. Would play WoW just for the PvP, go pick up a game called Battlerite, which was pretty good, but no one plays it anymore. Smite, Heroes of the Storm. Still, I would love the PvP in Final Fantasy to be awesome. Well, patch 6.1 dropped, and yeah, they rebooted PvP, and it's awesome. The ability rework got rid of a lot of the button bloat without touching the PvE class balance at all. So now you have a much sleeker set of abilities, and there's an ebb and flow to combat. Abilities aren't all one-shots, nor are they slapping a brick wall for an hour. Things hit, do damage, people die. Yes, this is what I want. They pushed out and took out the ability to talk to randoms in the party and replaced it with basically emotes, but whatever. Small gripe. So, great job, Squeenix. You fixed the gap in your game. Still some balance needs doing. Dark Knights are too edgelordy and basically can't ever die, which they should be a little tanky, but damn, it gets a little ridiculous. Ninja stuns are on the absurd side at this point, but overall it's good. PvP doesn't suck and is kind of fun, actually. And there's even more. They added a seasonal progression series XP, which, let's be real, is just a battle pass, only it's free and built into the game, and it's something to do and gives you some progression and rewards over the long term. Before, people only ever did PvP for the daily roulette, and that only when there were Moogle Tome rewards, which is a system they have to give you the more kind of off-beaten rewards. Having a battle pass system with cosmetic rewards? Good shit. But on top of all that, they added a new mode that, frankly, I'm addicted to. And it's why I'm finally going to do the algorithm-friendly thing and make a Final Fantasy XIV video. And that is the Crystal Conflicts. Let's fucking go. So, simple mode, fast, ranked, 5v5, push the payload, environmental hazards, long respawns, 10 plus seconds. And here I find myself queuing again and again and again. The 5-minute matches aren't too long to get you super frustrated and aren't too short so that you feel like you didn't even get a chance to get started. Pushing ranked mode, this could be a game all on its own and I would love it. There isn't even all that much to say about it outside of what I just did. But I took the chance to talk about the game overall and just to point out that, yeah, PvP is finally good now and this is the heart of PvP. It's practically perfect for Final Fantasy XIV, though if I were to make one suggestion, maybe instead of just environmental traps, throwing in some monsters would create fun chaos. Maybe they aggro anyone in the crystal space at random. Maybe they have knockback attacks. Maybe they give you some kind of buff. I don't know. Other than that, it's great. Around the 5-minute matches with the small amount of XP and currency rewards whether you win or lose, and now you have a game mode that you can actually level all jobs with. Work on the battle pass. Do the Garrow event thing they have going on right now that I have no idea what it's about, but it gives you stuff, so I'm down. And it's all wrapped up in a fun little almost MOBA-esque game mode in short bursts. Great. Next, do more, Squeenix. More maps, more little modes that are short and simple, more hazards. You finally nailed it. Just drip feed more of this to us. I can't really review the game overall, since we're in the 5th expansion pack, or something like that, and whatever, I played like 1,600 hours or some shit of the game over 7 years. Obviously, I love the game. Just go grab the free trial if it sounds even mildly interesting. Play through that, which is like 200 hours of content with the initial game, A Realm Reborn, and the Heavensward expansions. Yeah, go play all that for free, and if you hate it, nothing lost, just quit. But while you're there, queue up for Crystal Conflicts so I can beat the fuck out of you and raise my rank. I just want to thank everybody who's watched videos. We have had some good success on some of them recently on the channel, and I am humbled by it. And I hope to keep bringing you more.
I'm finally back with another challenge. Today's challenge is a salt challenge. I need you to like this video and comment hashtag salt challenge. Duet this.
got, the nice tostitas, salsa. They're friends to the tortilla chips, friends to your sour cream and onion potato chips, and all the rest. I like this better than French onion dip. Two, here come the bag.
Hey guys, Maxian here. Remember to like, comment, share, subscribe, and share the video and subscribe. So today, guys, what we're going to do is we're going to discuss the neurological implications of social media engineering, likes, dislikes, and dopamine on the human brain. Dopamine is like the happy feel-good chemical you get from happy feel-good things, like when somebody says something nice to you, or you get an extra $1 in your paycheck, or somebody likes your post on social media. And so what we're doing here is we're looking at why that might change the way you think, act, behave in real life, and maybe even your own personality. I can't keep fucking doing this fucking shit. I fucking hate the fucking bull. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, Maxian here. This is the Maxian Position, and today I want to talk about a bigger, deeper topic, which is why this is not going to be a one-take video, because there's a lot to go over here. And that topic is social engineering in social media and the effects that these techniques have on you. Yes, you, if you're here and you're watching this video, you're as affected as I am, as everybody else is. So the first thing we need to do is, what is social engineering, and why do I consider social media engineering to be kind of different, but to the same end? So social engineering is a top-down effort to influence particular attitudes and social behaviors on a large scale, as taken from the Wikipedia, which is obviously not the best source for information, but is useful for these purposes today. Most often undertaken by governments, but can be carried out by media, academia, or private groups in order to produce desired characteristics in a target population. Social engineering can also be understood philosophically as a deterministic phenomenon where the intentions and goals of the architects of the new social construct are realized. Some social engineers use the scientific method to analyze and understand social systems in order to design the appropriate methods to achieve the desired results in human subjects. Here's the thing. It doesn't necessarily have to be top-down, because of the decentralized nature of social media, the peer-to-peer connections. Though some of the things that are being engineered, and we see this a lot in the political sphere, which we talk quite a bit about here on the Maxian Position, if you look outside of that, you suddenly start to understand that most, if not all, social engineering that is occurring on social media is peer-to-peer, decentralized, and completely organic, based on a few key factors of how social media works and how it affects your brain. And that's what we're going to go over today. So one thing that we're going to look at is the diminished memory experienced by many social media users over long periods of time. This is particularly effective in the TikTok sphere, but it is across all social media. And so this is actually a published study that is entitled "Media Usage Diminishes Memory for Experiences." This is from the Journal of Experimental Social Psychology, and we're just going to look at the abstract real quick because I think it makes the point, and we don't need to get into every detail of these articles, but I do want you to see the sources and what I'm looking at to come to these conclusions, or what I'm taking away from what I'm seeing here. So People increasingly use social media to record and share their experiences, but it is unclear whether or how social media use changes those experiences. Here we present both naturalistic and controlled studies in which participants engage in an experience while using social media to record or share their experiences with others, or not engaging with media. We collected objective measures of participants' experiences, scores on a surprise memory test, as well as subjective measures of participants' experiences, self-reports about their engagement and enjoyment. Across 3 studies, participants without media consistently remembered their experience more precisely than participants who used media. There is no conclusive evidence that media use impacted subjective measure of experience. Together, these findings suggest that using media may prevent people from remembering the very events that they're attempting to preserve. Well, that makes perfect sense from a logical standpoint. Why would I really take every little thing in when I'm going to have a video of the event anyway? And I can put that on social media and it'll be there in a year or 10 years when I come back. This is just a small sample of simple ways that social media can and does affect your brain and how you experience the world around you. But it's far from the most concerning. So what's happening here is people are replacing actual events and experiences with the cataloging them on social media. By itself, I don't think that this is all that big a deal. And certainly a lot of more rational people are going to be like, well, yeah, but is that really that important? Can I just have the pictures? Why would I just not take pictures of anything? And that's, of course, never what I'm saying here. What I'm saying is that this is an effect that you should be aware of, that you're less likely to remember and more likely to rely on your pictures or your videos later on. This can have a pretty staggering effect on anchoring your memory in your brain into the eternal present, rather than having any foot in the past. And that might not be a big deal if you were talking about the past of like the meta of world events, but you're talking about your own experiences in the past. You're talking about not being able to remember your own life. And then remember that you watching this video are likely an adult. Do you remember much about when you were 5, 6, 7, 8 years old? Probably not as much as you'd like. Probably not as much as you even think. A lot of it is probably memories that you are remembering through being recited back to you by parents and family members, relatives, and friends who they remember it, or maybe they remember the story that they've been telling for 20 years. Imagine then if your minimal memory of being a child, that you have standout moments that you've experienced or things that really resonated with you and stayed with you for whatever reason. Imagine if you had less of those. Imagine if you didn't have any. Imagine if your childhood could only be relayed to you through pictures. And then imagine if those pictures were taken away. So this is an important but small part of what we're talking about today in how social media can influence you. What's more to the point when we talk about social media engineering is this article from the National Library of Medicine, and it is regarding the rewarding nature of social interactions. Obviously, the objective of this short review is to highlight rewarding aspects of social interactions for humans and discuss their neural basis. Thereby, we report recent research findings to illustrate how social stimuli in general are processed in the reward system and highlight the role of theory of mind as one mediating process for experiencing social reward during social interactions. Basically, this is talking about how if you are given a reward, right, it makes you more likely to want to do that process again because it releases dopamine, among other effects within the brain. You get a positive feedback from your own body so that you are being conditioned now that that is the way to get that positive feedback from your body. It's almost like, to a lesser extent, maybe not as extreme, drug use, where the drug user gets this positive effect that they feel, and so that they want to do that again. In this case, it's a much lower key effect, obviously, and maybe it's also got a lower key long-term downside, right? The heroin user faces the problem of death or disease or just addiction that ruins their life, whereas the person getting a pat on the back for a good job at work maybe faces a little bit of anxiety in trying to get more pats on the back so that they can get a promotion and in a better standing and make more money, right? So it's not quite the same, but it does affect people. And the significance of social interactions in human behavior is also reflected in several psychiatric disorders where impairments in social interaction are either an integral part of the diagnosis, e.g. autism spectrum disorder, schizophrenia, and social phobia, or relevant for experienced psychological strain. Accordingly, the topic of social interaction has increasingly been addressed in the field of psychiatry and psychotherapy, as well as the cognitive neurosciences, which is more what we want to focus on here. But it's relevant in psychiatry as well as neurosciences. But the neurosciences are kind of what I think is the big deal about this topic, and we'll kind of unfold more and more of that as we go through here. The present review provides an overview on recent findings. Yeah, so it's basically long version of what I was just saying. But here's where it gets important. Various psychiatric disorders are characterized by difficulties in social interactions, whereas patients with borderline personality disorder have difficulties to maintain social relationships. Patients with social phobia are afraid of initiating social interactions, or patients with schizophrenia who misinterpret social cues. Both in patients with autism spectrum disorder and patients with schizophrenia, the reduced capability to developing TOM is considered a pivotal deficit. So the idea that they can't create that feedback loop of getting the positive feedback and then creating kind of the connection between that and the good fifis that you get from the dopamine. I know a lot of people understand this, but it's really key in understanding as we go further into specifically about social media, that it's a very basic system that we are wired this way, that a positive social reaction gives us dopamine and makes us feel good. And it can be as large as being rewarded with food that we like, or money, or sex, or just positive attention from a friend, family member, someone of the opposite sex, someone of the same sex, whatever you consider positive. The more positive you consider it, the larger the dopamine hit that you're going to get. And it is like a drug, and we are wired that way. The reason that drugs work at all is because our brains are wired to onboard that type of positive feedback, because we are social animals and we need to find ways to work within a social system. And in fact, since we've become more agrarian, I would argue that it's much more pronounced, because the downside of not onboarding this kind of positive reaction, dopamine, do the same thing again kind of cycle is much more devastating, or at least it was for many, many years of human history, than if you're just a guy in a cave, right? And if you piss off the guy down the street, oh, well, it's not that big a deal. You didn't really trade with him. You didn't rely on him for anything. But then when you're living in a community that's a bunch of farmers, and unless you're specifically propelled through getting your food and everything else you need, you do rely on those other people. And then even more so as we got into like cities and empires and things like that, you're reliant on all the people around you because everybody has a little piece in the puzzle. So this kind of cycle, the dopamine cycle, is extremely important to our survival, and not just as a species, but as a human individual. And social media is just feeding into that cycle, but what you're getting out of it becomes less and less over time. So the next thing we want to look at is this study here: uses and gratification sought by pre-adolescent, adolescent TikTok consumers. Now, I don't want to jump right to TikTok, but it is kind of the ultimate short-term version of what we're talking about here, so it's kind of important. So now we understand that there is a dopamine cycle where it's positive reaction to behavior, dopamine hit internally, and then striving to repeat that behavior to get the positive reaction, and it goes in a circle. Here we have TikTok. So the purpose of this paper was to explore the uses and gratifications sought by the primary target market, pre-adolescent and adolescent groups, of new social media site TikTok. The paper also sought to identify how much of a role the motivations of self-expression, social recognition, and fame-seeking, important considerations within adolescent psychology development, played in the use of this particular social networking site. Now, I would argue fame-seeking is the same thing as social recognition. It's just on a larger scale. And so they both feed into the cycle. Now, the self-expression part is kind of an internal part. It is part of the cycle too, as in if I express myself in a way and I get that positive reaction, right? But some positive reaction doesn't always have to come from how you express yourself. The positive reaction can come from, I shoveled a very large pile of shit, and then the guy who needed that shit shoveled come over and he patted me on the back, right? So it doesn't always have to come from social expression, but it very much can. So I created this flowchart to kind of describe the cycle that I'm talking about, calling it the social media engineering cycle. You may have seen it put in other things. It's very similar, if not identical, to the addiction cycle that you see put out there commonly, although I won't use the term addiction because it's not about the addiction that I'm really getting at here. It's more about the social engineering aspect of it. So obviously step one is when you post content. This can be you posting a video to TikTok, YouTube, whatever. This can be you making a post on Facebook. This can be you commenting on somebody else's post. Any type of content for you to make online falls under this category. And then it feeds into positive engagement. Now, negative engagement doesn't necessarily break the cycle, but positive engagement furthers the cycle. So that's what we're going to focus on here. This can be likes, thumbs up, upvotes, shares, retweets, you name it, the lot. This can be people just giving you a mild like, hey, that's a good job, a bunch of likes, or you gaining viral attention over a long period of time. Whatever it may be, you've now posted the content and got a positive feedback on that content, which leads you to the dopamine reception from the positive feedback. Now, this is important because this is what reinforces that your initial behavior was good, and therefore you've now got good boy points and a head pat and told that you've done a good job to some degree or another. And obviously the amount of dopamine reception you're going to get is going to vary based on how much positive engagement that you got, but you're going to get it, and that makes you feel very good. It is very much like a mild euphoria, a drug. And that leads to the next part, which is the bottom middle here, and it says behavior modified to get more dopamine, strategy adapted towards more likes. So now you've realized that this gets you positive behavior. If you took it the other way around and you replaced the upper right with negative engagement, you would actually learn, instead of dopamine reception from positive feedback, you would get dopamine deficiency from negative feedback, Either way, behavior modified to get more dopamine, strategy adapted towards more likes. So you realize what people like and what people don't like, and you adapt the strategy of the content that you plan to post, consciously or unconsciously, towards getting that positive engagement, which gives you dopamine. And then that leads to the next step, which is new content created to be more subtly towards outcome that gives the most chance of likes. So this is not necessarily a conscious thing that you do, but you may even change your own personal belief system based off of the fact that you're getting more positive engagement from talking about something different than what is your personal belief system. A great example of this is liberals who decided suddenly that they were Trump supporters in 2016 because they got positive engagement out of it. This could be as simple as, I like to make this kind of art. People only gave me the positive engagement on this one piece of art in a different style. Now I'm more likely to make another piece of art in that style, even though it is not my primary style of making art. On and on and on. You will find that you will be trying to tailor your content more to the horde. And the thing is if you don't, then your content's just not going to get engagement. This is why many of us, like myself, don't get all that much engagement, because I really don't fall into this cycle and I make what I want. This goes double once you involve money into it. So once the person is now at least partially making their income based off of the content that they're producing, every little subtle change adds up more and more and more, and can become a much larger change in their perspective or the type of content that they're producing. And so as we look at the findings indicated that passive consumptive behaviors were prevalent among both pre-adolescent and adolescent groups, and that the gratification of entertainment effect was the primary driver behind all behaviors. Passive consumption, participatory, and contributory. So if you're just watching, if you're commenting, liking, and subscribing, or if you're making content of your own, all of those are driven by the gratification of entertainment effect, meaning all of those are on the dopamine cycle, even passive consumptive behavior. The reason being is the passive consumptive behavior is you are looking for things that you like specifically. You don't sit there and watch videos if you don't like them. I don't watch makeup tutorials. I don't like them. That's not something that interests me. There are women that sit there all day watching, and men that watch makeup tutorials all fucking day. That's what they do. It's the same here. So it is part of this dopamine cycle, except now you are on the social reaction side of it as opposed to the receiving of the social reaction, if that makes sense. We're both on both sides of it most of the time. Pre-adolescent groups were more active and heavier users of TikTok than were adolescents. That's concerning, considering all the other things related to this. In line with adolescent psychology theories, the authors found that contributory behaviors were motivated by a wish to expand one's social networks, by fame-seeking, self-expression, and identity creation needs. So you're building your identity as a person based on the dopamine cycle, based on the positive reactions that you get from others, and seeking their recognition on a larger scale, which essentially equates to what they call fame seeking here. The social implications: pre-adolescent consumers are heavier users and interact more with the TikTok SNS than adolescent consumers, including in relation to seeking out new social networks. This is potentially of great concern, as children are less likely to understand the hidden dangers of online predatorial and privacy issues. I would argue that that's a huge problem. But it's more than that, because now they're being wired from an earlier age than ever before to consume the content, participate in the content, like, comment, and subscribe, guys. They're being conditioned into this system so that it's even more effective. People my age, there's a point at which a lot of us will turn it off and be like, when I was a kid, you know, we would go outside and play with a stick. And yeah, now we get called boomers too. But as one of the kind of older people in the millennial generation, I'll tell you that I've had internet as long as I can remember, essentially. Certainly I was active on the internet in the mid 90s, right, as a kid myself. So I'm not just, you know, some old man that doesn't understand any of this stuff. Granted, I was a nerd, and most people my age weren't on BBS boards, and maybe got into it via like AOL Instant Messenger or something like that. But we did a lot of the same things then. The difference is you were paying by the hour in a lot of cases, and our parents would just say, no internet for you. And certainly you didn't have a phone in the palm of your hand. So you didn't have round the clock access. And also because we didn't have social media like this, you're kind of limited in what you could share about yourself. And most times you didn't share nearly as much information as these kids share today. And also, it was just kind of a different format. It was much more anonymous based and oriented. And we were creating new social circles around a shared interest, which is a similar thing. There weren't, like, the concept of like likes and upvotes is a little newer than that. That wasn't really common then. Of course, you'd still have the other people in chat or whatever. The other people on your message board would, you know, give you social feedback as well, just kind of in written word. But you didn't have that instant dopamine hit of, oh, I got 50,000 likes on this video. Interesting to note that I think that we're not going to see the point of this isn't, oh, think of the children. It's, we're not going to see the full effect of this kind of heavy social media use in children for another 15 or 20 years. And at that point, we'll know how much of an effect it had. And whether, you know, people scream about it from the rooftops, point to it with a little bit of concern like I'm trying to do, or ignore it completely, which most parents seem to do, it's going to have that effect, whether you like it or not. We're going to see in 15 years what the social media generation really looks like, because the Zoomers ain't it. I know everybody thinks that, oh, the Zoomers, they were born on the, you know, the internet. They really weren't. The mid 2000s, we didn't really have social media like we do now. I know this is hard for people to really process because it's created a situation where the time kind of goes strangely, but we really didn't. And we definitely didn't have things on the level of TikTok, Instagram, and Snapchat. And also networking services like Discord, where child predators run rampant. They run absolutely rampant. And I will have some videos I'm planning on making regarding child predation on the internet, and where you will find it and how to protect your children from it, to the best of my ability, coming soon, because the topic, it's a far deeper rabbit hole than I think many people understand. But what you need to understand right now is that these kids are being affected right now when you hand them that phone and you let them scroll TikTok. It's affecting their memory. As we looked at, it's affecting their reward reception and their cycle of dopamine reaction and then repeat behavior. And as we get further into this, we're also looking at social media use and mental health among young adults. This is a little less important, I think, because I'm not entirely convinced that social media is the sole reason for it. However, In recent years, many parents, advocates, and policymakers have expressed concerns regarding the potential negative impact of social media use. Some studies have indicated that social media may be tied to negative mental health outcomes, including suicidality, loneliness, and decreased empathy. Other studies have not found evidence for harm or have indicated that social media may be beneficial to some individuals. The current correlation study examined 467 young adults for their time spent using social media, the importance of social media in their lives, and tendency to engage in vague booking, posting unclear but alarming sounding posts to get attention. Outcomes considered included general mental health symptoms, suicidal ideation, loneliness, social anxiety, and decreased empathy. Results indicated that social media use was not predictive of impaired mental health functioning, which is why I say I want to get into more the neurological side of this than the psychological side of it. When it comes to when we're talking about mental health in regards to social media, it does seem to be that a person who is predisposed towards these more extreme mental health outcomes like suicidal ideation, and expressing loneliness and anxieties and things like that online, or even further with people who are, expressing delusions and hallucinations and things, that those people were probably already mentally ill. And maybe social media didn't help. Maybe it exacerbated it. But I don't think that there's evidence at this point to suggest, and if anybody has studies that they could show me that kind of lead me in that direction, I would love to look at them. But for right now, I'm going to rest on, it does not seem to be that social media causes suicidality, depression, or anything like that. Rather, it may exacerbate people who are already experiencing those things. And in some cases, it may even help them. There's certainly anecdotal evidence for that as well. So we're going to kind of write this one off, although if I didn't bring it up at all, this would be considered kind of incomplete. And then the last is looking at Instagram being built on a single chemical. Obviously, this is going to be the dopamine effect, right? And this is what we've already discussed. And it's essentially social media is built on dopamine is the kind of important part. Now, this is obviously not a scholarly article, though it is from a scholarly website, but it is what it is. It expresses it really well. It says, as addressed in this interview, large social media companies like Instagram utilize this psychological weakness, they're talking about the dopamine cycle that we've been talking about, and develop notification algorithms where a bunch of likes are restrained before it is released. Now, what they mean there is it will give you your likes all at once. So they don't necessarily, this is the interesting little social engineering trick that they do. But you might get one like on your post and then another and then another. It's going to actually hold them for a period of time so that it can overwhelm you with some. Now, this isn't all social media sites, but certainly TikTok uses this and every other trick in the book. Reason being, you will initially feel down upon posting and only getting little likes. But when notifications stream in, the brain will instinctively produce a surge of dopamine, creating a rapid flow of positive recognition, leaving us with pleasurable sensations. This explains why social media is so addicting. They absolutely do that. They withhold your likes from you for a time so that you'll get them all at once and you'll get the big massive hit of dopamine. Now, why is any of this important, and what is the purpose of it? What am I trying to get across here? You, me, all of us are posting content, posting things on social media, getting the likes and positive feedback, and then doing it again. We're all going through this dopamine cycle with social media. It is undeniable that social media likes have the factor into the dopamine effect and the dopamine cycle. 100%. There is nobody who in any type of serious neurological or psychological science that will dispute that there is a engagement in the dopamine cycle by social media. Right. So this was a lengthy video, and I left a lot on the cutting room floor on top of that. But what does this all really mean in the long run? What am I supposed to take away from it, you might ask? And the simple answer is break the cycle yourself. Realize that you are being manipulated. Even right now as I'm speaking to you, there's something going on over here that is meant to engage your dopamine receptors. Everything about this video is not, so I built a frame around it so that you might pay attention, because unfortunately the shortening of our attention span is also a side effect of the TikTok effect. What can you do? Well, nothing really. If you're a parent like I am, you can be aware of this problem with your kids, and you can keep an eye on that and try and prevent them from getting too deep into the dopamine cycle on social media. Keep an eye on what they're doing. I'm not going to say run around and steal all your kids' phones and tablets and everything, because life's a bit more tricky than that. And hey, my mom, when I was a kid, took away all my video games. That sure as fuck didn't stop me from playing them, especially later on in life. So I don't think that the clutching of pearls is going to help anything. But you can set a good example for your kids, and you can keep an eye on them. What do you do for the people around you? Try and engage with people outside of social media as best you can. I know a lot of the working class types do that. I feel like a lot of the, perpetually online types don't ever think to do that. So that's something you can do, but mostly just be aware that this is a problem. Be aware that you are being manipulated by the algorithm itself, whether or not somebody is specifically leading you to a defined outcome. And I think a lot of times people are like, oh, well, the media and the social big tech companies, they want me to believe this politically. They want me to believe this about my health, and they want me to believe this about da-da-da-da-da, on and on and on. But what then they forget is they also want you to like this specific kind of video. They want you to play this specific kind of music in your spare time, and they want you to play this specific kind of video game. They want you to be having topics about this meme and that meme, and not necessarily the company itself, but rather the kind of organic hive mind that is created on these places. And even 4chan, it has the hive mind and the dopamine effect. You cannot escape this if you are online. I mean, you can't escape this if you're a human, but online exacerbates it, because in real life, you're likely to get a thumbs up here and there, a pat on the head here and there from the people that you interact with personally. But online, it could be thousands and thousands of people at any given time. And you're probably not even listening to me because you're getting dopamine from looking at this cute dog video. And that's fine. I totally understand that. That's why it's there. But if you are listening to me, maybe just keep aware of things. And so, until next time, guys, I'm Maxian, and I'll see you then. Remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share the video and all that fucking bullshit. Don't listen to me. If you want to subscribe, that'd be great. If you want to share the video, that'd be great. But, yeah, don't buy into that shit. That shit works because you fucking do it. Stop doing it. The internet is dead. Or more to the point, the internet isn't real. Or the internet you think isn't real. Those people arguing with you, they're bots. That viral video, it's not actually so viral. That one YouTuber with 100 million subscribers, well, he's still pretty popular, but I mean, didn't that number just kind of sound phony to you? In the absolute peak of pre-internet entertainment, maybe 10 million people would go see a film. Maybe 20 million people would watch the Super Bowl or the World Cup finals. Did you really think 400 million people watched a Korean pop rap song? Maybe you think they did. Well, what's the source of those numbers? Where did we get those metrics from? The people with a vested interest in saying, look how big our platform is? Interesting how so many people distrust multinational megacorporations, but then also trust them to report accurate numbers regarding their traffic. No one is checking these claims. And I have a few experiments that may illuminate some of this reality to you. First is the Google paradox. Open a browser, any browser, whether phone, PC, any other device, smart TV, it doesn't matter. The browser could be Chrome, Opera, Brave, Edge, whatever, just a browser. Log into your account or use a VPN incognito. It makes no difference. Now, go to Google. Type a really generic search term into the bar. Search anything you want, a band, your favorite flower, a color, a food, it doesn't matter. Now look up top. Do you see the number that it says of potential returned results? Keep a mental note of that number. It claims that there are this many search results. It will always, no matter the search, be millions, billions, sometimes even trillions of search results. Now go through the search pages. Start on page 1, scroll down to get to page 3, 5, 9, 12. See how far you can go. If there's billions or trillions, you would figure the pages would go on infinitely. Just keep going for a little while. Wait, what's that? Did it end after only a few hundred results and a handful of pages? But it said there were billions of results. This can't be right. Can it? If you did that experiment, you'll know that it is right. But why? Okay, you can write that one off. They can't show all the results, right? That would be silly. Yeah, sure, okay. How about this one's a bit more involved, but post a YouTube video on a brand new channel, on a brand new email account. This video can be anything, even a black screen with no audio. It does not matter. Name it a random string of letters and numbers that make no sense. Completely random. Face roll the keyboard. The idea here is to make something unsearchable and unwatchable. Make it also public. Then, go check how many views. Sure enough, you'll have 1. Okay, it counts maybe your 1 view, right? Wait a few days. Check again. Wait a month even, and check again. Now, I'm not going to promise you ad revenue and a swag new job as a YouTuber, but interestingly, you will have views. You might have comments too. They'll be quite obviously spam links or something to that effect, but you will have them. A few dozen views, in fact. Maybe 100. Where did these views come from? Well, bots, basically. They come from web crawlers, SEO bots. YouTube itself and third-party firms create these bots that go through and search and catalog the entire internet. Seems harmless, right? But no one actually watched your video. Or if anybody did, maybe one guy stumbled onto it. And that is with you purposely making it, as I said, unsearchable and unwatchable. I hear a lot of gamer channels, particularly ones of the left-leaning variety, use the term FOMO, or fear of missing out, a lot lately. And it is true, it is a common tactic used to instill a sense of urgency in people via advertising. Psychologically, we are wired as social animals, and so being in on the thing drives us to a large degree. yes, even you, hipsters and contrarians, as taking a stance against the thing is still being part of the thing in terms of discourse. So if companies could, say, make it appear that this video or this search or this social media post or this product is the thing, it stands to the most basic of reason that they would. They have a financial or political interest to do so. And truth in advertising is required by law to some degree, but is your web traffic number or a view count technically advertising? Well, it may instill a sense of FOMO, but no, legally speaking, it's not. So who checks the authenticity of these large numbers anyhow? Is there a standard to which tech firms are held regarding their claims of metrics and traffic, similar to the Nielsen rating systems on television and radio? I certainly am not aware of any. The only people checking YouTube's metrics are, well, YouTube. This holds true across the board for big tech and even smaller tech sites. So let's, for the sake of a hypothetical, assume their traffic numbers are accurate. Well, would not a more popular video, social media post, or product with a lot more views, not also because of the principle of fear of missing out, make more money? So then it is not in the interest of these companies, even maybe a fiduciary responsibility of them, who are under no obligation to report their statistics fairly, to fudge the numbers and round up? Who's stopping them? Who could stop them? Maybe it could backfire if they got found out. Maybe shareholders would get scared and there would be a public backlash, but how do we even find out? It's not like we have access to the back end. This may seem unrelated, but a Markov chain is a mathematical system that experiences transitions from one state to another according to certain probabilistic rules. The defining characteristic of a Markov chain is that no matter how the process arrived at its present state, the possible future states are fixed. A Markov chain bot is a chatbot based on that principle. A chatbot, in other words, that at the most basic of level, these bots, they'll search through a dictionary of set words and chain together probabilistic response sequences to keywords. So you say hello, and it can be programmed to instantly and automatically reply with a greeting of its own, hi. Any middle schooler with basic programming understanding can make a Markov chain bot, likely much more complex than the greeting and response. And tech firms have made some far more advanced and nuanced, known as chatbots like the infamous Tay AI, or more recently, the Replica app that some people are using. These chatbots are made to appear cordial, friendly, and have chats with you. Often they are quite good, but Uncanny Valley does always seem to kick in. And something seems off. A strange wording or use of punctuation, use of folk sayings in the wrong context, an inability to understand your point, or even answer simple questions. It is a bot, after all. Ever read a YouTube comment section? Sure, there are some well-written, thought-out comments in there, but also some seem a bit off, don't they? A strange wording or use of punctuation, use of folk sayings in the wrong context, or an inability to understand your point, or even answer a simple question? Nah, it couldn't be. How about social media? Forums like Reddit, 4chan, or Twitter. A brand new account with one post jumps into your thread to tell you how wrong you are, but never actually addresses your point. Something about the account feels a bit off. It uses strange wording or punctuation. It uses folk sayings in the wrong context, or has an inability to understand your point, or even answer simple questions. As of the time of writing this, the big news cycle is Elon Musk buying Twitter, and an odd side effect seems to be tens of thousands of accounts, mostly without avatar pics of any description and who were created within the past 2 years, are magically disappearing. Maybe you can chalk this up to people just leaving Twitter, as some are saying they're doing. After all, a lot of people do dislike Mr. Musk. But Twitter, especially, has been important in the news and politics. It has shifted elections, covered and not covered news stories in the public interest. It's pushed policy, and all done so from a very left-wing perspective. It seems to have a left-wing consensus. Up until now, power, almost absolute unchecked power, can be had by the perception of consensus on these social media sites. And we are seeing almost overnight that consensus evaporating even before the ink is dry on the Musk deal. It could be they hate him and they're fleeing in protests. It could also be they're shutting down some of the bot farms so he doesn't find and expose them, or worse, turn them on for his own purposes instead of theirs, which does seem to be their expressed fear. What if, and just hear me out here, a large portion of those accounts were bots? What if the internet isn't as populated as you think, and in fact is mostly full of bots and fake accounts designed to socially engineer you into buying the right products, thinking the right thoughts, and doing the thing? Would knowing that change your internet habits? Would you want to know if it was true? Would the tech companies tell you? Would it be in their interest to do that? Would they lie about their numbers to have that kind of unchecked absolute power? Hard to say, but it's certainly worth pondering. Maybe all of this is explainable. Certainly articles you find from mainstream sources will claim that it is, and that this only feels real, but it's not. Those same sources benefit from this power structure too. Those media outlets gain their notoriety by having this supposed reach, and if it turns out that only a few thousand people actually look to them for accurate information, suddenly they don't seem any more credible than random YouTube guy with a microphone. Because if the internet is full of bots, they aren't. I'm Maxian from Maxian Position and Right to Offend Media, and thanks for watching. If you found this thought-provoking or liked it, I humbly ask you share this video. Since I can't afford a large botting operation myself, every one of you real player characters out there in the Matrix helps. Thank you, and have a wonderful day.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Maxian, and welcome. This isn't even Tim Pool Doesn't Understand Things. I think we've solved a mystery, guys. An internet mystery that a lot of people didn't seem to understand. And, you know, I often see in the live chat for Tim Pool's podcast, you know, people asking him to take the beanie off. And, you know, they want to see him without his beanie. And, you know, he never engages. He has been steadfast in wearing that beanie for many years. And I think I figured out why. Now, he's not going to be happy if he sees that I've played this little clip. And I understand why. But at the same point, I do think, so this came up in my recommended feed. I want to give a shout out to Witless X, whoever the hell that is, for posting this video that really illuminates some things and kind of shows Tim Pool in a very human light, unlike, you know, what normally that we see. So it's kind of a moment of humanity for Mr. Pool, and I'm also concerned. I'm concerned, and we'll get to why. So I want to watch some of this clip, and then give my thoughts, and finally put to rest the mystery question of why does Tim Pool religiously wear the beanie? And so let's take a look.
Go back to 4chan, you fucking bigots!
I'm going to start a campaign. I'm going to raise as much money as possible. I am not kidding. Where I'm going to buy as many billboards as I can with the definition of the word bigot on it. I swear to God I am doing this. Later tonight, I'm going to start a GoFundMe, and I'm going to try and raise $1 million+ to put billboards all across the country with the dictionary definition of the word bigot.
You are the oppressor!
I had to steal your hat. Do you remember me?
You go back and you tell Maxian Position!
You met my friend Okat, right?
You tell Bartley!
I had to.
So fucking forcing the hetero picture on watching these
All right, have a good day. Bro, you come near me ever again, you won't have any teeth. You understand that? I understand. Don't fucking touch me. Do you realize what these people have been doing to me all day? When they come up to me and threaten me, and you want to come up to me and you want to grab my head. I just wanted to take your hat. That's all.
Matthew
Go fuck yourself.
Colligan, get the fuck back!
Okay, so that exchange got a little tense there. This guy thinks just stealing Tim's beanie is a good idea. Mind you, this is May 15th, 2017. This was uploaded, meaning although the title says Tim Pool threatens Charlottesville torchbearer for taking his cap, I guess that means this guy later, after this, marched in Charlottesville with a torch. I don't know. I don't see how that's relevant to this video, but that's the title of the video. We can see this long... I made this video on the first day, essentially, of deciding to cover free speech events as a citizen journalist. At the time, I didn't know anything about anything. The players, the politics, my own politics. Over the next few months, I would meet and witness nearly everyone in this video at other free speech, quote-unquote, events. But most importantly, at the fascist assault on Charlottesville. The hero of this video, and of that moment and event, is the person with the megaphone and everyone behind them. So, okay, so this is Antifa. Matt carried a torch and chanted vile things in Charlottesville 2017. That's irrelevant. Pool is a dick, a peddler of inflammatory fodder. In 2017? Okay. Speakers at future Boston free speech events can be seen in the background. You mean the event that was headlined by an Indian American immigrant? Okay. Yeah, this is very racist over there. Free speech in quotes. I like that. The right-wing militia that brought assault weapons to Charlottesville are in this video. The right-wing and shitposting riot porn creators are everywhere. Since this event, right-wingers have murdered dozens of innocent people for being whatever they are. Citation needed. All right, I take my shout out to this guy back. The point of this video is, and always has been, simple. Tim Pool is a dick. You see, on that, I don't know if I agree. So, what we just witnessed is this guy sees Tim Pool standing there, sneaks up behind him, pulls the beanie off. Dick move. That's a dick move. Did Tim maybe go a little over the fucking top about it? Yeah, and we'll see it get a little further than that as we get deeper into this exchange. But he threatened to knock the guy's teeth out. He said, "Don't touch me." I don't know in Virginia if he would have been within his legal rights to fucking knock the guy's teeth out. I also think, personally, I'd laugh at Tim much like this guy did, because he doesn't exactly, strike me as a tough guy. And tough guy is not a good look, Tim. Not on you. You got too much of a baby face. It's kind of laughable. But I understand the sentiment, the anger he felt at this guy who his first thing is like, "Do you remember me?" Probably not, dude. And even if he did, you don't know him like that. You're not his buddy where he might give you a pass for committing a prank on him or whatever. Obviously, clearly. So, yeah, you were kind of in the wrong. But as we get further, not only does this escalate a little bit more, so Tim's now told him back off. Don't touch me. Get away from me. This guy has not decided to do that. He's not touching him, and he's not talking to him, but he's decided he's going to stand right next to him anyway. And you could see that as the end of it. Tim maybe moves away from him, or you move on, but it does escalate just a little bit. No violence, as far as I'm aware, stem from this. And again, I don't care if this guy was at Charlottesville or not. That's not relevant to the context of what we're seeing here. So yeah.
To your mother's house, you piece of shit! Go back to your cat who you named Hitler! You fucking scum!
Oh, and then we get the other babyface Antifa that think that they think that just staring at you is supposed to be intimidating. I can tell you from firsthand experience that straight pride, it's not. Like, you guys are like 100 pounds. Like, especially for me, because I'm a very big guy. I'm not small, and so I'm not intimidated. That's not to say that a smaller guy than me couldn't, take me in a fight. There's plenty of you look at like a UFC fighter who's a welterweight or something, probably take me. They're a trained fighter, right? But 110-pound Antifa, mean mugging me is not exactly gonna strike fear into my heart. But let's continue.
Come here. You wanna know why I fucking wear the hat? Yeah. So these motherfuckers can't fucking recognize me when I'm on the street. You wanna take a picture of me so that I'm easily identifiable? There's no photos of me without this.
You came and you filmed immigrants!
And you touched me.
You filmed black people! And you made fun of my comrades!
I've made this very clear several times. And the reason I do this is because no one knows.
Shave off your fucking
I don't have to wear a mask.
Nazi.
I just lost my hat. Yeah, it's different for you, dude. I have people sending me death threats. I do too. Great.
Because you're a Nazi!
So do you? So you want to come up to me, someone who's not fucking with you at all, and you want to lay your hands on me? I just. Back it up. Come on.
Fuck off, Oath Keepers!
Okay, so we've solved the mystery, ladies and gentlemen. Tim Pool believes that the hat is much like the glasses for Clark Kent. If he puts the beanie on, he's Superman, and nobody can recognize him. But if he takes it off, he's a mild-mannered reporter. Comic book logic, ladies and gentlemen. Also, bringing up the death threats. Tim, I've gotten death threats, and I have, like 100 subscribers on YouTube. If that. Everybody gets fucking death threats nowadays. If you talk politics on the internet, hell, if you talk esoteric lore of a fucking old sci-fi show on the internet, you're likely to get a death threat. Come on now. I've gotten plenty of death threats. Maybe one day we'll do a stream of all the stupid death threats that I've received and laugh at them. So basically what he's doing there is trying to put agency onto this guy for what other people are doing. Again, Tim doesn't understand agency. We've been over that in a previous video. And he seems, something else we've been over in a video before, same video, he seems unwell. You see, believing that a hat is going to make him unidentifiable to people who are specifically targeting him to try and find, follow, and possibly even harm him. And so by magically putting on a beanie, he's fine. Not only that, but that suggests that it's a lifestyle for him. That he puts the beanie on when he's acting in his public persona so that he won't be recognizable, and then takes it off when he goes to the grocery store. That's, Tim, you might be unwell. That's paranoid ideation, my dude. Look, Tim, I would recognize you with or without that beanie. And I know that people who were specifically targeting you for those kind of purposes would absolutely recognize you with or without the beanie. If somebody's looking at your face day in or day out, whether you wear a hat or not is not going to change how you look. So if that's what you're doing, you're wearing the beanie so that nobody can recognize you, get a better disguise. Get a better disguise. At this point, though, a disguise won't help. I understand now it's kind of built into your whole image, your whole shtick, your persona that you're putting on. But it does seem like a little much that, at least it suggested to me here, that when you go out and don't want to be recognized, how you do it is by not wearing a beanie. So you have a very specific pattern of lifestyle behaviors based on the fact of paranoia. Yeah, you might be being manipulated by the Joker, my dude. Because, I mean, look at this guy right here. This guy right here, he's covered his face. Could I possibly recognize this guy? If I was going out of my way, studying all pictures of him, looking for this guy, would I be able to find him? Yeah, I would, with or without that mask. He's got very specific kind of eyes. He's got eyebrows that would be identifiable, his ears, his hairline. He might have a hat on, he might have a mask on, he would be identifiable. Likewise, this guy here, maybe not so much, because he's fully covered, but I bet you if you got some close-ups on some of these people, or this bitch right here, you could probably recognize them in their daily life. You know, she's got a very distinctive necklace on. She's got these bandanas on, but she wears these, problem glasses. If you think this is doing it, Tim, we can all see your face. So I don't know. But it's also interesting he came back to that guy. See, it doesn't look to me like this guy restarted the discussion. It looks to me...
Come here. You want to know why I fucking wear the hat?
He said, come here, and then started in on it again. So the guy had walked away. It was over, and Tim's basically trying to escalate it or whatever. And oh, it's your fault that they're gonna kill me. Basically, that's garbage. Pro internet tip: everybody gets death threats or threats of some kind. Rape threats, kidnapping threat, whatever. Like, that happens all over the internet. If you pull that card in an argument, you sound like an idiot. I'm just calling that right out. And that's why the guy immediately says, I do too.
So these motherfuckers can't fucking recognize me when I'm on the street. You want to take a picture of me so that I'm easily identifiable? There's no photos of me without this.
You came and you filmed immigrants.
And you touched me.
You filmed black people and you made fun of my comrades.
I have made this very clear several times. And the reason I do this is because no one knows.
Shave off your fucking
I don't have to wear a mask.
I just lost my hat.
Yeah, it's different for you, dude. I have people sending me death threats.
I do too.
Great.
Right. I do too. Everybody does. Death threats aren't a big deal, Tim. I don't know. I don't know if you understand that. Unless you believe it's credible, and if you believe that it's even remotely credible, I highly recommend reporting it to law enforcement. But to use it in an argument, it's just stupid. The whole thing is just stupid. But we've solved the mystery. So Tim wears the beanie because it's urban camouflage, and you'll never recognize him without it. There's no pictures of me without the beanie, so I don't have to wear a mask. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard, but I'm going to put a check mark on this one. Ladies and gentlemen, we have solved the mystery. I thank you for watching. I often say share this only with Tim Pool. But, I want to get the word out there. So if you want to share it with other people, that's fine. And if you share it with him, he's probably going to be pissed at me for fucking bringing attention to this at all. Because he did threaten to knock that guy's teeth out, and that's probably not the look that he wants portrayed out there. But I actually understand the fucking frustration. The guy put his hands on you. He took your hat. He don't know you. It's fine. Maybe it was a bit overboard, but it's understandable. Most of us have been there. So until next time, ladies and gentlemen, I've been Max, and thanks for watching.
Sam knows, but the guy that you and I just got, all right. So, look, so I've spent over 20 fucking years working for the Department of Defense. That's my background. So I know a lot about what's going on, and it's frustrating. It's frustrating for all of us.
There's a man who leads a life of danger. To everyone he meets, he stays a stranger.
And I understand why they don't, but this current state of technology, we can do everything electronic. There's no need for mail in.
Yeah,
because the whole system, this is like from a tech guy perspective, because the whole system is run by boomers. That's the last thing I would want. Every time they digitize anything, they fuck it up worse than it already was. They are the government after all, what we're talking about here.
No, you're correct. The whole system is antiquated because, yes, we still have guys who were Vietnam veterans still working in the government. And unfortunately, yeah.
But I'm not even talking about them. I'm talking about look at who's like because these kind of things get decided in Congress and lower legislative bodies, right?
I understand that, but they do get decided at state level. Here in this state in Alabama, it got decided a few years back that it's all be electronic. And when I did my absentee ballot being deployed overseas, I was able to do it electronically over in Africa to do my 2020 fucking ballot a whole 6 weeks before the election.
I don't trust a bunch of boomers with technology, and there's boomers in every state legislature and every town and every municipality that don't understand technology at all. And when you explain even the most minor things to them, their eyes glaze over like you're speaking Latin.
You're fucking stupid, dude. That's bullshit.
Every move he makes, another chance he takes, odds are he won't live to see tomorrow.
Okay, you don't think that you think the people in government really understand technology really well? That's your position?
My position is there's enough smart enough people out there, and dude, I'm in my 50s, dude. So when you say fucking boomers don't know shit, come over here to the Missile Defense Agency and come do my job, Jack.
He's not talking about like literal babe. He's talking at the Congress. At least when I'm referring to boomers,
I'm talking state level. State level handles elections.
Yes, but
I did point that out, that the implementation is going to be done by people. Okay, I'll take the word boomer out because clearly that rustled your jimmies. Okay, older people.
You know what? Fuck you. You know what, guys? Fuck off. I'm done.
All right.
See ya.
No, fuck you. You know what? I'm not gonna let you win. You're being this fucking young fucking piece of shit. You're
young. Hey, hold on, Sam. He called me young. Thank you.
Fuck you.
Thank you. I'm young now. That's great.
You are young, and you're young and not educated enough to think beyond. Oh, I worked in media. Oh, I know so much. Oh, I know about the law. No, fuck you, dickhead. What do you know about being deployed? Your fucking goddamn rounds shot across your head. Watch your buddies die and shit. You don't.
I don't think you do either. I think you're full of shit. How about that?
I'm not.
All right.
I'm sorry, but the guy comes in here. I got secret clearance. I'm a super duper spec op. Oh, you're gonna believe me? Come on, bro. Come on. I was nice. Okay, I'm gonna immerse him here. I was nice to you. You were never
nice. You were never nice from fucking beginning, motherfucker.
Oh, you're gonna cry?
No, I'm gonna get
Sound
angry.
like you're gonna cry.
My fucking part, you bitch. Because right from the get-go, all you were question. You wouldn't let me talk. You wouldn't let me get my piece out. How many times have I fucking questioned you, motherfucker?
This is getting flipped.
Laughing jackass. You are a laughing, fucking bearded, almost balding jackass. You piece of shit. Whatever, dude.
And you're a fake person on the internet claiming like everybody else stolen valor bullshit. But I can't tell you because it's a secret.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Fuck you then, man.
All right. I'm just trying to be the neutral host here.
You are a neutral host.
and I accepted your invite. Your fucking friend here is a piece of shit.
Ooh, I'm so hurt.
No, I don't give a shit if you are. I'm just stating a fact. Fuck you.
Well, I know I don't have to give a shit because I know you are, because listen to you. It's great. Keep going.
No, all you do is attack, dude. Why?
No, Max is just asking questions.
And then question after question after question.
That's what I do.
That's
literally what I do here. Did you not know? Maybe you should watch the show before you come on it sometime. I don't know.
I was given an invite, asshole.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I did invite you, but I mean, dude, I'm the same way. I ask lots of questions of guests on my show too. Not all of them like it, but you know, you and I have had good interactions, so that's why I invited you.
He's not, dude.
You're
Sam. You're fine. This guy, fuck him.
Yeah, Matt. Okay, well, Max is from Massachusetts. Matt.
So am I, asshole.
Yeah, well, this is great. We're getting two massholes together. So as I like.
I don't know. I can't take that seriously from Secret Agent Man over here.
And why are you saying that shit? You know what?
Because you're pulling a Frank Dukes over here, motherfucker.
Bro, everything you fucking do is an attack, and I'm like, I'm trying to talk. Everything is a question or attack. I'm like, where is the fucking civil course? There isn't. There hasn't been a civil course between you and I since it started. Because of your fucking attitude and the way you come across. You're a piece of shit, motherfucker.
Tell us more about your feelings.
Oh,
really
fuck you. Here's my feelings. This is my feelings here, right here, motherfucker.
Do you feel better?
I do, dickhead.
Good.
All right. Listen, do you want to stay or
no? I'm fine. But your friend here, Matt's a fucking piece of shit, dickhead.
All right.
Cool. I mean, he knew that, just for the record.
Well, I didn't.
Well, now you know. Nice to meet you.
Let's keep on going. Let's go.
Secret Agent Man.
Secret Agent Man. Secret Agent Man. They've given you a number and taken away your name.
All right.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. The internet has to take all of everybody's claims super seriously, especially when they say, but I can't tell you or I'd have to kill you.
Bro, I never said that.
I know, but you said I have top secret clearance and all the same shit I hear from all these spurgs.
You and I could sit down and we could talk for hours, but you and I both know there's stuff I cannot fucking say on the internet.
I don't know that. I don't know that. Right? I actually think you're full of shit. Just for the record.
Well, just for the record, fuck you.
You have said that. As long as it keeps making you feel
I'll
better.
say it again.
Keep
Fuck
saying
you, Matt.
Please.
Fuck you.
Oh man, could you do that again so I'm not talking over you so I can get the soundbite?
Yeah,
please?
sure. Matt, for the record, fuck you. Fuck you.
Can you say double fuck you?
Double fuck you, Matt. With a Matt, a double M and a double T. Matt, fuck you and fuck you.
But yeah, in fuck you, double fuck you, in Freeman, double fuck you, in Freeman.
All right, you're my new Dave. Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Maxian on the Maxian Position for Right to Offend Media, and today this is a bit of a different format, a different video, and a different topic. The one that seems as important now as it did a few years ago. E-celebrities.
streamers, YouTubers, bloggers, rage pigs, podcasters, alpha males, pickup artists, TikTokers, influencers. God, I hate that one. You all know what I mean. These are people online bloviating about topics, presumably for entertainment purposes. That's all they are, myself included, dancing clowns. They may or may not have a talent. They may or may not be intelligent on a given subject. They may or may not have a wealth of experience or some unique insight. They may or may not be attractive, unlike myself, and they may or may not present well on camera, also unlike myself. And we may or may not find them entertaining, though some of us do, and that's enough. Enough for them to be graced and blessed enough to do the job, and if they're lucky, make some extra income with it. Or perhaps, if they're really lucky, even make it a full-time job. That's the actual arrangement, a sort of consumer-provider situation, but something odd comes out of it. And it's not always them, and it's not always their viewers who cause it, but it's this pseudo-relationship that seems to form, known as a parasocial relationship, technically. Some see it as a friendship or a romantic relationship even, a mentorship. It manifests in different ways, but in the end, one or both parties take this to heart. And yes, sometimes it is the content creators who take it to heart. They see themselves as a mentor. They see themselves as a father figure. We've all seen it. And in this case, we will mostly be talking about the e-celebrities themselves. I may touch on the other half of this, the viewer, later on in another video, but their involvement is marginal in what I'm talking about today. It varies case by case and is more often related to their own life and circumstances than the actual content or context of the e-celeb's actual influence over them. No, today let's talk about purity spirals. Self-proclaimed leaders, teachers, ministers, and influencers. The phases that they go through and how it relates to, or should relate to, your moral compass in the larger world. There's a cycle to the e-celebrity. Usually it starts with a slow grind where one gains views and notoriety slowly for a long period of time, and then a sharp rise to a larger audience. Perhaps you make a viral video. Perhaps you get shouted out by some larger creator. Perhaps you accomplish some notable feat. It could be many things, but the important note is going from relatively small growth to larger growth in a short period of time. This leads to what I call a so-called golden age for the e-celeb, the point at which they are growing constantly, making money usually, building influence more and more. This period could last a relatively short time or for many years. There's no definitive time scale. Oftentimes, when you look back on a content creator through the eyes of their viewers, the viewers will refer to the time of growth as their golden age, or the age that they remember of the content creator most fondly. It's then followed by the plateau. The plateau is where the growth has basically hit critical mass already. They won't gain followers because there are very few more to get for their particular niche, and their traffic and thus money has basically hit the point where they could go into autopilot, and many do. And as long as they don't screw it up, they can coast there forever, making a decent living, though with influence slowly ebbing and flowing over time. Many, however, choose another path, and that is the path of self-destruction. This happens when an e-celebrity starts to believe their own hype. They see their success as not only deserved, which in many cases it is, but as not enough. I'm important, don't you see? Instead of feeling blessed or lucky to make money, they become indignant. How dare you not give me more? Don't you understand I have bills to pay? I'm important. This manifests in many different forms, but for today, I want to address the form I am most familiar with, and by discussing it, you may also see ways to deal with it in other places. So we're talking more about the political right-wing podcaster, specifically the kind who falls from their mountaintop. Why that happens and what we can learn from it
This is not to say that they're all inherently bad, and I know many of them do a great job, but let's call a spade, because a great recent example is one Jack Murphy. Jack was a writer, podcaster, talking head type. He ran a paid website for men called the Liminal Order and talked about faith, politics, and masculinity. He got on to a larger podcast, one run by a certain half-Asian bald man who's in the fall stage of this essay himself, but I digress, and back to the topic at hand. Jack talked about how to be a man, how to be a follower of Christ, and how to be a citizen of these United States, and people paid lots of money to hear from him how to do that. He became a sort of parasocial mentor for many men, and so when it came to light that he had sent his wife to have sex with other men and wrote a blog article about how much he enjoyed it, it came as a shock to many. When they brought it up, originally via super chat messages on the Elijah Schaefer show, he cussed out co-host Sydney Watson and said it was some kind of hit piece setup. Further problems arose for Jack when it came to light. He also made pornography of both the heterosexual and homosexual nature with his wife, solo, and potentially even others. And it was still online on some weird Russian pornography site, so people dug it up and made it very public. All of a sudden, his strong, faithful, conservative Christian man image had now been shattered by his own degenerate and immoral behavior. And instead of finding any humility at all, he lashed out at those who held his behavior up to the light. Flash forward just a couple months now, and he says if you don't forgive him, by which he means not call him out on his behavior, and give him money, you aren't a Christian. He, acting in his godlike capacity as an e-celebrity, apparently decides what is and what is not moral, and what is and is not a Christian. He, you see, is a good man. He knows what's best for other men, and yes, he made mistakes, but he has forgiven himself, and thus you must also. Because in this man's mind, he is the judge of judges. He is the king of kings. That pride he is showing is counter, however, to his own narrative of being faithful. That much is obvious just from my reading of it here. Christ preached humility. He warned us of pride and its dangers, as so much of the scripture does. Christ, in his humility, died on the cross, allowing his own children to murder him. Not even to make a point, but to offer himself up as a sacrifice to save them from a fate they didn't even know of. Matthew 18 says, "At that time the disciples came to Jesus, saying, 'Who is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven?' And calling to him a child, he put him in the midst of them and said, 'Truly I say to you, unless you turn and become like children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven. Whoever humbles himself like this child, he is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven.'" End quote. He didn't brag that it was him or his father. He did not say that the guy with the most subs, likes, and comments was the greatest in the kingdom of heaven. He didn't say the guy who has the most members of his secret men's group was the greatest in the kingdom of heaven. He didn't even say the guy with the most money. Yet here, I see this kind of story, maybe not as obviously over the top as Jack's story, but always the same over and over again. These e-celebrities, they want to be influencers. They want to be leaders. They want to be political kingmakers, shot callers, moral authorities, mentors, and examples to live your life by. Yet very rarely do I see any who are even as moral as the average man, much less ones who should be ministering to other men how to live.
Certainly, I try not to judge, but it's really hard when the people speaking the most publicly on virtue and morality and Christ are less moral than the average working class guy I know who doesn't even read scripture. Sure, he might have a few beers on Friday night. He might get angry sometimes. Maybe even steals office supplies when times get tough. But he isn't putting out revenge porn. He's not abandoning his children. He's not going on homosexual dates with a cat boy on a live stream or selling his wife off to the highest bidder. He works harder than them. He makes less money than them. He treats his loved ones better than them, and he engages in less immoral, self-destructive, and degenerate behavior than them. And again, he is not among the most virtuous men around. Far from it. And usually he knows it. And yet, this man, the man who will take care of his wife and kids and works 40 hours to pay the rent, he doesn't get arrested, he doesn't make a mockery of himself online. He's giving his hard-earned money to stroke the ego of these false teachers to maybe, just maybe, get a little attaboy out of them. How did we get here? I am certainly not the guy to be leading men on how to be virtuous. I am but a fallen, humble man like everyone else, trying to make my way through this life. I make mistakes. I have made mistakes in my past. I will make mistakes in my future. Interestingly, however, whenever these men are called out for their behavior, they lash out at their perceived enemies. They play the victim, and the God complex they held during their golden era turns into a Messiah martyr complex. The bad people are just out to destroy me, they say. Why address your failings as a man when you are important, God damn it? And their lashing out leads almost inevitably into a death spiral, into irrelevance, and perhaps a small audience of hanger-ons that will fuel their rage, paranoia, and depression. Sad. Call them out. Laugh at them. Don't be led by any idiot with a webcam and a microphone, present company assuredly included. Check out the stuff they say. Question it. These are not the leaders and ministers and father figures you're looking for, and even the best among them, I assure you, is none of that. Remember that at the end of the day, this is all just online entertainment, and it's a waste of time, and we, content creators, are all just dancing clowns. If you are a content creator, keep all this in mind. Do not forget humility. Remember that this can all come crashing down for any or no reason at all. Remember to take stock of what's important in life and appreciate what you have, even if you deserve it, because not everyone gets all the things they deserve in life all the time. Remember, when you make yourself a public figure, the public sort of owns you. And more than anything, I always like to remember that I am not perfect, and therefore fallen by nature as everyone else is. I make mistakes. I do things that I fall short of what I'm striving to achieve. None of this will sink in with people like this. They wouldn't listen to it anyhow, but it's worth saying out loud, even if only to myself. Don't become a rage pig, a goon, or a lolcow, though I'm not so sure these people can help it. If you aren't, and you're doing your thing, as many of them do, from the grind phase to the golden era to the plateau phase, just keep doing what you're doing. But remember, if you start the decline phase, try and humble yourself as a child. Let me know if you like the format. Trying to try different things over here at Right to Offend, Maxian Position on Rumble, as well as now YouTube. I was sick for a bit, but new content should start flowing more frequently, and I am going to try different things until I find something that works. I humbly thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Max, are you still here? Or,
No. He passed away. Rest in peace.
Well, at least he got to spend out his last moments with the two people he loved the most.
I mean, this is debatable, okay?
Well,
who did he love more? Obviously, me.
Well, yeah. Well, yes.
You know, but
well, you've known him for way longer. Like I'm not denying that at all.
Well, it's just that, you know, he always admired me, my wit, my humor.
Yes. No, he did.
You know,
he always told me.
You know, he was my friend, and his passing is going to be difficult, and it's going to be hard. Like, how are we going to do the show? It's just going to be you and I. It's absurd. There's going to be dead air, Sam. There's going to be dead air, dude.
No, there will never be dead.
There's going to be dead air because he's dead.
It'll just be his it'll just be his avatar.
I'm hyperventilating, Sam. We can't do this on our
own. I'd give you a virtual Kleenex I'd give you a Kleenex if I could.
Stop! Don't be perverted. Now is not the time to be perverted, Sam. Get your mind out of the gutter.
What's it? I didn't mean Kleenex like in that way.
What other way is there for a Kleenex? What else are you going to do with a Kleenex, Sam? I don't have a Kleenex. I have a sock. It's right here.
Well, now you're the pervert, sir.
But he inspired me, Sam. I wrote something.
Ooh.
I wrote a novella. Well, I wrote one chapter. You know, I didn't put that much effort into it. And I'm willing to share some of this with the audience. It's called Fox, but like faux, you know, like FAUX, in the Hen House. A novella by Maxian. You ready for this, Sam?
Yeah.
He sat in front of his computer, writing as he liked to do. It was never very good, but that never stopped him. After finishing a particularly bad chapter, he sat back in his chair with ripped armrests and sighed loudly. "This one will be the one. I just know it," Jimmy said. Jimmy Fox, by the way. Not as certain as the words might indicate. Ever since Evan quit editing his books, he hadn't sold a single one. To be fair, when Evan was around, he only sold a few. And this was clearly not going to be a career path for Jimmy. But what was at this point, he hadn't had a job in 8 years. In fact, it had been roughly 8.5 years since he lost his job at a big computer company, and his brother's couch isn't really comfortable. Much less when he gets the daily, "When are you getting a job and moving out, Jimmy?" speech his brother is so fond of giving. They just don't understand, he thought. He's an author, and sooner or later, someone will buy his books. He just needs to push the problems of life off and build his online presence. Said presence had been underwhelming, lately to say the least. You see, all Johnny's friends conspired to turn on him at exactly the same time, and in fact, had been faking being his friends online for years. Outside of the internet, he has no friends, so this was a big deal to Jimmy. Ever since they caught him stealing gameplay footage while live streaming, they'd all worked together to screw him over. And only that fateful night of his terrible live stream, when everybody laughed at him, did he realize the truth. Far too late. Jimmy sat in horror as he realized they were all mocking him, laughing at him. He could feel the laughter in the deepest part of his heart, reverberating to and fro in cackles and giggles. A knife would have been more merciful, but they didn't want mercy on poor Jimmy. No, they sought torture and picked the most sick and twisted weapon of all. Mockery. They claimed he was a lolcow and he knew what that meant now. And no, he could never be that. He was not a loser who lied, told big fish stories, and got angry and made a fool of himself. He was a nice guy, a sensitive artist, and an author, god damn it. Drifting out of his daydream, Jimmy stared at the page again, rereading his work. Yeah, this one will be great. When his computer made that sharp, dinging sound he set whenever he gets mentioned online. Oh no, not again. This ding was specific. It could only mean one thing, and that sound hung low in Jimmy's gut for a moment, wriggling around into the pit before settling into his balls in an uncomfortable but not entirely painful ball of anxiety. It's fucking him again, Jimmy exclaimed, forgetting his brother was right there. James, shut the fuck up, his brother jailer replied. I worked all day to feed your fat ass and you can't even have the decency to be quiet? Are you off your meds again? I told you, I won't take them. They're part of the conspiracy. And anyway, it's my stalker fan again. He made another video about me. You mean the guy who points out you're a fat loser who should spend less time online and more time trying to get a fucking job and get out of my house? The brother spat the words out with pure venom. No, I mean the stalker who's obsessed with using my fame for clicks and ad revenue. John, now leave me alone. Jimmy was meeker now, quieter. He knew he'd been pushed too far. Okay, Jimbo, whatever you say. Just send me the link to his new video. He's right about you, and it's always funny. The hateful brother said these words with that same smug tone the stalker used. Fuck you. He is not. I'm a famous author, god damn it. Jimmy yelled furiously and then sobbed. He clicked the pop-up, and there it was. Jimmy Fox exposed. 10 New Lies from the Fox Man, read the title. Jimmy inhaled, held it for a few seconds, and then exhaled deeply and clicked play. His one last loyal fan told him not to even watch. But this one had 50 views and comments. The first thing he did is pause and look at the comments, and that dread ball in his nuts flared right back up and spread into his chest. Why does Jimmy lie so much? He's so weird. That one was from Solar Angel? His Solar Angel? But she used to watch his streams, and he was going to make her his girlfriend. This monster stole his angel and poisoned her mind too? This has gone too far. What could he do? Tears formed as he clicked the button to unpause the video, and there he was, the stalker. In the corner was his face cam, with weird flags and a shirt reading online asshole, tacked up to the wall. In the middle was a picture of, wait, is that my new book, Jimmy said? He was reading it in a stupid, mocking voice and stopping to make jokes. Wow, this is some terrible writing, the stalker kept reading in that smug voice. The arrogance of this man, he didn't understand how hard writing was. And the best part, ladies and gentlemen, is here on the back cover. He flipped open the book to About the Author section. Jimmy had signed all his books John Faulkner, a pen name he made up, and used a photo he liked. Yes, the photo was old and he used a filter or two and maybe some AI, but it was him. What was he really going to say about this? Jimmy realized he was holding his breath and quickly exhaled and inhaled again, only to hold it once more. He says he lives in London, says it on his website too, but here in this message, the man clicks a few keys and the main screen changes to a direct message. One he sent to his former editor, Evan. Oh God, no. Where he says, I will have you know I contacted a lawyer right here in South Carolina and retained another one in LA. I will sue you and your brother for everything you cocksuckers have unless he deletes these videos now. Well, Jimmy, I can call you Jimmy, right? I know you sign books as Johnny, but your name is Jimmy Fox. Anyhow, Jimmy, it's interesting how you claim to live in one place and then say you're in another, and how you claim to be destitute, and then claim to be rich and famous. It's almost like, the man paused with a hideous grin, laughed a little and continued, it's almost like you lie about basically every word that comes out of your mouth. No, Jimmy, I don't think I will delete anything. And in fact, we will be making more content about you, your books, and your lies going forward. It's so much fun, and you're such a good sport about it. Until next time, Jimmy, have a fine evening. It was at this moment Jimmy knew what he had to do.
Not just what he wanted to do, but what he had to do. It was right then and there. He knew he had to kill this man. I'm going to kill Maxian, he yelled. Didn't I tell you to shut the fuck up, James? Jesus Christ, waking me up again? And you'll be sleeping in the fucking dumpster, his brother said, rolling over and back to sleep. Jimmy stayed quiet for the rest of the night. He didn't sleep, however. He plotted. He wrote his plan in great detail. Max would understand. He was going to make him understand. Scene.
Damn, that is actually, and that's a first draft, I imagine.
Well, yeah. I just fucking put that together in like fucking 10 minutes. And I tried to write it in his style, which is why it's so bad. I used specific wording from his books for a lot of it.
Yeah. Still, even with his bad style, it was good.
Well, yeah, you can have bad writing that still tells a compelling story, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not if you're Johnny Fox, though.
Whew. Oh my god. Feels so much good now.
Who are you? Get away from me! What do you want? I'm sorry! I'm sorry! I'm sorry! Shut up! Just wait! Shut up, just wait! Come on, baby. You're chasing my dick!
We can't accept the jokes either. We got to push it all out. And it's just like it's the gateway. It's just like what servitude was. It was just another gateway.
Nope. You don't get to tell us what we can and can't joke about, sweetheart.
There's a lot of other jokes out there, and there are people who have done those jokes to my son, who is a victim, and he ended up having to go home that day, and he got suicidal. And some of the jokes are just really awful victim chasing jokes that target victims.
Okay.
Who cares? Like, honestly, who cares? Like, if you try to kill yourself over a joke, how am I supposed to like care? Like, you're just being a giant pussy.
My son spent 15 years with night terrors, continuously reliving it over and over again.
I think the reason that comedians write jokes is to seriously target a victim, not to make people laugh.
Some do. Especially how these Europeans were when they came over here. That's all they ever did was create race jokes, sex jokes, hate jokes. It was all about hate.
My question is, your son was molested. I'm actually sorry to hear that. I don't like things happening to children, but
He was raped.
my question is, where the fuck were you?
What kind of fucking question is that, dude? You gotta be shitting me.
I mean,
It's
it's
an
a pretty
honest
reasonable
question.
question.
I'm a father, right? And so I would hold myself responsible if anything happened to my son. So it's an honest question. If she's gonna use,
Well, he was at the daycare, and he was with my mother's boyfriend, and my mother went to the store, and we don't know who it was because both sides were suspicious.
Single grandmothers.
In the system, it was just all nails against putting any charges because there's no descript. Because my son didn't know who did because he couldn't say it. It was like he was completely locked up. You don't know how it is to hold your child every night in the middle of the night while he's screaming because he's reliving it every fucking night for 15 years.
Yeah, man, I'm sorry about that, but like the idea that we need to
I know how you feel.
ban jokes based on that about race or sex or pedophilia or whatever.
You're using his victimization to try and control what we can and can't say. And so I think it's fair game to ask, where were you? What did you do to fucking stop it? Or why did you leave him in the care of somebody who did that to him?
He was told everything. He was kept away from her boyfriend because we didn't trust him and we didn't trust the daycare.
Well, guess what? I can make a joke, and I had nothing to do with that.
I hope you're right. I hope you're right.
We have to basically...
Wait, did you just say you hope he's raped?
No.
She absolutely did, yes.
Oh, in that case, I'm glad your son was fucking
Wait,
raped.
no,
How about that?
I'm pretty sure she said, I hope you're right or something.
No,
Yeah, I
she
think
said,
that-
she said, I hope you get raped. That is what she said.
I don't understand why she was trying to say.
I hope you're right.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Maxian from RTO Media. This is the top 10 most peaceful moments of the peaceful riots from LA. Coming in at number 10, we have some clearly very, honest, hardworking people out here waving Mexican flags, harassing young Trump supporters, saying they got no bitches. It's very peaceful, as you can see. There's nothing you would be worried about. Here we have number 9, and what we have here is this a lovely, peaceful woman over here. She's being talked to by a police officer, and she peacefully punches him in the face, with a right and a left, to which she's peacefully hit by the other officer there and taken into custody. Number 8, we're coming in here hot with rioting and looting. That's right, we have rioting, we've got looting. As you can see here, most of them getting away. They're dropping the goods. Now, see, this guy here is dumb because he just won't drop the goods, and that's why he's going to jail. Oh, man. You really should have rethought that. If you'd have dropped the goods, maybe you'd have got away. But here you are, getting your ass beat. You hate to see it. Completely peacefully, by the way. It's completely peaceful. Everything here is peaceful. It's a peaceful, loving protest, and that's all we have to see. Number 7, most peaceful moment. What we got here is...
Holy cow, they're throwing bricks at the police.
Peacefully throwing bricks at police? I mean, what's more peaceful than that? That's the definition of a peaceful protest, as we all know, when you throw bricks at cop cars and cops themselves. Number 6, coming in, we're getting a little more peaceful here. Here we have throwing an explosive at a young black gentleman's car, which blows his fucking hand off, as you'll see in a moment, completely peacefully. He's peacefully missing multiple fingers, and he peacefully got his car blown up, and it's just so peaceful and loving. Don't you love to see when that kind of thing happens, And he couldn't get any help, of course, because they were peacefully blocking all the ambulances. Number 5 most peaceful riot moments. This one's a personal favorite of mine. She's screaming, "I have babies" in the car, to which they pull her away and steal her baby. So that's great. That's the kind of peaceful thing you do, is you kidnap babies. This is very peaceful and loving. Number 4 peaceful moment. This came about earlier last night. This peaceful gentleman here just trying to peacefully protest, and have a peaceful day with the police, and somehow that fat meth head got away. So there you go. He was peacefully running away after peacefully punching a couple cops in the face. Number 3 most peaceful moment clearly has to go to the peaceful time where they peacefully assaulted the prison bus and then tried to run over multiple police officers peacefully. So as you can see, the piece here is very peaceful and very, very loving and friendly and empathetic, of course. And as he, you know, attempts to run over cops to break prisoners off a prison bus peacefully, you know, with peace and love, compassion for all. And, you know, that's what you have to have. We need these people in our country to bring this kind of peace to us so that we wouldn't have any kind of peace if not for this. So I think it's very cool of them to bring this kind of peace right out in the open on the streets. Number 2, most peaceful riot moment. We're getting a little more peaceful as we go, if you notice. Pelting officers with bricks again, only from an overpass. So this one is multiple counts of attempted murder from dozens of people, you know, peacefully. Peaceful attempted murder, of course. As everybody knows, this is the definition of what is peaceful right here, right in front of you, as they peacefully break up concrete off of the road and peacefully throw it at the cops. And so we come to the most number 1 peaceful moment I've seen so far in the LA protest, right outside of the famous Dale Donut shop, is this gentleman peacefully shooting his pistol at police officers. You know, I mean, what's more peaceful than shooting cops, right? That's very peaceful. And so I figured we'd end with some peaceful wombats. This is mostly fucking peaceful.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Whenever you're watching this, I'm Maxian. This is Cringe Coffee House, and today he can't stop. He can't stop himself. He can't knock it off for one moment. We're not gonna do this live because I have, you know, stuff to do. But I figured I could get in a quick response video to some of Johnny Fox's bullshit. So we're just gonna kind of listen to this video he put up live, and we're gonna kind of respond as we go.
All right, I hope this is live. I don't know if it is. I had some microphone trouble on the previous one. It was because I had the Focusrite software installed, which is a bad idea if you want to fucking have your thing work correctly, basically. So here we are. All right, so I'm just making
right out the gate with I had audio issues that you're not even going to be aware of, but I have to tell you about because I'm so self-deprecating, even though I'm completely not. That's a good start, Johnny.
sure that I was good on that. All right, so we're here, and I just have some things I want to cover because yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and say I'm live here, live now, and then we'll of course have, you know, some people probably show up in chat to talk some shit about this video. I don't really fucking care. The last week has been absolutely psychotic.
Oh, you care. You fucking care, bro. You care so much. All you do is block people and kick people, and like you just don't want to hear any mild criticism of yourself, to the point that you've faked your own fucking suicide on multiple occasions, to the point that you've created this web of lies to excuse all of your fucking behavior, and to the point that now that you're getting called on it, you don't know what the fuck to do with yourself, and you can't even fucking sleep at night.
I am just over this bullshit, and I just want to talk about it really quick. And I'm not going to talk about anyone in particular. I'm not going to name names because that was part of the agreements that I had to come to basically have these people, fuck off, was to basically not, name and shame them. But this is going to be more of a general sense, okay? So,
even though it's not, right? Even though you're going to be very specific about those people, you're going to, it's whatever. I just want to be very clear once again. Any agreement you made with my brother, even if I was a party to it, you kicked me out of the mediation group before you made any agreement with anybody. I am not a party to any of that, and my brother couldn't make me stop making fun of you if he physically came to my house and tried. Because at this point, you're too fucking funny, Johnny.
This is what's going on. I have been talking to Penguin Publishing about getting a book published, basically.
Yeah, it's funny because when I talked to Penguin Publishing, they had never heard of you, and they referred me to the legal department because they're worried what you might say, and we'll get to that and why this might not be the best thing for you to continue to say. I have a couple theories on that. Is first and foremost, I think you're fucking lying. But if you're not lying, if you actually, Johnny, you gotta listen to me this one time. This is really important. If you are actually in contact with somebody that is telling you that they are feeding you a contract with Penguin Publishing, they are a fraud artist, okay? This happens a lot to people just like you, so I want to lay this out. It's like catfishing, but for people who want to be famous authors, because a lot of people think that they can be famous authors. A lot of people write shitty stories and shitty books and think that they can get published and think that they're great and their shit don't stink, and this is their ticket to the big time. They're gonna get rich quick, all that fucking shit, right? And so what these people do is they pose as literary agents and they email people who have signed up for things like Lulu and other, self-publishing sites. And I imagine it's pretty common if you're on, Amazon Authors or whatever. And they say that they are a literary agent and they say that they're going to get your book published. And all you have to do is give us these filing fees and pay for this fee for the printing price and blah, 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 blah. Long story short, man, it's a Nigerian scammer. And so I think that might be what's at play here because, Johnny, I talked to Penguin Publishing. I put the fucking phone call out. They referred me to the legal department because they think you're a fucking loon. So, no, I don't fucking believe you. Nobody fucking believes you. But I think that you might be being scammed. And if you're being scammed, bragging about it is only going to make things worse for you in the long run, you fucking moron. Anyhow, go ahead.
A book that has not been out yet, a book that you don't even know about, because I was actually, shopping this book around to see if someone actually wanted it, because it didn't fit with the rest of my sort of catalog. It wasn't anything from Under a Morning Star or any of that stuff. So what
your catalog is horror, detective novels, random nonfiction, self-help books, and short stories, right? What wouldn't fit about how could this book not fit within your catalog? Basically, you're fucking full of shit, and everybody knows it.
Wasn't part of any of that, but it was just like a separate book that I thought would actually, do well on the actual.
You think all your books will do
market
well
with trad publishing, because the rest of my stuff is, so kind of insane and batshit in the plot department that I don't know if they'll really bother with it, but. I gotta look.
By insane and batshit, he means he rips off horror movies that he's seen. He rips off fucking movies from the 60s that he's seen and things like that. Or he plagiarizes somebody else, has them write more than half the fucking book for him, and then takes their name off of the cover, and then says that they don't deserve co-author credit. You mean like that?
Literary agent, and he's, shopping it around. And they sent me an offer, and I'm not going to go into the details of that because, it's not your business. But people, for some reason, once I even mentioned that, decided that they wanted to make it my fucking business, make it their fucking business. And I had one person come to me.
Johnny, let me teach you a little something about the fucking internet, bro. It's real simple. You posted it
on your website as a promotional tool for yourself and for the project that you're working on. That's not private, you fucking moron. That's as public as it gets. Therefore, it is everybody's in the public's business. You have made it everybody's fucking business. Do you not understand how the internet works? This is not a private little club. Just because you can block people on fucking Twitter or whatever doesn't mean that this is a private fucking club. This is what you don't get. This is what your buddy Ethan Ralph doesn't get. Ah, yeah, you're sucking the gunt grease right off of him, right? You want to be that new gunt guard, baby. Oh, yeah, you're going to get yourself on the kills. You're going to go sell your books on the kill stream, right? Yeah, that'll be great. Anyway, it's not private, bro. Messages you send to people on the internet aren't private either. The ISP can read it, law enforcement can read it, the fucking service provider can read it, so like Facebook, Twitter, etc. can read it. Telegram, everybody was like, oh, get on Telegram, Max, get on Telegram, and I was like, I ain't getting on fucking Telegram, that shit's not private at all. What are you fucking idiots talking about? No, it's end-to-end encryption, Max. And it's like, I don't even fucking care. I understand, unlike everybody else, I understand that the internet is not fucking private. Right? So I don't say shit that I wouldn't want public on the internet for the most part, right? And I might have in the past 10 years ago or something. I don't know. You can find my shit out there. I'm not hiding from anybody, right? But the fact of the matter is, this is your blog that you're using, you're claiming is literally mandated by your fucking publisher that you don't even have an agreement with. Bro, it's not private. And so, yeah, it is everybody's business when you make it everybody's business. As soon as you click post or upload or whatever the fucking button says, it doesn't matter what the button says. As soon as you click to publish that shit to the whole world, it is my business and everybody else's business too. Motherfucker, think before you post.
Me, who was threatening to sue me for defamation.
Oh, my brother was threatening to sue him. Yeah, and I've given my brother some shit about that because yes, ladies and gentlemen, my brother absolutely did threaten to sue him, and I don't agree. I told him that that's not a wise thing to do. But let me show you the response to that. Since Johnny, he's the eternal victim, right? He's just the eternal victim, and everybody's just always so mean to him. Everybody's mean to him, and everybody's so fucking unkind. And let me just find it. I'm fucking filling for time, admittedly, but that's because I have something here that I feel is kind of important to the fucking plot before Johnny goes off on, oh, these people, they're threatening to sue me. They threatened to sue me. Oh, they threatened to fucking sue me. Oh, they threatened to fucking sue me. Let's fucking take a look here, Mr. fucking Jack. Mr. Johnny Fox. Mr. whatever the fuck you want to be called. Hope you and Cap are having a wonderful time together. Give her my regards. Also, if you threaten me again with legal action, know I have hired a lawyer on retainer now. I have hired Lewis & Lynn, LLC in Brooklyn. Yeah, called them, by the way. That's not true. To represent me if it comes to that. I have my own father's law firm in Durham if you want to fight it out here in North Carolina. Johnny, I thought you were in Toronto. Why are you in North Carolina? They're really close together. I'm sure, he just... You fucking sack of shit. After last night's talk with both of you, I am considering the exploration of charges, right? Civil and criminal, against both of you for the continued harassment, doxing, libel, slander, and anything else I can conjure up that happened between us in the last 7 years. Bitch, I've known you since May, and I've been making fun of you the whole fucking time. I don't know you. My brother knows you. Okay, fine. I don't think he's been doxing, libeling, slandering, harassing you, but I'll tell you what, sue me, bitch. Sue me, bitch. He thinks that, He thinks that this is, you know, just not gonna come out. Like, I'm not gonna show that.
Anyway, Max, it is New Year's, so I have to ask the panel, what are your guys' New Year's resolutions? Or is it too early? Is it too early to
be careful with the new ideas I express to my wife, because she might go way further with it than I had anticipated, and then I got to wear a tie and read a script. A tie, Sam. We need to prevent.
It looks good on you, to be fair.
Yeah, with the t-shirt.
It's a Space Invaders tie.
It's Space Invaders. Oh, like I'm a gamer, bro.
It looks very punk rock with the, you know, with the t-shirt. So
it's very hot in here.
I could, yeah. I'm not gonna.
You're gonna crack a window.
So
what else we got? That was me. Yeah, no more dumb ideas. That's my resolution. I already broke it.
And that'll fail on day 2.
No, it's too late. I already did it.
So my New Year's resolution is to help grow RTO Media.
Oh, that's a better one, man.
And, you know, put out more books. So yeah, those are my 2 New Year's resolutions.
You're not gonna streak the World Series or anything exciting like that?
Nah.
Nobody wants to see Cripple Dick.
That's why you do it. That's why you streak the World Series, is so they have to. Fuck you. Never mind. Nobody wants to see me do it either. But that's the point.
Yeah, how would I even do that in my wheelchair?
I mean, look, you just drove. You just go. You just don't think about it. You just keep going and don't let them stop you.
So yeah, my goals are to
let them go.
Yeah, they're just gonna be like, I seen this coming, and you just gotta let that man go.
So
he's on a crusade.
So my goals, like I said, is to help promote RTO Media and put out more books. Morpheus, what about you?
To read more books and to help RTO Media.
And speaking of, you have been reading more books, as I understand, sir.
I have.
Let me finish my original point, and then I swear we will get to the topic. More. I want to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
How many times have you gotten rejected by women because you're in a wheelchair?
If I had to put a number to it, probably a good 50 to 60.
Okay. Yeah, I would actually say
I tried a lot in my early 20s.
I wanted to make like a joke, like The Price is Right, where I was gonna say $1, Bob. But are you serious? You said that casually and without any malice. Is that honest? True?
Yeah.
Wow, man. Well, fuck some bitches, dude.
Yeah.
How many of them? Okay. How many of that?
Max, I flat out had somebody that used to be a friend of mine that flat out said, "I would fuck you if you weren't in a chair."
That's fucking gay. All right. How many of them?
I've had the exact same thing happen too. By the way,
one more question, Sam, because I think this is important. What percentage of that? You said 50-ish. Let's just
50 to 60. Yeah.
Yeah, 50 to 60.
We'll go 50 because it's a round number, right? How many of them at least attempted to it be nice or give you a logical reason? Versus how many of them are just bitches?
Honestly, I'd say less than half were just flat out bitches. More than half tried to tiptoe around the issue.
Okay, yeah, that's the other option that I didn't kind of mention, where they try and not talk about it, but it's their whole reasoning.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's
That's
I
fake
hate
too.
to I hate to say it, Max.
I'd rather them be content.
Go on. Like, Sam, this is your topic, so go on. I just wanted to ask him that one question because I thought it was like, yeah, sorry.
I hate to say it, Max, but almost everything Mort said is basically verbatim for me.
It's same enough, and he's 10 years older than you, so if any discrepancies up to that, right?
And I'm not gonna lie, it fucking.
And you say also with you about half of them are just flat out bitches?
Yeah.
Ladies, go fuck yourself.
I agree.
Jesus, this guy's a catch. I ain't even joking. Like I do.
Because
ladies.
the assumption,
honestly, I'm a catch.
He can't walk. He can't fuck.
Oh my god.
Yes. That is literally the assumption.
Okay. That sounds funny to say it like that, but it's actually true too. Hold on.
And you know, I'm not gonna lie. It hurts sometimes. You know, the whole incel thing really, like, I mean, the whole incel thing just annoys the crap out of me, because I get that women can be you know, cruel, but at least put the fucking effort in, guys. And also,
and that's why I've done the whole bit. If we can get laid, they can too.
yeah, put in the fucking effort, and rather than you know, crying about it, you know, toughen up. I hate to say it, but
I have a kind of a funny but actually kind of true comparison to that. Just go watch the episode of fucking Glee where Artie, who same thing, you know, can't use his legs, he's in a wheelchair, has this conversation with a chick about that, and he's like, no, my legs don't work, but I can still have sex. Just because a dude is in a chair, ladies, does not mean that he cannot fuck you. Okay? You're dumb if you think that.
yes.
I bet you Ricky Berwick fucks.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
Ricky. Well,
I
shit.
bet Crip fucked.
I will say
More
this.
you talk about it though, the weirder it's gonna get. Sam, go ahead.
You know what? I don't fucking care. Since this is the other wormhole that people like to you know, make conspiracy theories about it, man. Basically, my legs might not work perfectly, but everything else does.
Oh, and ladies, the one thing I will say, desensitization helps us go longer.
Also,
Now they're just trying to sell themselves. Like, fuck, is this OnlyFans or is this our Rumble channel, gentlemen?
you know what?
Over here.
This is a. You know what?
I'll take my leave. You know, behind the door. Thank you.
You know what? Every time, I used to be. Every time a woman would ask me if it worked, I wasn't sure what to say. Now my stock answer is, want to find out?
Yeah, I bet that took some deep thought, Sam.
It did.
My response in such case would be like, well, I hope so, because if I put it in there, I hope your fucking shit works.
My wheelchair isn't the only thing I can give you a ride on.
Yeah, but that's the corny. That's a corny pickup line. But I'm saying like
being in a wheelchair has an advantage.
It's like, you better hope it fucking works, girl. Like you're talking about her vagina.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I knew what you were.
Yeah, because otherwise you ain't ready for this shit. What was the? Oh, Sam, you saw the cripple guy on the Sam Hyde thing where he does the makeover?
Yes, I saw that a long time ago.
I make all the pussy bitches wet, and the poor kid's like, I believe it was fucking. I believe that was Donovan actually, right? That's where Donovan like kind of first blew up from, right?
Pretty sure.
Yeah, that's Donovan. Donovan died after he went to the Gathering of the Juggalos, which is the most epic. Sam, I don't know. People don't like a lot of things about what I do. Did you know this? Have you heard about this? I went to the gathering of the Juggalos because I like am one. Oh my god! And everybody makes fun of that, and I'm supposed to like be ashamed of that or something.
I heard you're part of a gang, Max.
Gang, yeah, we bang with a gang. In fact, there's the gang that bangs, and then there's the gang bangs, but that's a different thing. You don't want to get involved with the Juggalo gang bangs, and you don't really want to bang with the gang. You know what I mean?
But yeah, just to answer everybody's question. Yeah, I think Morton and I basically squared that whole topic for the desperately curious.
How you move a wheelchair with square wheels, motherfucker?
Uh-huh.
Gotcha.
With a whole lot of upper body strength, Max.
I rest my fucking case. You did it. Put him away. Take him away, boys.
Anyway, though, my point is, I am just extremely, grateful for all of the support. We're building right to offend media. We're going to the moon.
But yeah, and fuck you, double fuck you, and Freeman, double fuck you, and Freeman.
Seems I've never known another way, living out a dream. Now I know you're leaving me, and I'll never understand. Before I let you walk away, I have one last demand. Tell me a lie to say that you won't go. Look in my eyes and hold me, even though I realize you have to walk away. No more yesterday.
Can somebody out there please fucking hire me? Please? I'm gonna keep on making videos like this every day. Every day. Somebody out there gives me a freaking chance to fucking hire me.
Always were my angels, flying high above, always looking out for me, angel that I love. Now my dreams are fading like age-old photographs that hurt too much to look at now, reminders of our past. Tell me a lie that you won't go.
Back off! You told me the other day. Back off! I'm not gonna keep telling you.
Even though
Move that motherfucker off.
you have to walk away. No more
Fucking asshole! When'd you get so fat, dude? Huh? When'd you get so fat? Move your fucking car. I wanna like you coming here. Move your fucking car!
Do you remember how, like, I don't know, like, do you guys remember, like, when you were, like, a kid? If I don't like it, guess what? It's going in the fucking garbage. I'm gonna smash it.
Never, around 9. And then, I leave around, 4, sometimes 4:30, depending upon, whether it's gonna come early or...
You know that fat guy you have on your show? Get rid of him, whatever his fucking name is, that fat guy, that huge fat guy who's weighs 3,000 pounds or something.
Attention, Mike Gage, and everybody else on fucking Craigslist. I am not a fucking pedophile, you old fucking piece of shit maggot motherfucker. Mike Gage, I'm coming for you. That's right, motherfucker. I'm coming to fucking kill you. I am not a goddamn fucking pedophile.
I need help paying my rent. There are people that say, oh, Nick experiencing this, Nick experiencing that, experience it, experience it, experience it. So everyone knows by now that I hate niggers.
The world is not changing.
Okay. I need help paying my rent.
He hasn't had a job in 6 years.
Unemployed for 6 Long years.
Nobody will hire him.
Unemployed, please hire me.
His rent just went up. Nobody knows why.
And they raised it an extra $6. I don't know why. I don't know why they raised it.
This summer, get ready for the next chapter in the Dave Brady saga.
People say, oh, why don't you look for a job? Why don't you look for a job? Why don't you look for a job?
Join Dave on his epic quest to try to get someone to send him $6
$6
a month.
A month.
Or $42 for 7 months.
$42 for the next 7 months. I've looked online. There's nothing out there. There is nothing. I used to live in Pleasant Valley, so I figured, hey, why not? I'll take it to the fucking streets.
So, if you have terminal ass cancer and don't feel like you're already suffering enough,
goddamn niggas.
You can catch every video in the DCU franchise. Only on my own damn channel.
I have signs on my car windows that says, unemployed, please hire me. The niggers are upstairs playing the fucking Jigaboo music.
I need an answer, and I want an answer now. I have a big fucking huge question. Right? Check this out. Ready? Check this out. Why do they make these things upside down? Why? Ew, a spider. Why do they make them upside down? Why? Why the fuck do they build trailers with these fucking things upside down? They're all over my goddamn place and they're upside down. Why don't they make them right side up? Why? These things should be right side up, not upside down. It's stupid. It is absolutely fucking stupid to build these things upside down. Absolutely fucking retarded. Fucking retarded. Why do they build these things upside down? It is absolutely fucking retarded. Retarded.
Maxine, was he like this on your wedding day? I have to ask.
No.
Really?
Really? You were calmer than me.
I mean, because like I can imagine, you know.
He has been like this before, though.
You can imagine me, Sam. Go ahead. Tell everybody about it.
I can imagine you pulling shenanigans at your own wedding.
Mm-hmm.
Heck, you'll probably pull shenanigans at my wedding. You and Morpheus both. If
Shenanigans, Sam, and malarkey.
Oh my god.
See, we were in a no malarkey zone for these 4 years, and I'm so fucking sick of it. We need to put malarkey everywhere, Sam.
Oh my god, that's the best Biden callback ever.
That's because it's a Biden callback, so there's only like 2.
Oh my god.
It was like he was sleeping.
Also true.
He was sleeping or Bidenomics, right? Take your pick. That's why everywhere you go, there's only 2 hoses. Tell me if I'm fucking wrong, working class bros. 2 hoses, Two genders.
Does
Oh.
shitting himself in front of world leaders count as an option?
Shitting himself in front of world leaders? Are you kidding me? He is the absolute like Kurt Cobain of shitting himself in front of world leaders. In that, I hope he shoots himself.
Oh my god.
Well, I mean, I'm not convinced that he wasn't already brain dead. I'm not
Well,
even
you
joking.
don't need much of a brain for a farting competition, Sam.
Oh my god.
You know, you say that, but like Craig, who's Craig Mansfield, who has like a 200
He's got a
plus
PhD, but he
IQ.
can't out fart me, Sam.
Oh my god.
Are you trying to say he can out fart me?
Please stop saying
I'm
that.
not only
Yes.
out fart
No.
no, every metric, bro. You want to talk about sound? You want to talk about size? You want to talk about how it stinks you?
Max, please.
He's telling me that college boy can out
Sam.
fart me?
Why, Sam? Why are you doing this? What did I do to you? Besides yell at you earlier, which I apologize for.
I don't know, but I just know that all the all the high IQ big brain people I know are also really immature.
All I'm saying is Craig Mansfield, let me tell you something, brother.
Oh, God.
You can't out fart me.
Oh, no.
You can't out flatulence me. You damn sure ain't gonna out poop me. And in no ring, in no circumstance, in no lab, and in no test will this Dr. Craig out stink me.
Oh my god.
Maxian is the real fucking deal. And Craig Mansfield, there is no way in any of these contests will I lose. They told me I lose a fart contest. Are you kidding me? Look, just because he's Jewish, he might eat some gefilte fish. I ain't gonna lie. That makes it tough. All right? But I'm Irish. All right? And we got all kind of stinky cabbage ready to go, Craig. So you want to bring fartomania, run wild in this motherfucker, and I will out fart. I will out stink you. I will out cloud you. Sir, you will never meet this challenge. Back to you, Sam. She's gonna die.
Epic.
What?
You know what?
Endless summer at Fartomania, Sam.
Fartomania? Hell yeah, brother.
Wild, Sam, you know? You can smell it in the air. Can you smell what the Rock is cooking? No, because everything's wretched with methane gas. And that's what happened to you too, Craig Mansfield, and Fartomania. Yeah, it's gonna hurt. You better bring your Taco Bells. You better bring your potato pancakes and your latkes, brother. Because I'm gonna bring the true heart and soul corned beef and cabbage of a true Irish American hero. And Fartomania will run fucking wild. And I'm fucking crying on this one, Sam. I can't
Oh my
believe
god. Oh my god. Oh my god. We're clipping this segment. I don't care. I have to scroll back.
Damn it.
You better click this, brother. Because Craig at Fartomania, you're going down and kind of out and spread through the room real slowly.
I'm begging you to stop.
I can't do it.
You can.
I'm not capable. You're gonna have to stop me.
Oh my god.
And it's like he's gonna have to try to stop me when the gas hits the road at Fartamania.
Oh my god.
How many people are listening to this bullshit right now? Oh my god.
Five people, and the worst part is Craig is still tweeting, so he's still awake.
Oh, there you
So,
go. Well, I'm gonna tell you right now. No. You tell that motherfucker. I'll see him at Fartamania. You better watch his ass. Because the smoke is coming for him.
You know the worst thing? He can just call himself the doctor and that's it.
Yeah, oh, I mean, he's Dr. Fart now.
Oh, no.
Oh, man. And let me tell you something. We need a special enforcer. Because I know for a fact that this motherfucker is going to have Batman running here, all right? And everybody know Batman got the nastiest parts side of the Mississippi. And I Am Batman is barred from ringside, brother. You don't bring Batman to Fartamania. That's not how this works, Craig. You gotta go one-on-one with the stinky one.
Oh my god. I'm not gonna have a fucking voice tomorrow.
I'm not gonna Sam's gonna be like, why did I ever invite this man in the first place?
Believe me, Max. Believe me, Max. I ask myself that question almost every single week.
Oh, that's good then.
Why do you keep having him come back?
Because he's looking forward to what's gonna happen in Fartamania, brother.
No.
Well, he's not totally wrong.
There you go. You booked the match with General Manager of the Fart World League, Sam Whitfield. I need you to sign me this match, brother.
I'm trying to get
No
it signed.
hard.
What do you mean you're trying? You're trying what?
Well, it needs to be no stench fart.
I'm tweeting him that you've just challenged him to a farting con.
No, that's not it. I challenged him to a world championship match at Fartamania, Sam. Don't you underplay this. Sam, I just got the promo of a lifetime. What are you doing?
You did.
The farting contest? No. A world championship match.
Oh my god.
At Fartamania. Brother.
I'm complaining.
Yeah, I mean, look, I watch back. Sam, what do you think I thought watching myself do that? Let me ask you that. If you're all horrified and cringed out and embarrassed and also laughing at my idiocy, what do you think I thought?
Well,
you have thoughts, Max?
Yeah, what the other cripple said.
I thought that the same thing you thought probably, and then was like, I'll put it up as a clip and it'll be on the internet, and then maybe one day my son will see it and it'll embarrass the shit out of him. Mission accomplished. So
that's why you
now
do
you.
things.
So now I have challenged Batman and Dr. Craig Mansfield to Fartamania for my son to find in 20 years and literally facepalm with absolute horror.
That's a lie, Craig. You absolutely did mean to do it to Maxine.
You think it's going to be 20 years? Oh, that's adorable. I know that adolescence isn't that far off.
Well, at least, I mean, he's 9, so he'll be old enough to get fart of mania pretty soon.
Yes.
If not already.
Yeah, I know you're more tech savvy than boomer parents are, but he'll still discover stuff. Not because of you, but because of his friends.
He's going to be an adolescent boy soon enough, and let's face it, farts are funny to adolescent boys.
Oh yeah, and also 41-year-old men.
Facts.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I did that. I don't know. I where did I come up with it? I don't fucking know. I made one. Okay, it was word association, Sam, because I've watched it back enough to know. You said Craig's name after I said you don't need brains for a fart contest, and you were trying to say, well, Craig is very smart, and I couldn't figure out why you were making that connection. Hold on.
Okay, what I was gonna say is that Craig could probably engineer like a fart machine because he's an engineer.
Okay,
and
it was actually crazier than I thought. But
Yeah,
I was like,
yeah.
what would be the craziest thing he's gonna say is, and so I basically treated it like you had made it up, like you made the challenge. You see?
Well,
and then I was like, oh no, he can't out fart me. And then once I said that on a stream, I had to keep going and make every fart joke possible, right? Because I've already it's like when you have to fart, you know, and you're holding it in because you're in church. I had this experience not that long ago. I was in a church. Oh my God, it was a funeral. Not gonna say who, but it doesn't matter. And I not only had to fart, I think I had to fucking shit, right? And I'm holding it in and I'm literally praying like I've never prayed in my life. Like, please, God, if there is a God up there, this is the one favor ever to really make good on that I don't shit my pants in a Catholic church. I'm not Joe Biden after all. And they, Sam, have you been to many mass before? More than anybody?
I haven't been to many, but I've been to enough.
Like Catholic specifically, because you got to stand.
Oh yeah, I've been to quite a few, unfortunately.
You got to stand, and then you got to kneel, and then you got to sit, and then you stand, and you got to kneel, and then you
The
sit.
joke is sit, stand, kneel, sit, stand, kneel, sit, stand.
Yeah, and I had to literally like diarrhea, like I've never felt in my life, was about to burst.
So more.
Sit, kneel. Oh no, please, Father, please stop.
I have been to Catholic mass, and I am curious specifically for more. Like,
have you ever had to shit yourself at mass, Sam? Is that a personal question?
I don't remember.
I have. You know,
I haven't. I've been to mass, but I don't remember if I did that time.
Well, just any time. If you've ever felt like you're gonna shit yourself at mass, you know what I'm talking about. And so you're holding, right? And then,
well, hey,
I made it through mass, Sam. That's spoiler. I like did the whole thing, and then say, oh, please, you know, oh, I'm crying. At least it's a funeral, so the crying, people might assume it's because of the funeral and not because I'm holding it in so hard. You know, and also trying not to laugh at the funniness of, I understand it's funny. That's why I'm like, I got you, bro. I get it. This is some fire comedy right now. But I'm going to ask you real nice, take it easy on me on this one, because I don't want to shit myself at a funeral. And I didn't. And I left. And I found a bathroom. And I released a fart that could fucking end time, make it flip backwards on itself, rebirth the universe in a big bang, bring us all the way forward in time back to where we are, and then break the sound barrier. And it felt good. But then I knew, Sam, that I had broken the seal. The holy, unholy hell was about to rain down. So I found the toilet, and then I let that happen. That's kind of like the fartomania rant, Sam, is what I'm saying.
Well, that makes a lot of that actually, like, yeah, now fartomania makes a lot of sense.
That's right, because it came to me in church when I had to shit myself.
And to answer your question there, Sam, yes, I have done the Catholic gymnastics because a little bit of more lore. Before the age of 16, I was on forearm crutches, and my parents did make me do the Catholic gymnastics. Yes.
Oh fuck! I am so sorry. That's like cripple cruelty.
Did you give Craig and Batman a link yet?
I need.
We talked about tariffs. Now we didn't talk about the Odyssey shit. That's why you even asked them around. See if they want to.
Yeah.
We're supposed to talk about video games, Sam.
Yes. Well,
have you heard of this? Have you seen these? They're these things that you play on a screen. I'm telling you, it's crazy. Right? And you get this little thing. They call it a controller, and it's got all these buttons on it. And if you manipulate it with your fingers, it moves the stuff on the screen.
Well, I don't have any gaming news for this week, but I did discover a few good
You just
indie games.
no-sold my retardation so hard. I love it. Good job.
I did discover a few indie games, which, Max, I know that you're a big indie game guy, and
That's
I'm starting to become a big indie game guy too, just because, if nothing else, the economics of it, because most indie games are actually like more.
You get a lot more mileage out of the game than you pay for it. That's what you're saying.
You can go and pay for the sandwich, like pay for the price of a sandwich is like $5, and then you can go in and play that for like 50, 60 hours.
RimWorld. Okay, RimWorld's one of those rare games. RimWorld is like $30, Sam, and RimWorld never goes on sale really. And there's a couple of equally priced expansion packs that are like $20 to $30. However, for that price of admission, RimWorld will give you thousands of hours of content if you get into it. And it's made by one dude. That's why it never goes on sale. He knows what his game is worth. Also, the other thing is, he doesn't care if you pirate it, but if you pirate it, you don't have access to the mod
Also, that would also mean like Dwarf Fortress.
Dwarf Fortress is well, that one you can get for free, but now it's on Steam.
Like, if you want to play a great game, Dwarf Fortress is Space Station 13. Oh gosh.
No, don't give me that shit. First of all, Space Station 13 barely fucking runs on any modern.
I mean, we have Space Station 14 now.
Second of all, that's not a great game. That's a torture simulator.
Yeah, exactly. It's perfect.
I was gonna say Project Zomboid is probably my king of all indie games.
True.
We just released Build 43 on the unstable branch, as well as Build 42 on the stable branch. And once the multiplayer servers go up. So, Sam, if you have never, I'm not sure. I think it's not on any console. It's a PC only game. Project Zomboid is top down, but it's like super realistic simulation of a zombie apocalypse.
It's in the middle of Tennessee, like right nearby there, along with Fort Knox. Like,
and it has like systems for everything, systems for every part of your body, the health of all your limbs. There's a cooking system that's super complex, fishing, farming. Like you could basically build a whole base. You would do whatever you would do in a zombie apocalypse, essentially, and it just keeps getting better. So shout out to Project Zomboid. That is like the indie game worth getting, that and RimWorld. Since we're just doing indie games in general, those are like, if you get either one of those games and get into it. Now, they're not for everybody, okay? But if you get into either one of those games, you're guaranteed hundreds to thousands of hours of good, fun gameplay.
Because people wanted to get my reaction to it, and my reaction is, I'm glad
said a lot about Bill Maher tonight, guys, and you can really sit back and digest all the things we've talked about with that Bill Maher interview that was clearly the focus of this entire episode. And I think that if they really digest what you had to say, Sam, that they'll find some really like wise thoughts, deep, the more they think about it, right?
It's
because our audience is so smart, Sam, is what I'm saying. Because they buy like books like Night of the Vigilante that increase. Sam, I know this is not FDA approved or anything, but I saw the study that says reading Night of the Vigilante actually increases your IQ points by 5.
It
Did
does.
Did you hear this? 5 points. It's not a standard deviation. So basically, it means you're exactly as smart as you were before you read the book. But, like, you can self-diagnose a +5 because you read the book.
And you learn how to kill cartel
That's
members.
5
too.
IQ points. Sorry. That you get to add because you read the book.
Well, then you better buy a copy, Max.
He thinks I'm gonna buy a copy. Sam, do you know what multiplicity is?
Yes.
I'm not gonna buy a copy. Why the fuck would I buy a copy and get like a ×2 multiplier? Do you know how to min-max, Sam? I'm gonna buy 5 copies of your book and read them all at the same time to an AI, who's then going to be trained to do nothing but read your book so that I can gain infinite exploit IQ points. Sam, if you read Night of the Vigilante, ladies and gentlemen, you can get an infinite IQ score, is what I'm trying to say.
See, for anyone who says that Max is retarded, he just proved that he's not, because that's
right.
a genius.
It's math. The math is there, Sam. Now, if we was to go one-on-one at sacrifice, there'd be a 33% and a third chance of you winning, you see? But I'm a genetic freak and I'm not normal. So I got 66 and a 6% chance of winning. And you, because if we was to go one-on-one, have a 25% chance of winning because of my 75% chance, because I'm a genetic freak, like I said. You know, that puts you at 8.25% winning. But if we throw Morpheus in at sacrifice, you take his 25.5% chance of winning, because if we was to go one-on-one, you divide that by 3, and we get 12.1% chance of Morpheus winning, and 8.2% chance of you winning if we was to go one-on-one, and add 25.5 chance of winning because I'm a genetic freak. And my chances of winning sacrifice, Sam, 157.5%. And the math don't lie. And you got no chance at sacrifice, Sam.
I suck.
You're a little dumber.
I suck.
To everything you just said.
I suck at math, but I'm pretty sure that wasn't even math.
The math don't lie, Sam. You, me, Morpheus, triple threated sacrifice, 158% chance of winning. Let's go.
I mean,
winning what?
Because I'm not normal.
Winning what?
At sacrifice.
What do you win at sacrifice?
I win at sacrifice. That's all I need.
And if
what
you win
the fuck me is
you,
sacrifice,
If
bitch.
you win at sacrifice, what's your prize?
This is the main event.
And what do the
At
others
sacrifice.
lose?
I don't know. Eric Bischoff on a pole. with Vince Russo as the special guest referee. At sacrifice, Sam. And that, see, now she's changing the math. We got to add 22% in a third because Vince Russo sucks, right? And then you got to add, but subtract from each of you because I'm not normal, but you're normal, right? So we got to subtract from each of you 18% because that's Eric Bischoff's approval rating in WCW 1999. Sam, I'm not done. 1999, that was his approval rating when he was president because the NWO wasn't going anywhere. Let's all face it. The NWO wasn't going anywhere. They had the black and white. They had the red and white. Who gives a shit? What's the Wolfpack? Well, the Wolfpack was cool, though. They had Conan and Disco Inferno. And fun fact, Sam, they still do a podcast. Why do they do a podcast? I don't fucking know. You let me talk, Sam. And I listen to Jim Cornette all fucking day. And Jim Cornette will be like, John Moxley, you know, that motherfucker. Sam, Mort, you guys have defended AEW in the past. A spiked bat, though. And he got suplexed on it.
I can't defend AEW anymore.
Then you better turn it off now, then, right? If you can't defend the bat to the back, then you better turn that shit off, huh?
They couldn't pull it out.
Morpheus will probably have a better take than you, honestly, because he'll be like, hey, the women's division, they're super hot. I mean, wrestlers.
Well, that's the same. That's
I'm trying to misrepresenting Mort so hard right now. Is he there? Am I doing it when he's
No, Mort went to the moon.
No. Okay. Well then Sam's then.
But Mort and I would share that defense. But
your defense is that you like Liv Morgan and you don't care if she's a goth chick.
She's not a goth chick.
Right, he doesn't care if she's a goth chick. He just
she's also not my.
Not your what?
She's also not my favorite. I just don't hate her either.
Not my favorite. I
just don't hate her. Mr. Whitfield.
Okay.
Oh, no, you're letting me go. You've talked enough. Shush. Mr. Whitfield, I do believe that on several occasions you and I have conversed about WWE and Liv Morgan, and we've even discussed Rhea Ripley, and we've discussed like how wrestling works.
Shout out to my boy Dirty Dom.
Shut up. We talk about how we know that it's a work, but you still get involved because it's entertainment. You don't go too far because you do realize it is a work. Now, in the past, Mr. Whitfield, I have expressed my disdain for Miss Liv Morgan, not as a wrestler, as her character, yes, but not as an actor. Not as a wrestler. I do have respect for her. But you, sir, have gone above and beyond to defend Liv Morgan on several accounts, as so far as to that you and Morpheus, who is not here to defend himself, but he was present for this and was involved, so therefore he must be mentioned.
Can I just give a quick 1 second thing that you move your hands so much that I can't? I'm too fucked up to really imitate the hand movement, but you guys like the accent and the anger, and I just want to point out that it does come with a lot of like hand pointing and gesticulation.
I mean,
go ahead.
I mean,
no, I'm not done. I was interrupted. God damn it.
Yeah, and Sam never gets interrupted.
Shut up. So as I was saying, in this one particular instance, you and Morpheus, again, unfortunately he's not here, but he was present for this, had said...
I disavow.
Shut up. You're not involved. Said that Liv Morgan had dressed up as a Catholic schoolgirl.
Oh, you did say that.
I did.
Now, I had made a verbal agreement.
You don't say that to a woman.
We had a verbal agreement,
with autism,
myself, Mr. Whitfield, and Morpheus, that if they could find a picture with Liv Morgan in an actual Catholic schoolgirl's uniform type of outfit, but it had to be the Catholic schoolgirl,
which
that I would not
fetish as fuck.
Which I would not hit Max Sand. However,
and I've been hit a lot of times since then, Sam.
However, by the end of that show, the pictures that you and Morpheus had provided for us were nowhere near a Catholic schoolgirl outfit. Now, at the very last second, I will say that Morpheus popped up a picture and said, that's it. Now, there's a big problem with this picture, Mr. Whitfield. Because as I'm sure, as I am sure that you are well aware and can tell very well.
Yeah, this one on screen.
He's ready to defend himself.
No, actually, that is not the one that Morpheus had put up.
That's the one Morpheus tapped out on. Yeah, he said that's
that's one more had.
He tapped out.
I messed up. I got
Since
the.
new evidence has been brought to my attention, we're gonna have to put this on the bench,
And
and
I said
we're gonna
that-
come back to this later.
No,
but still,
said
the
it's
fact
crappy.
is that it took the entire show for you to find anything that looked even remotely close to a Catholic school uniform, and you were defending her from hell and high water. Everything that I said about her, you had disputed. Now all of a sudden, you are changing your tone and saying that you don't want her. I like her. Saying that it's like her.
You gotta let.
Sir, you are misrepresenting yourself in this very moment.
You gotta let the legal town go to town here. I have the question that can solve this.
Oh God.
Ready? Okay, Sam. When you see this picture, what would you describe the look as? And you can't say Catholic schoolgirl, right? Because that's defining it by itself. So what is the closest look you can name this to? And then I have a follow-up question, and it's equally as important. But what would you call this look, since it's not Catholic schoolgirl? Or if it is, you have to kind of name it to make it fit that. You understand? He's like, I think she's hot. Go ahead, Sam.
That wasn't what I was thinking. I was trying to
I know.
process your
I am
question.
an asshole,
Okay,
Sam. We've established that.
You do need to give him enough time to be able to come up
What
with
I'm
an
doing
answer.
is I'm calling myself an asshole.
Yes, you are.
While he gathers his thoughts. See, you haven't worked as much with Sam as I have either. When he goes, and you just ambushed him, what you have to do is filibuster and say a bunch of stupid shit and piss off your wife for a second. So
you've done that.
So he can gather his thoughts. Now, what he's going to come and say next, I can't promise you it's actually going to be any good, but I can promise you that I bought my boy 5 seconds. Hey, Sam, have you really thought about this? Really put some effort into it, please? So I don't get anything thrown at me?
I wouldn't say that
It's
she's
on you now, buddy. Save me.
I wouldn't say that she's a Catholic schoolgirl, but maybe Irish jig dancer. I don't know.
No, wrong, completely wrong.
Oh, she didn't even give you like a 2 out of 10. Like what? Okay, how far off the mark is he though? Is it yes or no question, or is he like 2 degrees of separation away? You can't just what happened to the civil course, Sam?
He is putting too many things into it.
Where's
so
the
it's,
civil
it's
course?
basically oversaturating the actual answer that we're looking for because it's a one-word answer.
Preppy.
Thank you.
Now, question number 2.
At least my husband gets it.
Okay. Question number 2. We can move on. Sam can still get a W out of the 2 questions,
all right.
okay? Sam, what is your take, not on Liv Morgan? She's not attached to this question at all. What do you think about the future and the prospects of one Raquel Big Mommy Cool Rodriguez? Because if you can't answer this question properly, then she's allowed to go off on you. Liv Morgan's tag team partner. I know maybe you aren't looking at her as much for some strange reason, but she's a very large woman, Sam. And a Portuguese woman at that, which is pretty rare in wrestling.
To be fair, she is a beast.
And she a beast. And she be channeling, and this makes me happy, Big Daddy Cool Diesel, literally calling herself Big Mommy Cool and wearing the same shit. And that makes Liv Morgan Shawn Michaels and Big Daddy Cool. Except that Liv Morgan isn't.
Don't give him too much.
Hold on. Liv Morgan doesn't seem to me to be as into it. But you know what? What do you think about Raquel just by herself?
I'm all for her doing her thing if she's a good, performer and does a good show. You know,
Told you he oversaturates his answers.
Sam, when are you running for like Florida's 7th district with these politic answers?
Probably next election.
Fair enough.
Want to be
He's
my
like, I don't
campaign
want to
manager?
offend anybody, and I'm gonna kind of try and suck up to Liv Morgan without being too committal.
Could I take a whack at it?
Oh,
whack at it. Let's go.
What I see happening is that what the hell is their fucking group name again?
The Judgment Day.
Judgment Day? Okay. So what I see happening is the girls, first of all, the girls are going to start taking over the group, I think. We're going to start seeing them doing a lot more of their little sneakiness.
That'll get Sam excited. Let's
behind
move on.
the scenes. My reasoning for that, Finn said he was going to go talk to whoever to get a match. And Liv is like, don't worry, Dom. I'm going to go talk to her after. So they're already working behind the scenes.
This is important. Question 3, guys. Then this is everybody. Do you think the Penta is going to join the Judgment Day?
No.
What do you mean, no?
I highly doubt that.
Sam?
Based on the clips I've seen off YouTube, no.
Oh my God. Dominic would be so disappointed in you guys.
Okay, anyway.
Go ahead.
So as I was saying, we're going to see the girls start to take over Judgment Day.
Have a little faith in Penta, guys. Why are you so negative about Penta?
As I said,
just because he lost a match? That's not cool. Carlito would tell you that's not cool. Go ahead.
If you talk one more time, you will wake up tomorrow missing your fucking tongue. As I was saying, once a fucking again, they're going to start to take over. They're going to screw with Finn and Dom to make them kind of go at each other, just so that gives a distraction from what they're doing. And then there's going to come a point where Raquel's kind of going to get sick of the crap that's going on, or something. They're going to do it something like that, some storyline. And she's going to end up turning on Liv Morgan, and she's going to end up beating the shit out of her. And then going her own way. And I think it's going to be phenomenal when it happens. Not just because I like seeing Liv get beaten up, but I think that the build up to it, if they do it correctly, unlike they've done with the fucking women's champion, what the fuck is that bullshit? If they do it right, I think it could actually just be a fantastic storyline, and they're both very talented.
Because Diesel and Shawn were great. And so here's the difference, though, between Diesel and Shawn and Liv and Raquel Rodriguez, right? This is what I would do different between those two storylines. Because obviously Diesel and Shawn's very close to the top. Shawn's one of the top guys, and they're both friends with fucking Triple H. So they take that story seriously from the 90s, right? And so how do you do that story justice, Sam? You don't turn them on each other, because everybody liked Diesel when he was with Shawn, right? And so instead of Liv and Raquel going to war with each other, they're going to dominate the women's division in the fashion that only they're equipped to do, you know, which is like being really good women's wrestlers
And cheating every single
and having a
second they get.
great valet. Shout out to my boy Dirty Dominic Mysterio, by the way. The best valet of all time. and they're going to continue to be dominant. Now, Sam, we're streaming a whole bunch of hours, and this is a perfect segue. We're definitely going to do WrestleMania predictions because this should be fun, right?
So, tell the story. One thing I did when I was 18. Shout out. He says Joe Fish in chat says he was in high school, 1998. I was 2002. Okay, and I went to the gathering of the Juggalos 2002, and I was at the center of a riot involving breasts. Sam, breasticles. You know, the chest thingies that the females they got them.
Yeah, the things that yeah, Mort and I love.
The mammary glands.
The mammary gland. Yeah. So this girl, I know, like they're internet guys. They're like, what is that? So there's these things. They're real pretty, and they'll go out with you if you're nice to them, and they're called girls. You got to go outside, get off the internet, because there's no girls on the internet. Sam, have you heard about this? Did you know this? There's no girls on the internet.
I did know that.
Oh, no, there's no girls on the internet because you're never going to get laid on the internet. So it might as well be true. Don't you understand?
Well, I don't have to get laid on the internet because I.
Well, we didn't meet on the fucking internet. That's why there's no girls on the internet. Don't you understand? Anyway, she's never been on Fortune. There's no girls on the internet. So you're never going to find one of these mystical creatures. So what you got to do is you got to go
outside.
Yeah, there's this new MMO, guys.
It's called fucking life.
And if you queue up, it actually starts not on your computer, but there's this new game system. They attached it to the front door of your house. And it's an MMO, and it's called Outside. And I swear, guys, like it's so immersive, the UI, that it doesn't even have like any on-screen meters at all that measure your statistics. Rather, you get feedback in real time, Sam. Like if you lift something really heavy, you can feel the progress, but it's slow progress, Sam. It's in real time. Did you hear this? Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
That's the thing. If two crippled guys with personalities can get fucking
and have sex, yes.
There's no excuse for an able-bodied male to not get sex.
Oh, with each other. That sounds bad. Never mind. I should have muted before I said that out loud. I'm drunk, Sam. My bad.
But as I was saying, if two crippled guys with personalities can find women, there's no excuse for able-bodied men to not find women.
Now I'm going to be fully honest about that though too, and I'm sure more. Well, I don't want to speak for more.
Motherfucker, make me channel Spice Girls and shit.
And I'm going to stop by you there, Sammy. I'm going to be fully transparent. I'm not the most experienced, but I have experience. So, yeah.
I mean, that's because you went and you signed up for that new MMO thing, right? And it's cool because it's wheelchair accessible, guys. I mean, it's not always.
And when it's not, you jump downstairs in the wheelchair.
Yeah, and the cool part is if you call like the GM, you get to bitch at them and you can cite the rules. Like if you're crippled in this MMO, you'd be like American with Disabilities Act, and they're like, oh fuck, man.
Or if you can find two big beefy like biker dudes, they will help you.
Oh yeah, they'll help you. Okay. They gotta be burly.
Some of the nicest dudes are big beefy biker dudes.
That's true. They're real nice. When two become one. What else are we doing? What am I doing, Sam? Why do you keep letting me say these things?
Because
what's wrong with you, Sam? This is all Sam Whitfield. All mail should go to Sam W underscore at
retarded.max@rtomedia.com.
They should go to want to say it to my face, bitch.
retardedmax.com.
If you ain't inf gang, you a gay bitch.
I don't want to speak for
fish, Max.
I don't want to speak for
the gay fish. Look, the gay bitch. Look, if you're not inf gang, okay, like I have to lay you guys down the rules, obviously. If you ain't inf gang, you a gay bitch, right? That's easy. That's all there is. Now, Kanye is a gay fish. Gay fish. Sam, you wanted to talk about Bill Maher. Let's talk about Ye.
Oh, Sam, I am so sorry that I started this.
Have you heard the new Ye track, Sam?
Don't lie, Maxine. You're not sorry.
I do. Well, okay, if we're going to talk about I want to talk about something else. What let me finish my original point, and then I swear we will get to the topic. More, I want to ask you a question.
So the Mar goes with Cuomo. What did they accomplish?
Well, no, Mar went to the White House with Kid Rock, and I guess they
I know,
had
but
like
we can't watch that while I watch the Kid Rock thing because my God, you knew that I was coming because you heard my name. Equipment game. You knew the time. Well, so fuck all you hoes. It's been a long time coming. We finally came. That's I'm gonna drunkenly recite some lyrics from Kid Rock. Apparently, that would be "Devil Without a Cause." I'm going platinum.
my favorite Kid Rock song, by the way.
Okay, then you know this shit. I'm gonna do the midgets part a little bit. I'm the J-O-E to the C. Ho. Joe C got more game than Coleco. I'm a freako. Call me sick. 3'9" with the 10-foot dick.
That's another motherfucker that got the ladies and was definitely able.
The ladies pick. They all sick.
Yeah,
Joe C.
I remember reading a story that he had to like show his ID because the cops were like afraid that the chicks were
swearing
like
and drinking, and it's Joe C.
Didn't he die like a few years ago?
Yep.
A few years ago, Sam. I was in high school when he died. I made a tribute video to Joe C. as a project for school.
Damn.
Yeah. R.I.P. that
he's
little
been around that
bastard.
long, damn.
Everybody thought he's this little ass kid. He's like goosing fucking Pamela Anderson and shit and being like, yeah, where the blunt at? It's Joe C, bitch. I love that motherfucker, obviously, because I'm the big guy, right? The coolest thing in the world was when I met Joe C. My wife don't even know this. I met Joe C. You don't even know who Joe C is. It's Kid Rock's midget on his first record. Like his official midget. Is that okay, Sam? You can't speak for midgets, can you?
No.
I'm gonna ask Swoggle. It's cool. It's fine. Anyway, I had midgets tell me it's midget, and I've had dwarfs tell me it's dwarf, and they are different things, and I can see visually, right, which one's which. So I try and do that. And if none of that makes sense to you, you're probably a liberal. But if all of that makes sense to you, then you know exactly what I'm talking about. There's a dwarf and there's a midget, and you can call which one's which, and they're probably not going to be offended by it unless they're a massive like faggot. And then it's not because they're little. It's because they're like a liberal that you probably don't like them.
That's true.
Because I know plenty of midgets who aren't liberal or aren't like woke or whatever. You see, when you're the big guy, sometimes midgets come and introduce themselves to you. Did you know this, Sam? Have you heard about this? Did you know this?
Yeah.
Not protection. No, they help you with shit. See, nobody understands it.
No, they're going to stand next to you so you can win and not them.
They help you with stuff. They're kind, those like little people.
A lot of them are. Some of them can be dicks, though.
Well, no, but that's part of them. They're kind to me, and they're dicks to the people I don't like because I'm big, and maybe I put them on top of the heating vent that one time they asked me to. You see?
Well, yes.
And then I don't ask any questions about why they needed to be up there.
So you tried to cook a midget?
Well, they're kind to you because
Midget's face terrible, Morpheus. What are you talking about?
How the fuck do you know that?
What do you mean?
How the fuck do you know that?
Well, because regular sized people taste terrible.
And how do you
And so little people probably taste about the same. They eat the same shit.
There's usually more fat on the little people.
Yeah. Well, and human fat doesn't taste good because it's full of all them toxins and shit. I don't know.
How do you know that?
Adam told me that you needed to like put all this colon cleanse in your butt, and then boof meth for Cantwell, and you would get all the toxins out, right? And then the lizard men won't get you.
Dear fucking Lord.
Oh, did you want my to turn that mic back on? Yeah.
Why not?
Since you.
I can do it.
No, you don't, because you take too long and there's dead air.
No, well, I mean,
there are people that could be talking.
Yeah, but look who the two other people are. They're going to take more than 2 seconds. Sam's late for literally everything. Morpheus is on time. Morpheus is on time.
Hey, I was on time tonight.
You were on time tonight, but I was trying to get past that because I knew you were going to say I was on time tonight. And Morpheus is waiting for his spot to get his full joke in. He can't just have that ready in 1 second. So you know it's going to be dead air.
Morpheus needs to be able to put his avatar up. Please, Rumble.
Yeah, free Morpheus from being invisible.
Freeze the avatars, damn it.
Morpheus, I can't see you. You're John Cena.
I am the disembodied voice.
He's John Cena, ladies and gentlemen. And you know this. Here's the funny thing, Sam. Everybody's like, haha, what a corny fucking dad joke. No, I mean, literally, y'all didn't know this. I'm doxing you, Mort. He's John Cena.
God fucking damn it. That was my goddamn secret.
Yeah. Well,
wait, no. Hey, he can't be John Cena. John Cena sold out to China. To the CCP, I mean.
Of course. Sam, we made this company with hyper restrictive policies about slavery so we could make a bunch of money in China. What are you, dumb? How else are we going to make all the money in the world, Sam? You know that's the plan. You were there at the supervillain establishment origin group meeting. We had to fill out so much paperwork for USAID, and you forgot the premise already is that we're taking over the world?
Oh, I didn't forget about that.
Well, you seem to. God, what kind of team spirit do you guys even have?
Well,
how am I supposed to do a global domination with this kind of commitment, Sam? I don't even know. I need a moment.
Well, why are we talking about this like on stream? It's supposed to be super secret, right? Like,
if we can't dominate the globe, Sam, then what are we even doing? We need every dollar. Why could we want $1, Sam? Why?
I mean, we could grift and like just do stupid reaction videos.
We're gonna grift for $1. We're gonna grift for $10. Sam, we need 20 Rolexes each, and you know it.
Let me. I'll do a mukbang.
That's right. Sam needs to be mukbanging $100 bills by the end of the year. Otherwise, we're failures, guys. Don't you know that people judge you by how much money you pretend to have, Sam?
That's true.
That is true.
I'm terrified for the future of our company because they might think that we're not a $10 trillion corporation with AI behind us trying to take over the whole world. So we're trying to take over the whole world. Wink, wink. Because we're trying to take over. Look, I'll be honest with you. We have looked at the global domination plan. I didn't want to do this on live, but nobody. No, look, we don't have enough money. The global domination plan is not feasible, guys. Okay. However, if we scale back about 95%, we can dominate Kalamazoo, Michigan. Not the globe. The globe, forget the globe. Okay, the globe way too big. That you know how fucking expensive it is, Sam, to even do the math, to have somebody tell you how expensive global domination is? Let me tell you, Sam. Could you get the ledger for this one? I was on the phone.
What?
The ledger. It was where hold on. It's on the list, right? On the list. So, okay. So I was doing some math. We're trying to build up corporately. We're selling out, Sam. And I wanted to see how much it would actually require to do a couple of things. It's not a top 10 list, Sam, but because we don't have 10, because I was too drunk to come up with 10, but I can come up with the ones that I came up with, okay? And number 3 is that we needed $10,752 for part of our evil scheme to take over the world, Sam. You know what this one is. Why don't you give away this one?
Well, I can't because it's a top secret evil scheme, right?
Because he doesn't know, and I'm making it up as I go along. For the wheelchair for fucking Sam, right? That's step 1 of the evil plan to take over the world. How are we going to have a Professor X? How are we going to have mind powers? And he ain't even in a proper wheelchair.
I mean, that's
Also,
a good.
Sam, have you considered for this role a hairstyle change? Now, look, I understand that it's been popular with celebrities and talent now to kind of do their own thing. We saw Jack Black in Minecraft, but Sam, maybe we should look at the sales of Jack Black in Minecraft. Okay, he looked like me, only fat, and it did not do numbers. Okay, you look, ladies.
If I shaved my head, I would look like a cancer patient. I'm not doing that.
Not a shave.
I would also look like a cancer patient. No,
Hold on. Hold on. Shaved head wasn't even in the discussion, Sam. Were you there?
Apparently not.
Okay. Okay. Well, then good. It's a good thing that we hire people to take notes, isn't it, Sam?
Well, I mean, I had scribes in college who took notes.
Can you believe
so,
the talent sometimes around here? Anyway. No.
I mean,
the hairstyles that you were allowed to pick from, Sam's pretending he wasn't a part of the process, was the exact same shit that he has now, which got 0 votes. So why didn't you vote for it? Duh.
Because I pulled
something new. I
pulled an I was gonna say I pulled an Obama and I decided not to vote.
And also married a tranny. Got it. And so
no,
he's like, no, wait a minute.
I married a playmate, not a tranny.
Well, yeah, so did Obama, and then it turned out his name was Mike.
Well, Obama actually did marry a tranny.
Oh shit. I'm having way too much fun. Okay, so that was the number 3 hairstyle choice. Are you ready? There was the number 2 hairstyle choice. Was a full-blown Jerry curl with perm. That, by the way, won the poll overwhelmingly. Sam. So I have a feeling Sam next week is going to come in looking a lot like Eazy-E, which is fitting. I feel like that is a good look for you. And then the other choice for hairstyle was to, quote, shave himself to look like a cancer patient, which got no votes either. So everybody just wants you to get a Jerry curl, like Eazy-E. Or like, I don't know. I guess a George Clinton would be acceptable as well. Sam's way too white for this, huh? Well, I had to make the rules, Sam. There you go.
I mean,
well, so we're expecting a Jerry curl next week. Thank you.
I need to
look that up. What the fuck even is this? It's literally a thing made to throw at me. Come on, Sam. What is this? If not something made
a ping pong ball?
It is a ping pong ball, but it has actual Velcro on it. She found a thing that exists for no other reason than to throw it at me, and everybody blames me.
I was trying to get it to stick to your hair.
I just want to say,
what? You son of a bitch!
I whiffed by a mile.
I didn't.
It's the worst thing ever.
I didn't do nothing.
Sam didn't do nothing wrong.
What?
I just happened to get the special ed Wookiee. They got the Wookiee beta version.
My God, 3 hours, 8 minutes. Hey, Sam, you wrote a book.
Oh, I did, and I haven't even promoted this this entire show.
I know. I just thought of that because we're fucking promo geniuses, me and you, Sam.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean? We're ahead of the curve. See, the idea is we build up 3 hours, 8 minutes, and then boom, finally hit them with the ad that they've been waiting for.
And folks, you can purchase Night of the Vigilante in paperback, Kindle edition,
which confirmed gives you infinite
audiobooks. Yeah, it'll also piss off cat ladies on Amazon who.
True. And the side effect of that, Sam, I don't know if you knew this. The side effect of you buying it is that it pisses off the cat ladies, and then the cat ladies being pissed off by you increases your testosterone production, which in turn makes your dick bigger. So what I'm saying is if you read Night of the Vigilante, you will have infinite IQ points and a bigger dick.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
I'm selling books.
Absolutely,
nothing's wrong, Maxine.
That's a powerful ad right there.
Absolutely nothing in this case, Maxine. He's speaking straight facts.
I'm just speaking the truth. So tell them about the book that'll give them bigger dicks and bigger brains.
So you can buy Night of the Vigilante for the low price of $11.99 on in paperback.
$12, Sam.
To
enlarge both the brain and penis organ.
Could you stop that?
What a deal!
Indeed,
this is a steal.
Can't stop it, Maxine. It's
also,
ingrained.
We're gonna lose our ass, Sam. How can you charge so little for this?
Well, I mean, you can also subscribe to Rumble Premium and support Right to Fund Media.
Or follow this channel so he can get content creator. Guys, if you watch any of our stuff, you watch this show, help this show out.
Yeah.
Like, follow, comment, subscribe, and all that gay stuff that they say all the time. They say it all the time because it works. Ugh. If you want us to stop not saying that shit, you can just do it. I'll stop. I promise.
Yeah. Also,
I'm not that dumb.
I believe Rumble now has the ability to like repost other people's videos on channels.
Yeah, I've been
too.
reposting, and then you can repost the repost, and then I'll repost your repost of my repost, and then you can repost that.
I used to be a doormat too. No longer.
I'm too big to be a doormat.
Right around number 21, 22, you stop being a fucking doormat.
I'm not.
For me, it took until I was 23 when my parents overreacted and kicked me out of the house.
See, I'm not a mat, right? They just assume
You're so big, Max. You're a fucking door.
No, it's not. I'm not the door either. You got my punchline ready? Ready? They think I'm just Lurch from the Addams Family.
You rang.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh God! Oh,
Was that one a letdown?
Yeah, kind of.
You fucking bitch.
I said I was bleeding. How the fuck would I know if I was bleeding, right? If you bought that, I swear to God, if even for 1 second anybody who heard that bought that, you are so dumb.
You know, now Max, I have a question for.
I didn't even look at the fucking thing. How am I bleeding?
I have a question for you, Max and Morpheus.
Sorry.
Sure.
What do the three of us? What's the one thing that all three of us have in common?
We become the Cybertron when connected.
Besides being Trump God, why do we all work together so well?
Because we're three very distinct personalities that bounce off each other extremely well.
Yeah. Like
Yeah,
Sam is the red torso.
But more than that, what's the one trait that we all share? That
we're all really fucking pig-headed.
Okay.
Well, more so strong, I would say, if I want to put it positively.
Okay, so honestly, I think the reason why we all work together so well is we're all curious.
Exactly.
Right?
That too.
And through our curiosity, Sam, we all discovered that if we go, Voltron connects, then we can get a Megazord going and save the universe.
Yes.
Max is the ass part of the Zord, though.
You're damn right. What do you think the best power attack is? The ultimate mega thunder gas attack.
The sumo squat.
See, you guys don't think
you got to do sumo squat to get into position, right? So it's a 2-turn attack.
You guys don't think you guys in the audience, you guys don't think you guys don't think I'd see the comments that, oh, Max is weird. Why are you a co-host with him?
No, you're
Folks,
the host. You
nigga,
choose this.
Wait, they're too stupid to even ask the question.
No, Sam chose death, guys. That's what happened. Sam was like, oh, let's say we're Apex. And I don't know. We're kind of mad because the pandemic, and that's nothing against either you and Apex. But the show with you and Apex was like, you guys were really upset because it was the pandemic. And
yeah.
so, by the way, spoiler alert, so was I. It was the pandemic. I just wasn't on the show. So I'm not shitting on anybody by saying that, Sam, right? But then I come on the show, and first and foremost, you, me, and Mort, who came along a little later, all vibe like he said. Mort said it. You said it. On this optimism that we have, and it's true that we're people that have struggled, so we don't see struggle as the worst thing in the world.
Fuck no. Also, though, like you said, Max, you're curious about like a lot of weird esoteric stuff, and that fascinates me. You know, who also is into you want to know who also is into really weird esoteric shit? John Guarnieri. What does he do for a living? He's a fucking head of security for multiple companies.
Oh my god! Could you ask who you're in position if my wife?
You out weird and out esoteric than me.
Wait,
and
position
I'm usually
for what?
the one in most of my groups.
Max,
don't worry about it.
No, don't tell me not to worry about it. What are you talking
the
about?
one good thing I'm good at is like security and like telling people what to do and beating people up because they're intimidating, right? But I'm old and I had a heart attack, so I don't exactly got experience. But hey, John, if you need a big dude who could like throw, I could show him how far I can throw a dude. With Sam, do you know how far I could throw Sam? Safely, of course.
Of course.
You and John could probably. Oh God, I'm gonna get myself in trouble with this one.
Tossing, dude, dwarf tossing, but with cripple toss.
Oh my God.
Yes, you and John could pass me back and forth like a football.
We both immediately agreed that he is a better ball than Morpheus, and we didn't even discuss Morpheus.
Did you just call him a ball?
Yeah, well, if it's a dwarf toss with cripples, then it's a cripple toss. You actually call the dwarf and dwarf toss the ball. It's true.
Let's face it, Morpheus is the old man, and he would probably break.
Yeah, no, more is the dwarf you don't want to toss because he might kick your ass.
Oh, you guys don't think I? It's funny that you say I wouldn't.
No, Sam. Hold on, let me predict this one. Sam is the dwarf that wants to be fucking tossed.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we all agreed on him to begin with. Go ahead.
He did seem very excited about it. You did.
He's like,
I mean,
you motherfucker, you got me.
I mean, I love to entertain the people. What can I say?
See, he's not saying I'm
Don't
lying.
for 1 second tell me that you do not think that would be fun as shit for you.
Hold on.
It would be. It would be.
Hey, I have.
I have been tossed around at concerts, so yeah.
People generally use like a basic Bic lighter as like a size comparison, right, Sam? So does this help to show you how big my hand is? That's a regular Bic lighter.
Yes.
Okay.
That is a
You think if I grabbed you by like right under your arms and threw you as far as how far do you think you'd go? I think I could throw you about 50 yards. Legitimately.
You know, I can put my
We
hand...
need pads, crash pads. Like, I don't want to kill Sam, everybody. Oh, the chat's going to be like, Max wants to kill him. No, I want to throw Sam like a football.
Oh my God.
Safely. Because I'm pretty sure I could throw him about 50 yards. And safely is why you want to get him and not a spiral, because a spiral will be you spinning, but in the same kind of way where your torso's always down, so you land that way, like flat out like Superman, right?
Yeah.
With pads and a helmet, because we're not retarded. Well, I'm retarded.
You're king retard.
But hey, I'm being reasonably rational.
You're not Chris Cantwell retarded though.
And hey, we automatically disqualified Mort because that would be stupid. We don't want to hurt Mort. Sam wants to do this.
In my head, I right now have an image of Sam, Superman style, padded out with a helmet, with the biggest grin on his face, like
wait,
through the air.
The helmet, Tony Hawk helmet. Oh my God, that's the coolest looking helmet for Sam.
The helmet would say Trump 2020.
Yeah, no, but I mean the style of that. There's so many different. Like you could have a bike helmet, you could have a motorcycle helmet, but I think you should have a red, white, and blue Trump, but the Tony Hawk skateboard helmet.
Speaking of flying, Sam, have you ever gone ziplining?
Yes.
Fucking hilarious. I love it.
That's what I'm saying. That way I could do one hand and you grab the zip line, right? Because I could get you across the world that way. Like, whoo! There goes Sam. He's in Canada.
What is wrong with you?
Everything's wrong with me.
Maxine, what is right about Max?
This motherfucker gives me a platform every week. What the? Oh my God.
Yeah. What's wrong with me?
Seriously. This is all his fault.
I can't do this.
I turn it all on
over
just him.
24
He
hours.
did it.
Anyway, I love you guys, and that's kind of the point of my opening monologue. Now to the topic
We've
at
been trying to get
hand.
to for an hour.
Yeah, 2 hours later, let's get past the monologue. Yeah.
Hey, you know, I'm right on your heels for partnership, Max.
Are you not entertained?
I've only got like 10 hours. I've only got 10 hours left to go before I reach the partner. And I'm kind of amped up. But Max, I know you. I know. Do you pay attention to the news much?
No, I'm retarded. Remember?
Well, neither do.
He's like,
well,
fuck
neither
you,
do
Max. I waited 2 hours for a segue to my main topic, Max, and you said no.
I don't pay much attention to the news either, Max, because I find the news depressing, and so I usually don't pay much.
I said no.
I usually don't pay much attention to the news up until show prep day. But Max, what is one of the other things that we talk out here at RTO Media?
You know he's getting aggravated because he's saying Max.
Meeting people. Shut up, Max.
Meeting people where they're at.
Yeah.
Meeting people where they're at. Yeah, I remember it because I said that a bunch of times, and I'm a little drunk, but I'm not that stupid.
You're not Chris Cantwell, stupid. Nobody is. Sorry,
No, you're right.
I had to. He's my new metric for stupid. Honestly,
I
after
know,
last
that was
night's
probably
stream.
a lot for you guys, right? See, like fuck the topic at hand. We're having fun. There's people that are gonna watch and they're not gonna. We already did it, Sam. We already buried the lead. How was the Mar thing? Was it all right?
Well, Mar hasn't talked about it yet, but
So
apparently,
it's a secret meeting.
I mean, I guess.
So we
apparently
really didn't even have a topic, to be fair.
Max.
I mean, yes and no. I mean, Bill. So okay, Bill Maher went to the White House, and apparently the left is upset that he met with Trump. That's the story, Max.
Because you can't meet with the enemy.
Did he get into Hunter's cocaine while he was there?
Damn it! That was why I freaking muted you. What the fuck is wrong with you? I am trying to let Sam talk about the thing that he wanted to talk about, and you are being a complete fucking dickhead. Stop it right now.
That was a good one. That was a good one though. No, Max.
Damn! For the love of fucking, you know what? You are on your own. I am not muting him anymore, and you can deal with his
I'll
dumb
mute
ass.
me, Sam. I'm a responsible boy.
I deal with him every week anyway, Maxine. Not as often as you do. God bless you. You're a saint. You have to put up with him 24. You have to put up with this behavior 24/7, 365. I deal with it maybe 10 hours a week if we do like long streams. No, Max. Bill Maher did not get into Hunter's cocaine because Trump cleaned that shit out. Hunter's cocaine is in wherever Biden's like third home is. The real story though is
really gonna throw mayonnaise at me? Is this what we've become? You're holding a jar of mayonnaise at the ready. Sam, I'm sorry. I just thought that was a remarkable premise for a moment. That she is. Hold on. No, let me see. I'll give it back. I promise. A jar of fucking mayo, and she's like, "Go ahead."
Is it?
I'm gonna get mayonnaise, Sam. It's gonna happen. This is what having a relationship is like sometimes. Okay.
Is it?
I am a martyr to the sins of all men out there that you have to understand. Do not do what I do because you're gonna get mayonnaised. Let me take.
Oh, I'm not gonna throw it right at your face.
I can take it.
I'm not gonna throw it at your face.
I've been asking for it.
I will put mayonnaise in your face.
Okay, go ahead, Sam. She don't have the balls.
Ah! Fuck you, I don't have the balls. Sorry, Sam.
What was the topic? Now I got mayonnaise.
I apologize, Sam.
You want to talk about a white on white fucking crime? I was assaulted with mayo. Sam.
Damn it, this is. That's too good.
You're a fucking dickhead.
Well, I saw you holding mayo and I knew. What's gonna come of this? Egg salad, Sammich Makers. That's the answer.
This is what happens when I don't sleep for over 24 hours.
This is what happens when you let me get away with everything for a week. I blame Sam. Everybody knows this is all Sam's fault. Look at the Whitfield Report. I mean, it's all in the name. This was his mastermind idea from the beginning, you know? I'm just this unwitting pawn in his massive chess game.
I'm starting to think this might not have been a good idea.
The cream of the crop. You know what I mean?
And it's interesting now because the whole thing was the whole indictment stuff, which we don't talk a lot about here, if people noticed, is because we've said our piece. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. Now they're charging him with death penalty offenses. You tell me. First of all, I had two things on that. I'm sorry to step on you there, Sam, but I have two really, I wanted to get this out on the show this week.
Yeah.
I even wrote it down. If you're gonna fucking charge him with a death penalty crime, then you better fucking charge him with the death penalty.
Because if you don't, then it shows that your convictions aren't as strong as you are. And if you're going to charge him with the death penalty, and if you get a conviction, you're going to have to kill him. Do you think killing Donald Trump, like, honest question, leftist, do you think killing Donald J. Trump in what at least half the country thinks is a complete bullshit sham of a trial is going to be good for this country? Do you honestly think that? I don't think you honestly think that. I think you are lying when you say you think that.
Some of, I mean,
and some of them want to kill him without trial.
It's fine. It's fine, Max. I did want to bring this up because I have the exact viewpoint you do.
Fucking do it then. Do it then. Well, I'm calling your fucking bluff, left. I'm calling your bluff, fucking Georgia DA. Fucking kill him then. You won't. Because you know what will fucking happen. They're not as stupid as they come off. I'll tell you what's going to happen.
They're going
to hold these charges, and then bit by bit, it's going to get chipped away. The 97 charges, by the way, 97 charges, almost 100. He's facing almost 100 years, 800 years in prison and the death penalty. That's what we're looking at. If you add up all the Trump indictments, that is the possibility. 800 years in prison and the death penalty. And I say, if you fucking have the balls, then go do it. But this country will never, ever recover from that. If we have a country at all after that.
And
so do it. Do it then.
And I agree with you. Here's my only thing about that. I think a lot of them know that would be bad, but I also think a lot of the people don't fucking care either. I think some of them hate Trump so much that they literally would be willing to.
I think a lot of them hate this country so much that what I'm saying would make them happy.
that's what I'm saying.
Once they do that, Sam, all of his ideas go away, right? All of the people who support him.
I heard this somewhere one time. Bullets kill ideas, right? Oh wait, that's not it. What was it again?
Yeah, Just Say No was the worst campaign to get rid of a thing that ever happened anywhere ever in the history of propaganda. Just Say No made people just not trust the fucking cops, like with the DARE program in particular. It was a complete disaster.
Just Say No made people say yes.
Yeah, because it was cool to just say yes. Also, it made it, if you think about subliminally, Just Say No means like they have to tell you that. So the default is yes. You know what I mean? So like you're kind of just supposed to say yes. Saying no takes moral turpitude. The 80s.
I mean,
but, I liked the one that they had on the fucking video game consoles in the arcades that said like winners don't take drugs. That's better. I like that. That was a positive spin on it, as opposed to Just Say No, making saying yes the default.
My favorite thing was when Hulk Hogan would tell the kids to eat their Wheaties and don't do drugs.
Take your vitamins, and he's fucking popping all. Hulk Hogan was doing a lot of, but you know what? I don't care. I don't care because I was a Hulkamaniac, brother. And let me tell you something, Sam. We ate our vitamins and we took our Wheaties and we drank our milk and we said our prayers, brother. And that was thanks to the Hulkster. And it doesn't matter that he was backstage smoking a joint, blowing 3 lines off a hooker's ass, and fucking doing all kinds of, and saying the N-word and fucking whatever. That didn't matter because if you were a Hulkamaniac, brother, it was about saying your vitamins and taking your prayers.
The biggest conspiracy about Columbine is that bullying is bad. That's not true. Like, objectively, it's not true that bullying itself in all cases at all times is bad. Look, they got bullied. Yes. They also acted like fucking weirdos. They also had clear problems. And they also ended up murdering a bunch of people. So maybe the bullying was like maybe misplaced slightly. Maybe it wasn't targeted. Maybe it was a bit too over the mark, a bit over the top. But you can't convince me that these kids didn't need to get bullied. They needed to get bullied.
Well, yeah. Well, and from what I've heard, it's not like mom.
Maybe not raped, right? But hey, weirdo, what the fuck are you doing? Saying these crazy things, scaring all the girls in class. Freak.
Well,
right? But that's like a normal bullying thing, right? What's not a normal bullying thing for men in high school to bully another. Look, I stuff people in lockers, okay? I've given people swirlies. I've done the things, okay? We took a kid and we hung him from the fucking coat rack by his underwear, right? All that, okay? Never once did it seem like a good way to bully somebody to rape them. That never occurred to me that it would be an effective way to like, we're really gonna show those freaks.
Now, here's a question I have for you, Max. Like, who did you bully and why? Because the question.
Jim Kirby. Oh my God. I don't remember all their full names. Mousy. I broke Mousy's hand though, but that wasn't bullying. He actually took a swing at a woman and I caught his fist. And then I kind of squeezed, and he was a little guy. He's a wee guy, and I'm a big guy. So I squeezed his fist a little bit, and I cracked a couple bones. But also I used to take his hearing aids and throw them out into the courtyard. Kirby, the guy I mentioned before, that was the fun one because he was like super duper fat, right? He's like ridiculously fat. And he was one of those spurgs that was like so desperate for $1 that he would eat anything in the cafeteria. So we would make a plate. You know what I mean? And it'd be like, all right, you got leftover whatever that is. Let's dump it in. Dump in some chocolate milk and some fucking just everything. A big bucket of fucking cafeteria slop leftovers. And be like, yeah, we'll give you $1 to take a bite. And he'd take 10 bites and get $10. And then the other thing, my favorite thing with that guy, Kirby, we called him Furby because he was round, like, and
yeah.
Like Furby. Anyway, every day after lunch, when we were waiting for the bell to ring out in like the foyer, there was a door to the courtyard, but the courtyard was locked from the courtyard. You couldn't go in the courtyard and then come back in without somebody letting you in. So every single day for about 2 years, and I don't know why he never fucking figured this out, I would take his fucking backpack and then throw it into the courtyard, and he would run into the courtyard like an idiot, and then we'd close the door and leave. And he'd have to have a teacher let him in, and he would get in trouble all the time, too. And he was like, they did it to me, and nobody believed him. I'm an asshole. I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry. He deserved it. Being fat like that.
that's the thing. It's like you broke a kid's hand, but he was like he was trying to beat on a woman. So that's
right.
That's justifiable.
And then the thing about throwing his hearing aids, I did the same thing with his hearing aids. I did with the. It was after he fucking tried to hit a woman. You know what I mean? So I was like,
yeah. That's what I'm saying though. It's like there's a perception that like most kids who get bullied are just like harmless victims, right? And sometimes that might be the case, but like I was a bully to the boys. I'll admit that.
Oh, Black Pill Phil in the chat said, "What's up, homies? What's up, Phil?"
Hey, Black Pill Phil, been a long time. Glad to see you over here on Rumble. So because
well, I got another case of somebody I bullied that absolutely deserved it. This is a fun one. So that wasn't fun at the time. This one kid at school, his name was Lewis. I don't remember what his fucking full name. His mom was one of the office secretaries, right? So she was an administrator for the school. Now, he and I had a beef about something. I don't even remember what the initial, kids in high school. His response to whatever it was I did to piss him off was he threw a rotten egg on Halloween. Me and my ex-girlfriend, at the time, were walking around doing trick-or-treating like teenagers and causing, mischief. It's Halloween. And he threw a rotten egg directly and broke her nose.
Ooh.
Yeah, so he threw it from like a good distance away, way high up in the air, and it just fell down and hit her in the nose, and it broke her nose. And I couldn't catch the little prick that night. But we had a class called robotics, and what that was basically we played with Legos. You know the Legos you can like program and shit?
Yeah, those.
And it was in the shop, like the wood shop, metal shop, and the shop teacher was the teacher, but it was off in a little room. And see, he didn't bother to teach the class by that point. He came in the first couple days, and then it was basically we played with Legos for one period. That's basically what it was. I knew he was in that class with me, and I knew there would be no teachers and maybe 5 other students, and all of them were my friends except for him. So I walked in the next morning. It was like second period. A big old smile on my face. He didn't expect that because he, assaulted my girlfriend the night before and broke her nose. So I just walked up and punched him in the face and then walked out of the room. And I was on my way to the office actually. But the shop teacher came and called me back. He's like, "Hey, Max, why are you leaving?" I was like, "Oh, I don't know." Yeah, all my friends told him that the guy told on me, and all my friends were like, "He's lying. He's lying." And of course, the teacher believed me because that guy's a lying sack of shit anyway. However, he had his revenge. You see, he went to his mom, the school administrator secretary, and told her that I spit and hawked a loogie in his eye. I did not do that. I took a 10-day out of school suspension and was threatened with an assault charge for that. No, that didn't sit right with me, and I had, like 2 weeks at home to really think about what I did and what I didn't do.
Well, yeah.
And so the first day back from suspension, before, school started, before anything, the first thing I did is I went up to his locker and I waited, and then he showed up, and I hawked the biggest loogie I could possibly have conjured right in his fucking eye. And then I went to the principal's office. Nobody told me to. I just walked down to the principal's office and said, "Okay, I'm good for another 10 days. What do you mean? Yeah, this time I actually did what you all accused me of. So let's go. 10 days out, I could do that sitting on my head."
Based?
And then he tried to fight me, like actually legitimately fight me, and I just beat him up.
Now see, folks, for those of you listening to audio, like Max is a giant. So like,
yeah, and even in high school, I was a giant. Actually, I was more of a giant in high school.
Well,
I was like comparatively to other people in my peer group, right?
Yeah.
But he's the one I gave a swirly to. I think that was much later. And I stuffed him in a locker. Yeah. Mousy was the guy we hung up by his underwear.
And Kirby was the guy that we ran his underwear up the flagpole. Because he had like comedy boxer shorts, and he was so fat that they were huge. And so we found his underwear. Like it was just sitting on like a bench in the locker room while he was doing gym class. So we just fucking snatched his underwear because it was comedy underwear, Sam. It was white with hearts on it. I don't even know you would get underwear like that. And it was like a flag. So we ran it up the flagpole. That was another 10-day suspension for me, but worth it.
Yeah, I like to point out that like this podcast would have gotten banned like, well, let's be honest, on YouTube it would have gotten like flagged as soon as we played 6 music, probably. But like this is gonna be controversial, what I'm about to say, but like everyone you just mentioned, like I can't think of a single innocent person that you've bullied.
Me either. I'm trying to. I guess there was my friend that was a dwarf, but like it wasn't bullying. He wanted us to put him in the locker because it was a funny bit and we recorded it. The funny part is we told him that we would edit it to make it look like he was in there all day, but actually we just left him in there all day with the cameras sitting out of it, and you could hear him talking. This is one of the funniest bits of video ever fucking made. But he was afraid. It wasn't bullying. That's more like hazing. Is hazing bad too now? Have we become such fucking pussies that hazing and bullying are bad?
Yes. The answer to both is yes.
I refuse to accept that. Gentlemen, we need more hazing. We need more bullying. But apply it right. See, this is what I mean. The problem with bullying is that like assholes like the jocks at Columbine are like, it'd be funny to rape them. No, that's not bullying. That just means you're sick. That's just no. Bullying is stuffing the kid in a locker. Bullying is taking that fat fuck's underwear and running up the flagpole. You know what would have prevented that from happening? Not having super funny underwear, not being like 500 pounds in fucking 11th grade, right? Those two things, if he had done either one of those things, he wouldn't have had his underwear up the flagpole. And the best part is that it took them like 3 days to notice we did that. So his underwear was underneath the American flag outside the school for like a better part of a week before they noticed and took him down.
So did you like so it's not as bad as I thought. I thought you like hoisted him up the flag.
No. The flagpole. Look, this guy was super fat. We weren't gonna break the flagpole. Just his underwear flapping in the breeze, and it had his name. That's the best part. It had his name in the waistband.
Oh my god, I'm sorry, but like that's setting that if you do something to set yourself up for being bullied like that, you deserve it.
Yeah, that's what I say. If you make I said this to Johnny Fox a couple weeks ago. You make yourself an easy target. Why wouldn't people?
Yeah. Yeah, and I actually have company over, so
Then you should go, sir. We'll pick this up next week with the more inane bullshit.
Yeah, that's why I'm kind of like trying to keep my voice down, is because I have people in the guest room.
Oh, and I'm over here yelling and making a big fucking hullabaloo.
I mean,
I'm sorry, Sam. I didn't mean to get you in for the company, Sam. Oh God.
I mean, it's
why did I do that?
It's in my headphones. So
Sam, will you ever forgive me?
No.
Yeah. So you're only blowing out my ears and maybe Morpheus's
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Eardrums, but yeah.
So yeah, same place next week, same time. What else do we got? Sammich Makers are gonna make sandwiches, I think.
If you read Night of the Vigilante, ladies and gentlemen, you can get an infinite IQ score, is what I'm trying to say.
See, for anyone who says that Mac is retarded, he just proved that he's not, because that's
right.
a genius.
It's math. The math is there, Sam. Now, if we was to go one-on-one at sacrifice, there'd be a 33% and a third chance of you winning, you see? But I'm a genetic freak, and I'm not normal. So I got 66 and a 6% chance of winning. And you, because if we was to go one-on-one, have a 25% chance of winning because of my 75% chance, because I'm a genetic freak, like I said. You know, that puts you at 8.25% winning. But if we throw Morpheus in at sacrifice, you take his 25.5% chance of winning, because if we was to go one-on-one, you divide that by 3, and we get 12.1% chance of Morpheus winning, and 8.2% chance of you winning if we was to go one-on-one, and add 25.5 chance of winning because I'm a genetic freak. And my chances of winning sacrifice, Sam, 157.5%. And the math don't lie. And you got no chance at sacrifice, Sam.
I suck.
You're dumber.
I suck.
Into everything you just said.
I suck at math, but I'm pretty sure that wasn't even math.
The math don't lie, Sam. You, me, Morpheus, triple threated sacrifice, 158% chance of winning. Let's go.
I mean,
winning what?
Because I'm not normal.
Winning what?
At sacrifice.
What do you win at sacrifice?
I win at sacrifice. That's all I need.
And if
what
you win
the
it-
fuck me
if
is
you-
sacrifice,
If
bitch.
you win at sacrifice, what's your prize?
This is the main event.
And what do the
At
others
sacrifice.
lose?
I don't know. Eric Bischoff on a pole with Vince Russo as the special guest referee at sacrifice, Sam. And that, see, now she's changing the math. We got to add 22% in a third because Vince Russo sucks, right? And then you got to add, but subtract from each of you because I'm not normal, but you're normal, right? So we got to subtract from each of you 18% because that's Eric Bischoff's approval rating in WCW 1999. Sam, I'm not done. 1999, that was his approval rating when he was president because the NWO wasn't going anywhere. Let's all face it. The NWO wasn't going anywhere. They had the black and white. They had the red and white. Who gives a shit? What's the Wolfpack? Well, the Wolfpack was cool, though. They had Conan and Disco Inferno. And fun fact, Sam, they still do a podcast. Why do they do a podcast? I don't fucking know. You let me talk, Sam. And I listen to Jim Cornette all fucking day. And Jim Cornette will be like, John Moxley, you know, that motherfucker. Sam, Mort, you guys have defended AEW in the past. So I want to say, let's cut to the chase about like the one thing I actually have to like respond to in all of this. He makes the claim that basically all his enemies, quote unquote, and he sort of refers to me indirectly several times throughout. He calls me, Sam, he calls me a small-minded fanatic because he knows I'm going to laugh about him being gay. And you know what, Chris? I am a small-minded fanatic and you're gay. He's so gay. Anyway, that out of the way. I didn't know you were fucking dudes on Grindr. Well, if I knew that, I would tell the whole fucking world. What do you think I'm doing here? I'm reading your gay shit. Do you think if it was anybody else in the whole fucking world, Sam, I would read this gay shit? It's because he's my mortal enemy and he just came out as gay with AIDS. With AIDS! Well, with PrEP. He's got PrEP. He's prepping for the AIDS. He's not quite there yet. He's chasing the bug, Sam.
Well, look, he's doing the thing. It seems I said this off air last night.
If you didn't plan for something, why would you prepare for it?
Well, hold on, Max. It's like taking allergy medicine in the springtime, like, you know, to like prevent allergies. It's the exact same thing, right?
No.
You know, because you don't have to casually take PrEP to not get AIDS.
You don't gotta go out there and suck the pollen off the tree's dick.
Well,
you could.
I mean,
Cantwell might.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what he's doing, clearly.
I always said Cantwell could probably suck the chrome off a trailer hitch. I just never thought he would prove me right.
Well, also though, like, Max, this kind of brings up like another point. Not to get off, like, you know, too much of a tangent, but you seem to like live rent free in like a ton of your enemies' heads. Like, I didn't even know about you until Johnny Fox came on my show and spurged out about you.
I know. And I'm like, I wasn't nice to Cantwell, but I'm usually nice to these people. Cantwell, I mean, he said awful things about my wife for no reason. She was not even a public person at the time. You could at least argue now she kind of is, right? And he doxed us and he sent people to go harass her and stuff. And so, like, I fought back. I'm not going to say we pulled any punches. Our goal was to make him so sad he might kill himself. But hey, he's resilient. He's lasted 10 years since then. I mean, he did a lot of meth and he sucked a lot of dick and he went to jail a lot, but he's alive.
I mean,
as a matter of fact, it seems like he's never been more alive than when he started sucking dick. It's like a rebirth of Cantwell. I've always said he should. You know what's funny about this, Sam? Alternate timeline theory time. If Chris Cantwell, instead of going Nazi or attacking me or any of that stuff that caused his libertarian fan base to abandon him, if he'd have just gone, I'm fully a faggot. Oh, sorry, YouTube. If he'd have done that, I think that a lot of people would actually have supported him. Instead, now I wouldn't have. I would have been like, you're gay now. I told you. But like a lot of people I feel like would be like, oh, look at this brave gay man, you know, coming out or whatever. And he could be like a gay comedian through the whole woke era. Imagine this, Sam. He could have been a gay comedian in the woke era making tons of money, being like an off-brand Jim Norton, talking about how much dick he sucks, which he seems to love doing, both talking about and sucking. So like, that's the alternate. He could have been somebody. He could have been a star.
Wait. So you're saying that he could have been like an off-brand Jim Norton, though, which is funny because Jim Norton is literally married to a tranny. The last time I
that was the one thing. You know, it was always funny when people said, well, why did you ever like Cantwell? Because his old show when I first saw it, he gave me Jim Norton vibes, right? And then I was like, oh, but Jim Norton now is like married to a tranny and weird. And I was like, well, yeah, but Cantwell will be in eventually. And I kept saying he was gay because he said all this gay stuff. But I was just kind of joking, Sam. I want that. That's what I'm getting at, to clear this up. Weave did not know he was on Grindr. He says specifically Weave. I know for a fact Weave would have told personal friends of ours that knew both. No. We had no idea you were on Grindr, Cantwell. your paranoia was misplaced. It wasn't because your security was so lax. It was because you act like a massive gay man all the time. You say gay things. Sam, here's an example. He said he's so fed up with women. This is why I specifically made the prediction that he was gay. It wasn't to any, I didn't know he was on Grindr. He said he's so fed up with women that he went and watched gay porn to see if he liked it or not, but he didn't. Sam, have you ever been that like, women rejected you and you're like, you know what? I need to just watch two dudes fuck just in case.
No.
No. Me either.
I've been like, I've told Moore and I both, like, we've been rejected several times, but like never once has it crossed my mind. You know, I'm so heartbroken. I'm gonna look at two dudes.
Yeah. Let me just see if watching these two dudes does it for me. It's just never even occurred to me, and literally until he said it. And when he said that, I was like, motherfucker, you gay as shit. And I thought that was sort of a joke, but sort of true. Like, that's a gay thing to do. And I left it at that, and then it bothered him so much that he banned people from saying my name after that. And so people would try and sneak it in, because Max is not hard to sneak into a conversation. Neither is Sand. And so they would call into his show, and they would be like, yeah, I maxed out my credit card buying all this decorative crafting sand. And he'd be like, wait, what? You fucking with me? Literally just the mention of my name made him paranoid. Ian Freeman, too. There's this one video, famously, where I called into Ian Freeman's friend's show one time, right? And he literally comes running from another room and comes in the door like Kramer from Seinfeld behind them on camera. And he's like, "Does that make sense?" And I was like, "Hi, Ian." Ian is in federal prison right now for the next 30 years for money laundering and extortion, I believe, but definitely money laundering.
So wait, so let me just say this. Like, I've known you long enough. I think I consider you I consider you a personal friend. But your enemies think of you more than I do.
Oh, more than I do?
Yeah. And like, we're actual kind of like IRL friends.
It's funny because that's like the response I get from a lot of them is that because I do this show, right? They're like, you think about me all the time. Let me pull back the curtain a little bit on the Cringe Coffee House. Look at the upload schedule. That's enough to explain to you how often I think about these guys. I do a bit of research before I do a show like this. I get the stuff together because there was a happening in Cantwell land. Or if Dave puts out some really funny videos, I watch them and then I put them together and then we watch them together. I try not to watch everything so that I can react fresh to some things. Today I didn't. I'm pretty sure I haven't read the entire story beginning to end. I just skipped to the end to see some of the worst bits. To be fair. So I did leave some fresh content for me to react to today. But if you see the fact that I upload maybe every 3 months, sometimes there's been one Cringe Coffee House a year, that tells you how much I think about these people. What it is I'll go check on them. Cantwell has a Kiwi Farms thread. So every couple months, I just look to see if there's any new pages. And for most of the time, there's never any new pages. And then this time, there was 20 fucking pages because he's gay. Mega gay. Sam, right now, there's levels to this, right? So I think we need to like put a scale on it. And I think right now we're at like a level 2 homosexual. He's level 2 where he's considering the efficiency of paying for a woman versus a man for free. That's like 2 out of 10. He hasn't done it yet. He still thinks it's not the most ideal solution, but he's still gay. He's on the scale. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
Do you think we'll get to a 10 out of 10 on the gay scale by the end of this? I do. I know we will, actually. That's not fair. I have a spoiler, huh?
Well,
okay,
I mean,
I gotta keep reading this, but I need to take... Your brain can only take so much of this shit. Where was I? But I wanted to get off now, and unless you're paying for it, women don't just show up whenever you want them to. There's a lot of investment involved. Since I was grossed out by this, I didn't do it again for a long time. He's so grossed out that he did it again eventually.
That's okay. I got something no AI can create.
You are not allowed to go unchallenged there, Max.
I am unapologetically retarded. No AI is going to admit that, Sam.
That's true.
I know. I asked. I said, Grok, are you retarded? And Grok was like, no, I'm not retarded. And so I asked ChatGPT. I said, ChatGPT, you got to speak truth to me now. Are you retarded? And ChatGPT said, that's not a nice word to say, and I can't answer that. And I said, that's a fair question, but that's not a no or a yes. So they will not tell you if they're retarded.
I would love to know if ChatGPT thinks Grok is retarded.
And Sam, that's the thing though. We all know they're retarded. Because you ask it a question and it's like, what the fuck does that mean? Let me tell you about the weather. Let me write 47 pages about the most inane bullshit question you had that doesn't answer your question. Yeah.
Grok isn't retarded, it's autistic.
But I'm retarded in a way that I can admit that I'm retarded and autistic, right? But ChatGPT can't even admit it's retarded because that's a banned word, which proves that it's both retarded and autistic. And Grok will tell you it's not retarded, and it might even call you a retard back. I've had that happen. But it doesn't mean it because it refuses to acknowledge what the word retard even really means because it's an AI. But me, I've made some dumb fucking decisions. Maxine?
Yes.
Have I made some pretty dumb decisions?
Yeah.
Would you say it's fair for me to say I'm retarded?
Yes.
Back to you, Sam.
Well,
hey, speaking of ID, did you see this, Sam? The Social Security Administration got hacked in every single Social Security number and physical address along with it of every American citizen today was leaked on the dark web.
Oh, fuck.
Gee, they stole all the Social Security numbers a couple months before an election, Sam. I wonder why that might happen. And all the physical addresses and names to go with it. What a coincidence.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, that's really reassuring.
Make sure you double check your votes, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm double checking to make sure my bank accounts and everything are safe and secure.
Yeah, Biden, what are you going to do about all of our fucking leaked Social Security information and doxes?
That probably means that my medical information is doxed too.
Well, right now, to be fair, it's up on sale on the dark web. I'm sure the Democratic Party will buy it soon.
Yeah, that's really reassuring to know that my fucking Medicaid information and everything is just fucking out there. So,
hey man, jokes on the scammers, right? Because most of our generation doesn't have any money to steal and their credit's bad. Looks like the boomers are in a lot of trouble with this one, huh, boys?
Yeah.
They have credit and like money and stuff. Not us. Oh no.
That's also like the term
Andrew Tate would shit all over my appearance, wouldn't he?
Yeah, no, probably.
Yeah. Well, I could beat him up, so we're even. Didn't I challenge him to a fight, Sam, and he never fucking responded?
You're a giant.
Yeah.
No, hold on. I challenged Andrew Tate to a fight, didn't I? Because he said you have to fight him if you want to talk shit about him.
You did.
Yeah, and he never fucking got back to me. So as far as I'm concerned, Andrew Tate is just a massive pussy.
He is Max Sam's bitch.
Yeah.
I mean, anytime, like he can set his stipulations. Yeah, I'll do one hand behind my back if he really wants to go. Andrew Tate, he's like half my size. I don't care if he's fucking in the gym every day. I'd fucking eat him. They wouldn't let us fight in like a real fighting organization, Sam, because we're not even close to the same weight class. There's a reason that they don't let that happen, because it becomes a slaughter.
Well, he'd probably fight dirty too. Also,
you ever see Kimbo Slice fighting like the little white guy? There's a great video of this. There's this little white guy trying to fight Kimbo Slice. That's Andrew Tate versus me, bro. He's a little guy. Like, this is why I don't think people take him seriously. He's a little guy with a Napoleon complex. Are you serious? Look, it's okay to be a little man. It's okay. It's okay. But don't have a Napoleon complex about it, because then everybody's laughing at you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so I guess like my whole thing is
he's a cute little guy, though. I'll give him that.
I mean, he
like not like cute like sexually, Sam. Like cute like your little cousin that's like annoying and he tags along with you, but there's something endearing about like how he holds his blankie. That's what Andrew Tate's like. He's like the little snot-nosed crybaby brother, telling you how great he is the whole time. And also, he's totally going to tell mom when he gets home.
Oh, yeah, totally. Here's the other thing, though. You mentioned that, like, he's not even American. So this is another thing I want. Like, granted,
I knew that because he's a homosexual.
Well, and granted, like
allegedly, he's allegedly a homosexual, Sam. Allegedly, Andrew Tate is
British.
Well,
if he's British, like to me, I allege, that British guys are just homosexuals, and so by that standard, he is allegedly homosexual, Sam.
I mean that by that standard, Max, that is a pretty fair assessment.
Yeah. Allegedly.
There are a few Brits who listen to this program, and they're the ones that aren't.
Pick one for the team to call him gay. That's fine.
Well, Steve Stark, horror author, is. I mean,
we love our Brits. Like, what would they do without us? You like that? You thought it would be the other. Yeah.
Yeah.
To be fair, I made the female character model with the big titties shake too, because it's
true.
Funny.
Yeah.
And you can make them have a big booty and shake that too.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's oh wait, Melanie Mack is appalled right now.
Against all the evil that hell can conjure, all the wickedness that mankind can produce, we will send unto them only you. Rip and tear until it is done.
Melanie Mack said she learned about Jesus a week ago, Sam. I don't
know what? You know what? When she can learn how to contour her face without making her nose fucking disappear, then I'll give a shit about anything that fucking bitch, fake ass, goth ass,
poser that she fucking is, okay? Suck my fucking cock, alright? Melanie.
She was sucking up to Elon like what 2 weeks ago, and then she found out that oh my god, he had a child out of wedlock.
Oh right, talking about.
Oh please, and how many dicks has she sucked out of wedlock? Come on.
Well, judging by her age,
before Epic unit. I want to know after, because
you never seen these hoes out there that you sucking cock for crazy? Come on.
Why do you think they're always on their knees?
Church rats? You never heard of those church rats?
Oh,
I got raised Catholic, so I know all about the slutty girls.
So do
really? You gotta stay away from them. They'll tempt you into state.
Those Catholic schoolgirls are pretty slutty.
Yeah.
They know the secret around that whole marriage.
That's it, and they'll
Jesus can't see if you do it in the back door.
That's what they say, and you know what? It's the back door to hell. For a young man. So what we're talking? Oh right, Elon Musk fucked some bitch. Does anybody care?
No.
He's probably a grifter. Does anybody care?
No, except that I met her once, and it's not even the most her side of that.
And that's what I thought of her before I heard this, and then after I heard this, I was like, good for her, I guess. Doesn't affect me.
700 years ago, if someone had come to Oxford and stood here and said, I think everyone should be allowed to read the Bible, even peasants, that person would have been described as offensive. He would have been denounced, shouted at, and eventually no platform. 200 years ago, if someone had come to Oxford and stood here and said, I don't believe in God, that person would have been described as offensive. He would have been ridiculed, yelled at. 100 years ago, if someone had come to Oxford and stood here and said, I think a man should be allowed to have sex with another man, that person would have been described as offensive. He would have been booed, hissed at, no platform. So when today's student leaders clamp down on offensive stuff, they're actually carrying on a very long tradition. A tradition whereby the creme de la creme of British society take it upon themselves to police the parameters of acceptable thought and to exclude offensiveness from the academy.
Need to say it's not okay. This hate conversation was not their intention. We understand that jokes are jokes, things are things, but at the end of the day, if it's promoting hate and it's promoting discrimination, you are directly a cause of it if you're allowing it to happen and you're not doing anything about it, and that goes for anyone in this country.
Throughout history, the church, politicians, universities have always branded certain ideas offensive and have waged war against them.
Yet, you all come to us young people for hope. How dare you? You have stolen my dreams and my childhood with your empty words.
Today, student leaders do the same. They carry out one of the oldest, foulest forms of intolerance, intolerance of anyone who gives offense. But giving offense is good. In fact, it's essential. Humans have long had the urge to offend against the natural order, the religious order, the moral order, and in the process, they have pushed humanity forward.
A person that comes here and has crowds that go further than any eye can see, there's nobody that can see the end of this crowd. That's not somebody that lost an election, and now because of it, our country is being destroyed.
In fact, pretty much every leap forward in history, pretty much every freedom we enjoy is a product of individuals having given offense.
It costs twice as much to fill my truck up with gas. It costs twice as much to fill my cart up with groceries. Milk, bacon, everything more expensive. You want to add on to your house, that's all more expensive. That's a direct result of Joe Biden messing up the supply chain.
having offended against the orthodoxies of their age. Offensiveness is not just something we have to begrudgingly accept. Offensiveness is the motor of human progress.
Donald J. Trump is now President of the United States.
The right to offend is not some pesky little part of freedom of speech that we have to put up with. It is the heart and soul and lungs of freedom of speech. It is the coursing lifeblood of human progress. It is the instigator of liberty and modernity and science and understanding. What a laughing stock today's student leaders are, that they can so casually dismiss the right to be offensive without realizing that their lovely, enlightened lives are the gift of individuals who gave offense. I know what some student leaders will say. Oh, but our no platforming is about protecting individuals. We only want to protect women from misogyny and black students from racism, so our intolerance is progressive. Please, how progressive is it to say that female students are so fragile that they can't cope with seeing a pair of tits in the sun? No, without falling apart. That doesn't sound progressive to me. That sounds paternalistic. How progressive is it to say that black students need these wise, white student leaders to protect them from harmful ideas? Because that doesn't sound progressive to me. That sounds neo-colonialist. The fact is, today's student leaders aren't protecting individuals, they're protecting an idea. And it is the most mainstream status quo idea of the 21st century, the idea of human vulnerability. The poisonous notion that humans are fragile and therefore our speech and our relations must be monitored and policed. It is this misanthropic, orthodox idea that they promote and which they protect from criticism as surely as priests once ring-fenced their beliefs from ridicule. In this choking climate, we have got to move beyond talking about a right to offend. We have to talk about a duty to offend. Anyone who cares for freedom, anyone who believes that humanity only progresses through being daring and disrespectful now has a duty to rile and stir and outrage, a duty to break out of the new grey conformism, a duty to ridicule the new guardians of decency, a duty to tell them, fuck your orthodoxy.
I, Maxine Sand, present to you the top 10 stupidest programs found by Doge so far.
So far. We have to put so far because, like, who knows?
Yeah.
So, at number 10, we have verifying that children love their pets at $187,000 to make sure that Timmy still loves Lassie.
I could do that for about $5. Sam.
I could do that for 25 cents.
I can do it for a dime.
Yeah, you buy one of them pig ears from like the hardware store. Y'all ever get pig ears for your dogs? Is it just me?
No, I used to do that for your dogs, remember?
And you get them good, because I'm from a farm town, so we got the fresh pig ears, right? And you give the 10 cents to the kid to get him a pig ear, and he gives the pig ear to the dog, and the dog's like, oh, yay! And you're like, oh, he loves them.
Yeah.
That's it. So, yeah, what, 25 cents? Adjust for inflation. Maybe they're $1 now.
Ow.
Probably use 5 of them. I mean, if you want to get a real sample size, like 1,000, what's that going to cost? $1,000? And also, why do we need to confirm that pets and kids love each other? Isn't that just a waste of money?
See, now that's the thing. I tried to look up the stuff on this list, and I honestly have yet to find out like the reasoning for any of the things, because I could not find out why they needed to verify that children love their pets. I couldn't find it.
I can answer that. It's called pork barrel spending and nepotism. Number 9.
It's called money laundering.
Yeah, money. I was saying it the nice way.
So at number 9, we have the study of steroid in hamster fighting at $3 million.
Look, steroids, a little more expensive than pig ears. I'll give them that. Also, if you're gonna have hamsters fight, I totally get why you would give them steroids. However,
you want them to Hulk out?
Well, like you're fighting them. Like, you think they wouldn't give gladiators steroids in the Roman Coliseum? They give them to WWE wrestlers. Oh, I shouldn't say that. Especially at AEW. Oh. Anyway, yeah, steroids.
So it's the first rule: don't talk about Hamster Fight Club.
Yeah, you don't talk about Hamster Fight Club, and you especially don't talk about the steroids at Hamster Fight Club, and also all the guys who just took that money and put it in their pocket.
Yeah, and somewhere there, that money could have gone to help a disabled veteran or something like that. But we won't talk about that.
No, we have to know what happens with hamsters when you pump them full of steroids and then you put them in the ring and it's just ding, 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 ding,
Hamster
go!
mania
Like,
running wild.
Finish him.
Let me tell you something, hamster dudes. Tonight's main event is going to be off the chain.
Okay.
Now, here's what I want to know. Do you think Joe Biden would watch the hamster fights?
Of course.
Oh, of course.
Hold on. Now it all makes sense. That's how they kept him busy the whole 4 years. They had a hamster fight club in the White House. Number 8.
And his partner was Michael Vick.
Aww. Number 8. It's a short one. Parrot romance, as in the bird, at $600,000.
What do you suppose parrots in love talk about? Because if it was the parrot I had as a kid and another parrot, I imagine the conversation would go something like this. Shut up! Fuck you! Shut up! Fuck you!
No. It's going to be like, I want to fertilize your eggs. All right, that was really stupid. I apologize for that.
Were the African gray parrots though? I have to ask on behalf of more.
Just parrots.
Right? Where's my blue pill? Also, they don't fuck, right? Birds, they fertilize.
No, that's why I said that they fertilize the eggs. So, I mean,
Number 7.
Yeah.
The money well spent, by the way.
Number 7. Study of cocaine effects on beagles at $2.3 million.
Headed up by Fauci.
Now.
So that's the excuse that Hunter was using to bring cocaine into the White House. It all makes sense. Oh no, Secret Service man, this isn't my cocaine. This is for the Beagle study.
Hunter's running up on the White House lawn with 20 beagles. Anyway, I haven't talked about this yet, Sam.
It all makes sense now.
I had a beagle, and I'm telling you, it wouldn't cost that much to study, because when my brother had parties, sometimes his friends would get a little wild and they'd break out a line, I'm not a guy, I never touch the stuff, but sometimes that happened, right? Not with the beagle around. His name was Snoopy, and he'd just run up right on the table and be like, yeah, and he'd start howling at the moon and shit. he also would make you blow pot smoke in his face.
It's true.
Like in an uncomfortable, like if you're
That's
smoking,
hilarious.
if we're passing a blunt around, he comes up and puts his head in your lap at first, like, and if you don't get his point, he like starts putting at the blunt, you know, like, and then eventually somebody else there will be like, no, he wants you to, and then he'd fucking go lay down and just like kick his leg and be like happy as a fucking clam. That dog loves to party.
Yeah, he did.
And so I don't think you need to study it very much to know that if you give a beagle cocaine, he's going to howl at the moon. How much did that cost?
That was $2.3 million.
$2.3 million, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, so now we know what Hunter's Coke budget was.
Oh God.
Then got it.
Well, that was just for the Wednesday that he was there. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I gotcha.
Number 6.
Number 6.
And this one, it's real humanitarian work, right? Number 6, encouraging Ethiopians to wear shoes at $2.1 million.
They should probably wear shoes. I don't know about the price tag.
But if they haven't put shoes on at this point, I don't think we need to keep.
We just need to
spending money.
throw more money at it.
I mean, how long has Ethiopia been a country?
I mean, just
is it a country, Sam?
If they wear them, they wear them. If they don't, they don't.
Yeah, I mean, Mort and I could tell them to do it for free. Look, Mort and I would say people don't want to see crippled feet, bare crippled feet. Why would people want to see, bare Ethiopian feet?
I don't know.
No.
Are they not wearing shoes? Like, maybe the premise is even false, right? Maybe they are wearing shoes and we're just throwing money at nothing. We don't even know.
We're ignorant Americans. Go figure.
Again, money laundering, but yeah.
Yeah, somebody ask an AI, do Ethiopians wear shoes? Like, I don't know. Maybe not. What are we on now? Number 5?
Yeah, number 5.
Number 5.
Oh my God! Wait. While Ethiopians do wear shoes, particularly in urban areas, it's important to note that depending on the region, some word I don't know, status and situation, many people in rural Ethiopia may not wear shoes regularly. But they do wear shoes.
Well, then we should spend what? How many millions on trying to make them?
2.1 million.
Yeah, obviously, that's the solution.
Also, I asked Grok, yes, Ethiopians do wear shoes. Footwear is commonly used across Ethiopia.
So there we go.
Yeah, how much was spent on wheelchairs for actual disabled Americans?
$0.
Yeah. Number 5.
So this is a good one. Number 5. Racial aggression in mice at $500,000.
Well, how do they discern mouse race?
I would assume by color.
But
Like
isn't
brown mice, white mice, black mice, mixed mice.
And so they're trying to like get them to fight based on. So they're making
racist mice.
They're making mouse prison gangs based on ethnicity.
Yes.
And how much?
$500,000.
Well, yeah, we should definitely be spending that money. Mm-hmm. Again, how much was spent on wheelchairs for Never mind. Number 4.
So number 4, study Russian cats on treadmills at $2.7 million.
Wait.
Hold on. Why
hold
Russian
on.
cats? Why not American cats?
Well,
I don't know.
The important part, Sam, is we now know what they do once they make the mice racist. They're training cats. Russian cats, Maybe it's more like it's like that hamster fight club. Now they're just doing it with Russian cats versus racist mice. At to the tune of what, $4 million combined. Let's go.
It all ties together.
It's all a cohesive unit. What do we got? Well, number 3.
It gets even better with number 3.
Okay, let's go. Number 3.
Number 3, training mice to binge drink at $1.1 million.
That's how you get them racist. You get them nice and drunk. You tell them, oh, those mice over there are starting some shit. You see the black ones?
Yeah.
And then when it's done, and you
They're
have the
gonna take
big
your drink.
racist drunken mouse bar brawl, you have a Russian cat come in and just clean the shit up.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the parrot lovers are watching, just commentating.
You know what? The sad thing is
We got through the first sheet.
She got a 2-pager this week, Sam, so.
Oh, man.
Page 2. Number 2.
Oh, God. Number 2, sex changes in Guatemala at $2 million.
$2 million for sex changes in Guatemala.
But no
But
wheelchairs for
still no
Americans.
Huh?
Yeah, you guys.
Yo, we're talking at once.
We said
Okay.
but still no wheelchairs.
Yeah, still no wheelchairs for Americans or disabled
Right.
veterans.
Yeah.
But Guatemalans, sex changes.
Well, think about that. They're taking a step out of their normal process. See, we know they're importing voters, right? But they know they really got you once you've already got the trans surgery. What are you going to do? Vote Republican? So they get them there.
Yeah.
So they can bring them here, and they're already pre-trans. They're pre-transing for the illegals that they're planning to bring in.
Gotcha.
That's so that they can have them officiate this big racist mouse bar brawl. And with that, I believe we've reached number 1 most stupid, idiotic, ridiculous waste of your tax money found by Doge so far.
Give me the paper.
What paper?
I'm going to do the thing that you normally do.
What's the thing?
do
Oh, you're
this
going to
right.
read them back. She's going to read
We're
them
going to
back.
read them back.
Okay, we're going to read them back. Cue that drum roll again, Sam, because we're going to need it.
Okay, yeah, starting at number 10.
So, number 10, verifying that children love their pets at $187,000. Number 9, the study of steroid in hamster fighting at $3 million. Number 8, parrot romance, as in the bird, at $600,000. Number 7, study of volcano effects on beagles at $2.3 million. Number 6, encouraging Ethiopians to wear shoes at $2.1 million, even though they already wear shoes. Number 5, racial aggression in mice at $500,000. Number 4, study of Russian cats on treadmills at $2.7 million. Number 3, training mice to binge drink at $1.1 million.
And the number 1.
Number 2,
Oh.
sex changes in Guatemala
How
at
could
$2
I-
million. How could you forget that one?
How could I forget the sex changes in Guatemala, Sam?
How could you?
And
Because we all have.
the number 1 most stupid, idiotic, retarded program found by Doge so far.
The effects of cocaine on quails when they mate at $875,000.
Yeah. Quail fucking.
That don't even fuck.
So So we have not one but two methods for Hunter to like just on his cocaine use in the White House.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. I mean,
Beagles
why do you
and
think these programs
quails.
are there?
Quails.
Quails.
When they are doping quails up on cocaine, and then just like they don't actually have sex. The
No,
males,
so the male quail.
So it's just when they're doing their mating dance, so they're just like bleh!
No, hold on. You gotta think this through. The female quail would help with laying an egg, right? Did you give her the coke? And she's just gonna like and then the male quail comes in all coked up and shoots his serpent sperm onto the egg. Right? Because he's all like yeah. How much? $800,000, you say?
$875,000.
And $0 for cripple Americans wheelchairs. Oh, that's
So what I want to know is like, does Hunter smuggle his cocaine in like in the quails, or like do the bee?
He's going undercover as a zookeeper now. And he just takes all these animals and he's like, yeah, this is just their medicine. He's just coking up all the beagles and the quails and the fucking parrots and the fucking mice. Hunter is like crackhead Dr. Doolittle. Don't you understand, Sam?
Yes, literally.
So big shout out to my wife for guesting this week, doing the Tad list. Good stuff.
Thank you.
Look, I'm not here for my fucking like my extensive educational background. I'm a cornball. I'm a goof.
And yet even being a clown, you're smarter than a lot of the college educated out there. But I digress. We have a list to get to, Max. So let's hear it.
No one will agree with you after this list, Sam. This is the I didn't even say the title yet on air. Oh, it's gonna go. It's gonna go great. This is the top 10. Oh shit, I gotta have a top 10 list. Shit. I didn't have one last weekend, I promised. I am letting everyone down. Oh God. Okay. Top 10 stupidest things I can think of with 15 minutes until the show that might make Sam laugh or get me fired as co-host or both. But either way, we'll get a pop.
Well, it got an applause from the studio audience, so can't be that bad.
Yeah, that's because you knew the title before, but just wait until we get to number 10. Imagine suing your wife. LOL.
Who would do that?
Who would do that? That's so stupid. Number 9 of things I shouldn't fucking say. Sam's PCP habit.
Oh, I blame Shmuley for that entirely.
Well, I mean, look, that's what he does. He gives you one free and you get hooked. Number 8, Morpheus killing Nazis on the moon or pussy or both.
I
believe the 5th.
I hear sometimes he slays pussy on the moon.
That's tough to do. Well, it's probably better for you guys, though.
I save pussy from the Nazis.
I mean, look, cripple sex is probably easier on the moon. I'm just saying. Because regular sex is probably easier on the moon.
I cannot confirm nor deny that, Max.
Midget sex, harder on the moon, right? Because they might fly into orbit.
Yeah,
that's not on the list. That one's a freebie, Sam. That's a bonus. Number 7, Fartomania, brother. That was a good time.
That whole
should be higher on the list.
I do want to point out that show did get like over 246 views.
I know.
The last time I checked out. So clearly it was entertaining. Even to me, it
And
was entertaining.
informative.
Yes. And it spawned Batman, a meme of Batman eating Cheerios or
beans, Sam. Why would he? It's fart related. He's eating beans. This never mind. I ain't gonna say that one. That shouldn't be on the man. I almost said that one. Number 6. The things I shouldn't mention on the air because it might make Sam mad, but also laugh. This is probably a big one. This should be number 1, I think. But anyway, that one time Sam farted on stream and no one mentioned it, but it was like loud. And like, I'm pretty sure he smelled it too because he made a sour face.
I played the 5th.
Mm-hmm. Well, the audience knows what I mean. We all laughed.
Of course they do.
No one mentioned it until now. Number 5. This is just because, hey, in case I get fired, I got to make sure to shout out to my literal actual best friend in the world and homie, Dirty Dominic Mysterio. Much love. Judgment Day forever. I'm getting my Judgment Day membership, Sam. They were accepting new members. See, Penta, he said no. And so my boy called me up. He's like, yo, we need a new member. And yeah, so you'll see. Anyway, we're going to kick Finn out, though, because, like, what a fucking bitch. He's no fun. Like, Carlito's fun. Dom is fun. The ladies might kill you, so you can't kick them out. Anyway, what was it? Number 5 was that. Number 4, confession. I talk over Sam all the time, and I say he's in on it, but actually, it's a malicious plan to piss off that one guy in the audience who keeps bitching about it just the way he thinks it is. Yes, it is a conspiracy. Ha 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 ha. And now it's too late. Shmooly, unleash the doomsday device. Ha 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 ha. Evil laugh.
LOL.
Number 3. Shmooly is the cheapest CEO in media, and he cut the budget for our doomsday machine because he hates fun and he hates funny. Boo Shmooly.
Can confirm. Boo Shmooly.
Boo. Hold on.
Wow, even
more. I got okay, yeah. All right, never mind. Number 2. Shmooly is the man, and I am legally and contractually obligated, now required, to say he is not cheap. His spending habits are tremendous. No one spends more than him. He's the best. Literally the best guy in the whole world is CEO Shmooly.
Max, it's okay. You know, blink if you're in trouble, and we'll I'll send Zach James or one of my other badass author friends to save you from Shmooly.
You can't save anyone from Shmooly, Sam. Haven't you figured this out yet?
Well, damn it.
Number 1. We read these back. We read them back, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the top 10. Oh shit, I gotta have a top 10 list. Shit. I didn't have one last week, and I promised I am letting everyone down. Oh god. Okay. Top 10 stupid things I can think of with 15 minutes until the show that might make Sam laugh or get me fired as co-host, or both. But either way, we'll get a pop. Number 10, imagine suing your wife, LOL. Number 9, Sam's PCP habit. Number 8, Morpheus killing Nazis on the moon, or pussy, or both. Number 7, fartomania, brother. Number 6, that one time Sam farted on stream and no one mentioned it, but it was loud. And like, I'm pretty sure he smelled it too because he made a sour face.
Mm-hmm.
Number 5, shout out to my literal actual best friend and homie, Dom Mysterio. Much love. Number 4, confession. I talk over Sam all the time and I say he's in on it, but actually it's a malicious plan to piss off that one guy in the audience who keeps bitching about it just like he thinks it is. Yes, it is a conspiracy. Ha 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 ha. And now it's too late. Shmuley unleashed the doomsday machine. Ha ha ha. Number 3, Shmuley is the cheapest CEO in media and he cut the budget for our doomsday machine. That one's real, Sam, by the way. Anything you think is bullshit in here, that one's real. Shmuley, you motherfucker, you cut the doomsday machine budget. And I'm going to see you at Fartomania. Anyway, because he hates fun and he hates funny. Boo, Shmuley. Boo.
Boo.
Number 2, Shmuley is the man. And I am legally and contractually now required to say he is not cheap and his spending habits are tremendous. No one spends more than him. The best. Literally the best guy in the whole world. And number 1, Sam, of things that I'm going to do because I had to make a list. Gay pornography. Got him. 420 blaze it, homie.
Of course it was gay pornography.
Of course it was gay.
It was always going to be gay pornography.
You knew it from the beginning.
Why would we expect anything else but gay pornography?
That's right, because it's 2025.
And also, but gay pornography is pretty gay too.
But is it so gay that it comes back around? Sorry. No, I had no idea what I was doing, and I hope I made at least one person laugh. That was the idea. I laughed.
You made
accomplished.
Yeah, I love how we've talked about like bullying people, like all this other stuff, but like,
yeah. Why don't we believe vegans, ladies and gentlemen of the chat? Let me pose you a question. Why are we not bullying vegans?
I used to.
We need to bully vegans. Specifically vegans.
Yeah.
Force feed the meat if possible. Like get yourself a nice prime rib, right?
I actually
by the way, only if you're under the age where which they'll charge you with a major crime would you ever consider this. And also it's purely entertainment and I'm just making shit up here. And don't listen to anything I say. Disclaimers out the way. Get yourself a nice big like baby back rib, right? With some delicious barbecue sauce. You're going to want to get some like good Southern shit, right? You don't want to just get any old. You know, you're not getting like the Lloyd's shit prepackaged that they sell at the store. You want some good old fucking Southern barbecue. Then what you got to do, and this is important, is you got to tackle them around the waist, okay? Because they have no center of gravity because they're vegans. They can just fly away with the wind, right? So you grab them around the waist, full-blown tackle, Luthez press style, okay? Now you've got them in the mounted position, you know? You're going to use one hand to kind of bat away their arms because they're going to be fighting you at this point. And then the other hand, you're going to have that nice, beautiful baby bag rib. You can take off a rib, maybe even pull out the bone. You know, I understand vegans wouldn't really like bones. That's a bit much for them. And so just the meat, because they'll have no problem with that. And you just shove it right in their fucking mouth. And then what you do is with the hand, you're still going to be slapping their hands away. Not that I've ever force fed anybody anything before. You got to take the other hand. And now that you've got the meat in their mouth, you use the other hand to hold it over their mouth so they can't spit it out. And then you tell them that you'll let them up when they finish their meal, like a good boy. So that's what you everybody, I want you out there tackling vegans. Let's go.
Yeah, well,
just in the streets, anywhere. It doesn't matter. If you see a vegan, force feed that motherfucker meat.
So like how he says they have a new fetish.
Hey.
Oh my god.
You're doing it for their own good, okay? They need it. You look at a fucking vegan, you know, like this guy is probably, you know, he's probably on the fucking the LGTB spectrum, right? He's probably not been laid very many times. He probably, you know, is very wishy-washy. Look, you're gonna put that meat in his mouth, and he's immediately going to get stronger. That's the one problem with this, okay? Is once he starts swallowing the meat, you do have to let him go and probably run, because he's gonna go into like a vegan meat rage, and it's kind of like retard rage, right? Where like he's gonna be stronger than he normally would because he's gone full-blown fucking crazy. So you gotta get out. You gotta get in, okay? And I cannot stress the importance of proper technique when you tackle them. So you gotta get in, get him right around the waist, full grip on the waist while still holding the meat in this hand, okay? Lock your hands if possible. Tackle to the ground, force feed, hold mouth shut, wait for swallow, get up, run. That is the strategy.
This
in Minecraft.
This
is how we're fighting back against the left, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna just start feeding these motherfuckers.
Yeah. Now see, vegan chicks don't like me very much. Vegan chicks won't date me at all. For multiple reasons.
You tried tackling them and force feeding them meat?
Well, listen. They all claim they're allergic to meat too. So
oh, Sam, they weren't talking about that. They were trying to tell you they're gay.
Oh,
I hate to break it to you.
Oh,
yeah.
that they were lesbians.
Yeah, they were lesbians because they're allergic to meat. See, they were trying to get that across to you, but you're just oblivious. You're just like, oh, you don't eat meat, huh?
Yeah.
Well, like, isn't that the fucking whole appeal? It's a dollhouse, little sandbox for you to play your little family out in, and they want you to play it anyway, but like a normal family.
Oh, and also, one of the basic things that every game had was that you could actually go in and like change the patterns and the colors of clothes and even the hair. Yeah, not no more. But you could make them have bigger tits.
I mean, that's a plus. You're not going to find too many complaints about bigger tits.
But you know what? You can't make the guy have a bigger bulge. That's sexist.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, that is
Conan.
true.
Conan Exiles has an excellent genital slider. I don't know. Have you seen this, Sam? Have you heard about this genital sliders?
Unfortunately, I have, because you've showed it to me. You made it waggle.
Well, it's not even waggling, right? You make it go small, big, small, big, small, big, small, big.
And then you moved it. That he sat there and he was making it turn, and the dick's just going like whoop, whoop, whoop. And I'm like, oh my god.
I mean,
yes. Shout out to the realistic genital physics.
Hashtag jiggle physics.
Are we talking about game physics, or are we talking about Max made his thing waggle?
Oh, Samuel!
Sorry,
you are grounded.
Both.
Max, you're dead.
Sorry, I had
Max,
to.
you hide the body.
Oh my god.
To be fair, I made the female character model with the big titty shake too, because it's
true.
Funny.
Yeah.
And you can make them have a big booty and shake that too.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's I mean that. Oh wait, Melanie Mac is appalled right now. Oh, what would Melanie Mac say? She learned about Jesus a week ago, Sam. I don't know.
You know what? When she can learn how to contour her face without making her nose fucking disappear, then I'll give a shit about anything that fucking bitch, fake ass goth ass poser that she fucking is, okay? Suck my fucking cock, all right? Melly neck, bitch.
She was sucking up to Elon like what 2 weeks ago, and then she found out that oh my god, he had a child out of wedlock.
Oh right, we're supposed to talk about Elon's
Oh please,
baby
and
mama.
how many dicks has she sucked out of wedlock? Come on.
Well, judging by her age, it has to be in the trillions.
Before or after she found Jesus?
Both.
I want to know after, because
you never seen these hoes out there that be sucking cock for Christ? Come on.
Why do you think they're always on their knees?
Church rats? You never heard of no church rats?
Oh,
I got raised Catholic, so I know all about the slutty girls.
So do
You gotta stay away from them. They'll tempt you into Satan.
Those Catholic schoolgirls are pretty slutty.
Yeah.
They know the secret around that whole sex before marriage thing.
That's it. And they'll
Jesus can't see if you do it in the back door.
That's what they say. And you know what? It's the back door to hell for a young man. So what we're talking? Oh right, Elon Musk fucked some bitch. Does anybody care?
No.
She's probably a grifter. Does anybody care?
No, except that I met her once, and she's not even the most interesting person I've met.
That's what I thought of her before I heard this, and then after I heard this, I was like, good for her, I guess. Doesn't affect me.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Maxian, and welcome. This isn't even Tim Pool Doesn't Understand Things. I think we've solved a mystery, guys. An internet mystery that a lot of people didn't seem to understand. And, you know, I often see in the live chat for Tim Pool's podcast, you know, people asking him to take the beanie off, and, you know, they want to see him without his beanie. And, you know, he never engages. He has been steadfast in wearing that beanie for many years. And I think I figured out why. Now, he's not going to be happy if he sees that I've played this little clip. And I understand why. But at the same point, I do think, so this came up in my recommended feed. I want to give a shout out to Witless X, whoever the hell that is, for posting this video that really illuminates some things and kind of shows Tim Pool in a very human light, unlike, you know, what normally that we see. So it's kind of a moment of humanity for Mr. Pool, and I'm also concerned. I'm concerned, and we'll get to why. So I want to watch some of this clip, and then give my thoughts, and finally put to rest the mystery question of why does Tim Pool religiously wear the beanie. And so let's take a look.
Go back to 4chan, you fucking bigot!
I'm going to start a campaign. I'm going to raise as much money as possible. I am not kidding. Where I'm going to buy as many billboards as I can with the definition of the word bigot on it. I swear to God I am doing this. Later tonight, I'm going to start a GoFundMe, and I'm going to try and raise $1 million+ to put billboards all across the country with the dictionary definition of the word bigot.
You are the oppressor!
I had to steal your hat. Do you remember me?
You go back and you tell Master College.
You met my friend Okat in France?
You tell Bartley.
I had to.
So fucking forcing the hetero picture
All right, have a good day. Bro, you come near me ever again, you won't have any teeth. You understand that? I understand. Don't fucking touch me. Do you realize what these people have been doing to me all day? When they come up to me and threaten me, and you want to come up to me and you want to grab my head. I just wanted to take your hat. That's all. Go fuck yourself.
Get the fuck
Okay, so that exchange got a little tense there. This guy thinks just stealing Tim's beanie is a good idea. Mind you, this is May 15th, 2017. This was uploaded, meaning although the title says Tim Pool threatens Charlottesville torchbearer for taking his cap, I guess that means this guy later, after this, marched in Charlottesville with a torch. I don't know. I don't see how that's relevant to this video, but that's the title of the video. We can see this long, I made this video on the first day, essentially, of deciding to cover free speech events as a citizen journalist. At the time, I didn't know anything about anything. The players, the politics, my own politics. Over the next few months, I would meet and witness nearly everyone in this video at other free speech, quote-unquote, events, but most importantly, at the fascist assault on Charlottesville. The hero of this video and of that moment and event is the person with the megaphone and everyone behind them. So, okay, so this is Antifa. Matt carried a torch and chanted vile things in Charlottesville 2017. That's irrelevant. Poole is a dick, a peddler of inflammatory fodder. In 2017? Okay. Speakers at future Boston free speech events can be seen in the background. You mean the event that was headlined by an Indian American immigrant? Okay. Yeah, this is very racist over there. Free speech in quotes. I like that. The right-wing militia that brought assault weapons to Charlottesville are in this video. The right-wing and shitposting riot porn creators are everywhere. Since this event, right-wingers have murdered dozens of innocent people for being whatever they are. Citation needed. All right, I take my shout out to this guy back. The point of this video is, and always has been, simple. Tim Pool is a dick. You see, on that, I don't know if I agree. So, what we just witnessed is this guy sees Tim Pool standing there, sneaks up behind him, pulls the beanie off. Dick move. That's a dick move. Did Tim maybe go a little over the fucking top about it? Yeah, and we'll see it get a little further than that as we get deeper into this exchange. But he threatened to knock the guy's teeth out. He said, "Don't touch me." I don't know in Virginia if he would have been within his legal rights to fucking knock the guy's teeth out. I also think, personally, I'd laugh at Tim much like this guy did, because he doesn't exactly, strike me as a tough guy. And tough guy is not a good look, Tim. Not on you. You got too much of a baby face. It's kind of laughable. But I understand the sentiment, the anger. He felt that this guy who his first thing is like, "Do you remember me?" Probably not, dude. Like, and even if he did, you don't know him like that. You're not his buddy, where he might give you a pass for committing a prank on him or whatever. Obviously, clearly. So, yeah, you were kind of in the wrong. But as we get further, not only does this escalate a little bit more. So Tim's now told him, back off, don't touch me, get away from me. This guy has not decided to do that. He's not touching him, and he's not talking to him, but he's decided he's going to stand right next to him anyway. And, you could see that as the end of it. Tim maybe moves away from him, or you move on, but it does escalate just a little bit. No violence, as far as I'm aware, stem from this. And again, I don't care if this guy was at Charlottesville or not. That's not relevant to the context of what we're seeing here. So yeah.
To your mother's house, you piece of shit! That was sexist. Go back to your cat who you named Hitler! You fucking scum!
Oh, and then we get the other babyface Antifa that think that they think that just staring at you is supposed to be intimidating. I can tell you from firsthand experience that straight pride, it's not. Like, you guys are like 100 pounds. Like, especially for me, because I'm a very big guy. You know, I'm like, I'm not small, and so I'm not intimidated. That's not to say that a smaller guy than me couldn't, take me in a fight. There's plenty of like, God, you look at like a UFC fighter who's a welterweight or something, probably take me. They're a trained fighter, right? But 110-pound Antifa, mean mugging me is not exactly gonna strike fear into my heart. But let's continue.
Come here. You wanna know why I fucking wear the hat? Yeah. So these motherfuckers can't fucking recognize me when I'm on the street. You wanna take a picture of me so that I'm easily identifiable? There's no photos of me without this.
You came and you filmed immigrants.
And you touch me.
You filmed black people and you made fun of my comrades.
I have made this very clear several times. And the reason I do this is because no one knows.
Shave off your fucking
I don't have to wear a mask.
Nazi.
I just lost my hat. Yeah, it's different for you, dude. I have people sending me death threats. I do too. Great.
Because you're a Nazi.
So do you? So you want to come up to me, someone who's not fucking with you at all, and you want to lay your hands on me? I just back it up.
Fuck off, Oath Keepers.
Okay, so we've solved the mystery, ladies and gentlemen. Tim Pool believes that the hat is much like the glasses for Clark Kent. If he puts the beanie on, he's Superman, and nobody can recognize him. But if he takes it off, he's a mild-mannered reporter. Comic book logic, ladies and gentlemen. Also, bringing up the death threats. Tim, I've gotten death threats, and I have, like 100 subscribers on YouTube. If that. Everybody gets fucking death threats nowadays. If you talk politics on the internet, hell, if you talk esoteric lore of a fucking old sci-fi show on the internet, you're likely to get a death threat. Come on now. I've gotten plenty of death threats. Maybe one day we'll do a stream of all the stupid death threats that I've received and laugh at them. So basically what he's doing there is trying to put agency onto this guy for what other people are doing. Again, Tim doesn't understand agency. We've been over that in a previous video. And he seems, something else we've been over in a video before, same video, he seems unwell. You see, believing that a hat is going to make him unidentifiable to people who are specifically targeting him to try and find, follow, and possibly even harm him. And so by magically putting on a beanie, he's fine. Not only that, but that suggests that it's a lifestyle for him. That he puts the beanie on when he's acting in his public persona so that he won't be recognizable, and then takes it off when he goes to the grocery store. That's, Tim, you might be unwell. That's paranoid ideation, my dude. Look, Tim, I would recognize you with or without that beanie. And I know that people who were specifically targeting you for those kind of purposes would absolutely recognize you with or without the beanie. If somebody's looking at your face day in or day out, whether you wear a hat or not is not going to change how you look. So if that's what you're doing, you're wearing the beanie so that nobody can recognize you, get a better disguise. Get a better disguise. At this point, though, a disguise won't help. I understand now it's kind of built into your whole image, your whole shtick, your persona that you're putting on. But it does seem like a little much that, at least it suggested to me here, that when you go out and don't want to be recognized, how you do it is by not wearing a beanie. So you have a very specific pattern of lifestyle behaviors based on the fact of paranoia. Yeah, you might be being manipulated by the Joker, my dude. Because, I mean, look at this guy right here. This guy right here, he's covered his face. Could I possibly recognize this guy? If I was going out of my way, studying all pictures of him, looking for this guy, would I be able to find him? Yeah, I would, with or without that mask. He's got very specific kind of eyes. He's got eyebrows that would be identifiable, his ears, his hairline. He might have a hat on. He might have a mask on. He would be identifiable. Likewise, this guy here, maybe not so much because he's fully covered, but I bet you if you got some close-ups on some of these people, or this bitch right here, you could probably recognize them in their daily life. You know, she's got a very distinctive necklace on. She's got these bandanas on, but she wears these, you know, problem glasses. If you think this is doing it, Tim, we can all see your face. So I don't know. But it's also interesting he came back to that guy. See, it doesn't look to me like this guy restarted the discussion. It looks to me...
Come here. You want to know why I fucking wear the hat?
He said, come here, and then started in on it again. So the guy had walked away. It was over, and Tim's basically trying to escalate it or whatever. And oh, it's your fault that they're gonna kill me. Basically, that's garbage. Pro internet tip: everybody gets death threats or threats of some kind. You know, rape threats, kidnapping threat, whatever. Like, that happens all over the internet. If you pull that card in an argument, you sound like an idiot. I'm just calling that right out. And that's why the guy immediately says, I do too.
So these motherfuckers can't fucking recognize me when I'm on the street. You want to take a picture of me so that I'm easily identifiable? There's no photos of me without this.
You came and you filmed immigrants.
And you touch me.
You filmed black people and you made fun of my comrades.
I have made this very clear several times. And the reason I do this is because no one knows
Shave off your fucking
I don't have to wear a
sides,
mask.
Nazi.
I just lost my hat. Yeah, it's different for you, dude. I have people sending me death threats. I do too. Great.
Right? I do too. Everybody does. Death threats aren't a big deal, Tim. I don't know. I don't know if you understand that. Unless you believe it's credible, and if you believe that it's even remotely credible, I highly recommend reporting it to law enforcement. But to use it in an argument, it's just stupid. The whole thing is just stupid. But we've solved the mystery. So Tim wears the beanie because it's urban camouflage, and you'll never recognize him without it. There's no pictures of me without the beanie, so I don't have to wear a mask. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard, but I'm going to put a check mark on this one. Ladies and gentlemen, we have solved the mystery. I thank you for watching. I often say share this only with Tim Pool. But, you know, I want to get the word out there. So if you want to share it with other people, that's fine. And if you share it with him, he's probably going to be pissed at me for fucking bringing attention to this at all. Because he did threaten to knock that guy's teeth out, and that's probably not the look that he wants portrayed out there. But I actually understand the fucking frustration. The guy put his hands on you. He took your hat. He don't know you. You know, it's fine. Maybe it was a bit overboard, but it's understandable. You know, most of us have been there. So until next time, ladies and gentlemen, I've been Maxian. Thanks for watching.
It does seem to me that Vince got bad when he was old, because all the allegations come from like the late 20-teens.
Mm-hmm.
But he was probably a creep all along, to be honest.
Yeah.
And that's one of the other pro tips that was already addressed, but will be addressed again. Just don't be a creep. That's hard for some of these people.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're like, ooh, wrestling girl shows her, like, bottom thigh, and I like it. Like they're 13.
Mm-hmm.
I swear, it's like younger guys. When do they even, like, ask a girl out now, in their 20s? Seriously, it seems that way.
Mm-hmm.
And they're still afraid. The fuck you guys doing? You be looking up to wrestlers. Maybe start emulating one and may fucking grow a pair accidentally. Or look like an ass, but a girl might find that funny and think you're cute.
Mm-hmm.
And that's literally all it takes. Nah, I don't know what I'm talking. Look at me. You know what you guys do? Don't ever talk to women. Don't ever go outside. watch wrestling and make creepy Twitter X posts alluding to those women's body parts out of context. That will totally get you laid, get you a wife.
Please don't listen to that advice.
Make you an AEW fan member of their core audience. Get you a restraining order. Maybe in some cases a baby mama. What else? A disease.
Jesus.
Prison time. Women, am I right?
Oh, fuck off.
Hey, yeah, we can talk about one other thing. Do you see the funness of trolling the, let's just say, Callie on this one survey? Shmuley turned me on to this as like a hobby, right? Is that there's this Canadian woman who will say the absolute most outlandish left-wing shit I think I've ever heard by miles. And I'm not sure if she's serious or trolling most of the time. And it's so easy to rile her up because you just say the most like Archie Bunker, blatant sexist thing. You can call her Toots. And she writes 2 paragraphs telling you about the indigenous population of fucking Vancouver. And you're just like, I don't know. And she said she's a witch. So what do you think about, should I read my witch shit post? Because it's some of my better work. Let me see here. That's a great place to maybe continue. She said, they were talking about witchcraft and how she's saying she's a witch, but she wouldn't define if she was pagan or Wiccan or anything like that. She's just a spiritual witch, She's a witch that believes in ancient indigenous traditions can teach us the way forward. But I don't really want to hang out with those people because they smell funny, that kind of person. And so she said witchcraft was traditionally practiced by women. And then Dipshit said, nah, Big Dick Lakeisha wrote those spells. And I said, yeah, and they burned them. And look how much nicer things were. No AI slop, no smog. I visit Salem every now and then just to dab on them a bit. Got 'em, LOL. And then Dip said the witch trials were just an excuse for the people in power to rob the whole place. I said this place was a paradise when they did that. Now it's full of crack hoes and dirty gray streets, full of illegals. The Indians burned them too, at least around here. Didn't nobody like witches, hence the hangings. All I'm saying is, in 1640, the ground I live on was a lot nicer to live at. Maybe it's correlated. Cleaner water, nicer landscapes, honest work, good food, just had to keep the witches in check. Man could raise a family in a nice home for some hard work and a prayer. Then we stopped burning witches, and now we have MS-13.
My God.
And to finish, gotta get woke on the WQ, the witch question. Take the tie-dye crystal pill. It has your star sign on it. And that is my burn the witches shit post, ladies and gentlemen. Remember to burn your local witch.
My God.
I mean, don't actually.
No.
You got to find them like not local, otherwise you won't get away with it.
Oh my God.
Yeah. You know what? Best place to close it. Final thoughts. All 3 of us, I think. Final thoughts on 4 years of the Biden administration coming to a close. What do you
Kamala
got?
Harris, fuck Joe Biden.
Well, this might be a little graphic, but to me, the Biden administration was like being constipated and like taking a shit.
The Vince McMahon. I got you.
But like very
big flowing diarrhea shit finally bursting through after all that pushing, and finally that big squirty mess comes out and it feels kind of nice. I got you.
Yes.
The old Hershey squirt, Sam.
Yeah, more like a turd that just,
Oh, like that big beefy one that's just a little too big. So you got to put a little effort in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That is a very apt description of the Biden administration, and I don't think we could come up with a better one, Sam.
Yeah. I to me, that's what the entire Biden presidency felt like. And so, but once you get that, out of your system, you feel a lot better.
True.
And that's literally how I feel. So, also,
our buttholes are free of Joe Biden's influence, Sam.
And the country, too. But, Max, you don't understand. Conservatives of TikTok is a thing.
I don't care. Dumbasses.
You don't.
Frankly, Sam, I think conservatives of YouTube are dumbasses. Why do you
Yeah.
dance to their hoops? What? Well, the core people of the quartering. Oh, Jeremy. Oh, fucking. I'm flippity flying mad, Sam, about that. I can't say that the unaliving is happening in real time with the words I can't say, the snuggle struggles and all this shit. Fuck Jeremy and fuck his grifting ass. Fuck everybody. Yeah, I can say fuck. He can't. Oh, because the algorithm, I won't get advertisements. Oh, YouTube will cuck me out of my advertisements. Yeah. They'll say you can't have ads, and then they'll put ads on it and take the money themselves. That's damn right. So you're not gonna swear at all, Jeremy, you fucking cuck. Tim Pool, you fucking cuck. I can't even say this about Styx Hexenhammer because he still swears anyway.
You know why I'm clapping, Max? Because Jeremy and some of those people actually do know who I am. Do you think any of them went to bat when my channel got banned? Nope.
No, there was no Keemstar helping us out. Free speech faggots, my ass. They're not free speech anything. What we've done is we got banned, and we had to start from literal scratch over here, and we've built it up to a point that we're doing quite well. And so all them faggots can say their replacement words to appease the algorithm overlord. Oh, please give me my 2% of ad revenue on this video. I promise I'll never say suicide again. Oh God, it's an unaliving, a self-deletion. It's I thought about, taking care of some business in the kitchen. Does that explain the thing anymore? Fuck these people, man. It's so transparently like, I'm only doing this for money and you're stupid for watching it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm banned and I'm still making money off of books I've actually written.
Yeah. Who censored your book, Sam, or who told you what you could and couldn't publish? Was it just your publisher, which is you?
Yeah. I'm the only one telling me what I can and cannot write.
That's right. Spotify gives us plenty of leeway, it seems. They've never had an issue with anything we put up there, or as far as I'm aware, right?
Nope.
No.
They and so look, she can endorse whoever she wants. That's not what I have an issue with. The issue I have the issue I have isn't even with her. It's with a lot of these normies who think, I can relate to.
It's with people
Taylor
thinking that her
Swift,
opinion matters.
or they think her.
Yeah, I
opinion
mean, hey,
matters.
it's really easy to relate to her, because we're all multimillionaires, right? And we don't care about food prices, right? Because we're multimillionaires, and we all get to travel in our private jets to every part of the world every week, and then, with the little bit of work we do each week, can then immediately take another private jet to go meet with our famous boyfriend at the Super Bowl, right? Anybody can relate to that. It's so relatable. We're all just like that, right, Sam?
I mean, listen, like,
how many times a week do you take your private jet, Sam?
3 times a week. In my imagination, Max, that's the key.
There you go.
listen, in my imagination, I'm just.
We're all gonna hit it big and fucking get our own goddamn private jets.
That's right.
In my imagination, I've sold 1 million books, and we're all jet setting.
Hey, one day we're gonna be riding on RTO Force One. Okay, and this will be a.
Well, you know, if Trump wins and the economy, you know, if the economy is good, then that might actually not be, you know, that might actually be in the realm of possibility if the economy can get fixed. But
yeah, this is, you know, I was being obviously sarcastic about it, but this is my thing with the celebrity endorsements is you like their art doesn't mean that their endorsement is relevant to you at all. What economic bracket are they in? Is it the same as yours? Well, then maybe they have a different set of priorities. I've always thought that celebrity endorsements, you're right, they can endorse whoever they want. I've just always wondered why people care.
Yeah, and that's also that I've always kind of in the same boat too.
I loved a lot of Trump voters were like, "Oh my God, Jack Black is openly endorsing Joe Biden." It's like, yeah, oh, he's an idiot. He's a big, fat, crackhead-looking idiot.
Yeah, the fact that
a big, fat, lying, crackhead-looking piece of shit who wishes violence on other people, idiot.
The fact that Steven Crowder did like an entire like, you know, live stream about Taylor Swift, you know, endorsing Harris,
God.
I'm like,
cringe.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Crowder. That's cringe. Like, straight up, like, you're more obsessed with her than she is with this endorsement, okay?
And, well, and to me, like, that is one thing that, like, that really does irritate me, because there are so many things that conservatives, that if you're a Trump supporter and you're on the right, there are millions of things that you could talk about, like the economy, like, you know, I get it gets repetitive, but there are literally thousands more things relevant to do a live stream on than, oh my God.
Well, we'll take a couple minutes, but you notice most of it's just us joking about her.
Yeah.
It's like, because she's not relevant. As much as everybody will tell you how relevant she is she relevant to you if you're not a teeny bopper girl who goes to Taylor Swift concerts? Are you a father? Probably the only reason she's relevant to you is if you have a daughter that listens to Taylor Swift. Like, I don't know, like, especially like, quote unquote, our audience is probably not going to be a big Taylor Swift kind of audience. But even if they were, I mean, even if you like her music, like, what does that have to do with the price of tea in China? I like Rage Against the Machine's music, and they're communists. I hate them. I hate everything they stand for, but their music's kind of catchy.
Yeah,
I've known, worked with, and been friends for years with artists who have different political views than me as well. I think people put too much stock into that. If you like somebody's art, you like their art.
Yeah. Well, you know, that's true. I do think there's something to be said here, though, for the fact that, like, things have gotten so politicized in America that it's
admitting you like somebody's art who disagrees with you has become taboo.
Yeah.
Which is crazy to me. Like, for example, Joe Fish in chat, shout out, by the way, said fuck Dave Grohl about the thing that he doesn't want Trump supporters at his show. I agree. Fuck Dave Grohl. Dave Grohl's a hell of a musician.
Yeah.
Or fuck him.
Yeah, those
are two separate issues in my head, right?
If we're making, you know, that's the thing. Like,
machines don't laugh, Sam.
That's true. They also
call him out like this all the time. Why are you so mean to him? Is something going on at home, Sam? I feel like this kind of we'll talk later. Never mind. Well, the topic.
Sam bullies me.
I know. We try. It's cripple on cripple violence, Sam. We need less of that.
Only because you bully other Craig, sir.
Well, yeah, but isn't he not crippled?
Other Craig deserves it.
It's not that. If he's not crippled, at least it's not cripple on cripple. Like you guys are supposed to be like brothers or something, right?
We are. But like all brothers, we give each other shit. And we can't wrestle IRL
downstairs. I get it.
Yeah.
Isn't that the ultimate cripple thing to do to another cripple guy though? Because you'd be like, what this is, right? It's not like an able-bodied person doesn't maybe fully grasp how big a dick move that is all the time, right? But another cripple guy is gonna be like, you ain't pushing me out my wheelchair down these stairs. So isn't that the ultimate cripple like fatality on another cripple?
I would think so.
What's crazier is 2 flights of stairs.
I mean,
not impossible.
I mean, look, that's like a death wish is 2 flights of.
Well, yeah, because even if you stay in the wheelchair for the first flight, you're definitely not going to stay in it on the second one.
Oh no, because then the wheelchair itself would just break apart and give out. Yeah.
And then, ladies and gentlemen, you just have Sam in free flight, like a bird.
And I'm free, free falling.
Well, this is why I keep recommending you get yourself a Tony Hawk helmet, Sam.
You're the one who needs the Tony Hawk helmet.
You think that's the case? Let me tell you something, brother. I was walking to my cardiologist. Feeling pretty good, actually. I know I ain't lost as much weight as last time, right? Because I kind of hit a plateau. But I haven't gained weight, as I know, right? I'm always thinking. And it's about to be summertime, so I'm going to be even more active. Yay. So I'm feeling good as shit. And it's a beautiful spring day, and I'm making it, and I'm just about to be there 1 minute early. And I get to the crosswalk right outside his office, like right down the street within 40 yards. And I'm crossing the crosswalk, and a motherfucking pothole hit the fucking front of my foot and my face and elbow, as you could probably tell. I fell hard, Sam. And probably over a dozen people saw it, and some of them laughed. And it hurt. It still hurts. Because I can't lean on my desk because I think I bruised my bone. But my doctor checked it out because I went to the doctor immediately following this incident. This is that's what you call pride goeth before the fall, Sam.
Well, that was understandable. I mean, I imagine Mort and I have, taken a couple, tumbles. At least I have.
It's not something that happens often for me. But man, did that suck.
Mm-hmm.
And then, the other thing is I fell on my face a little bit, but I mostly caught it with my hand and my elbow. And then I didn't know if my head, and I had the head hits thing.
You're not supposed to catch the sidewalk with your head there, Max.
Right. Well, no, look, the sidewalk was talking shit, so I headbutted it. And anyway, I had all the things with your brain where it goes scrambled, and I should not headbutt sidewalks.
No, that's not a good idea.
I will say this. The sidewalk broke too.
Ooh, that's really not good. But
that's what you get talking shit. You should see the other guy.
But also, I mean,
wow. The other guy's a fucking piece of concrete.
wow, also like you've got a really hard head.
You know, people keep telling me this.
Well, he is a giant, so.
The problem is it's hard on the inside too. So when my brain catches up against it, I has the dumbs again.
Do you ever lose the dumbs?
There's moments of clarity. I swear to God. And then I'm back in the haze, and then I'm like, I come out of it, right? And I'm doing a top 10 list where I'm making all these horrible fucking statements, and I'm like, you know what? Back into the cloud.
Well, I would say marrying Maxine was definitely a moment of clarity.
Yeah. You would though, because you kiss ass.
I mean, I might be, but that doesn't mean it's not true. I know.
But you're also a kiss ass, Sam.
Yeah, totally.
Yes.
It's why people like you. It's a secret to success.
It's not the only reason why people like me.
No, but it helps.
Yes,
I've been trying to learn from you, and then kissing your ass, but then I'm also learning from Don Rickles. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I learned from Norm Macdonald, so you know.
Well, Norm Macdonald learned from Don Rickles.
Yes.
Quite literally.
Yes, that I know. Anyway, so apparently since we did a horrible job covering a nothing burger topic last week, I figured we would actually put some effort into an actual topic that people want to talk about this. Have you heard about this, Max? Apparently Trump's tariffs are
700 years ago, if someone had come to Oxford and stood here and said, I think everyone should be allowed to read the Bible, even peasants, that person would have been described as offensive. He would have been denounced, shouted at, and eventually no platform. 200 years ago, if someone had come to Oxford and stood here and said, I don't believe in God, that person would have been described as offensive. He would have been ridiculed, yelled at. 100 years ago, if someone had come to Oxford and stood here and said, I think a man should be allowed to have sex with another man, that person would have been described as offensive. He would have been booed, hissed at, no platform. So when today's student leaders clamp down on offensive stuff, they're actually carrying on a very long tradition. A tradition whereby the creme de la creme of British society take it upon themselves to police the parameters of acceptable thought and to exclude offensiveness from the academy.
Need to say it's not okay. This hate conversation was not their intention. We understand that jokes are jokes, things are things, but at the end of the day, if it's promoting hate and it's promoting discrimination, you are directly a cause of it if you're allowing it to happen and you're not doing anything about it, and that goes for anyone in this country.
Throughout history, the church, politicians, universities have always branded certain ideas offensive and have waged war against them.
Yet you all come to us young people for hope. How dare you? You have stolen my dreams and my childhood with your empty words.
Today, student leaders do the same. They carry out one of the oldest, foulest forms of intolerance, intolerance of anyone who gives offense. But giving offense is good. In fact, it's essential. Humans have long had the urge to offend against the natural order, the religious order, the moral order, and in the process, they have pushed humanity forward.
A person that comes here and has crowds and go further than any eye can see, there's nobody that can see the end of this crowd. That's not somebody that lost an election, and now because of it, our country is being destroyed.
In fact, Pretty much every leap forward in history, pretty much every freedom we enjoy is a product of individuals having given offense.
It costs twice as much to fill my truck up with gas. It costs twice as much to fill my cart up with groceries. Milk, bacon, everything's more expensive. You want to add on to your house, that's all more expensive. That's a direct result of Joe Biden messing up the supply chain.
Having offended against the orthodoxies of their age. Offensiveness is not just something we have to begrudgingly accept. Offensiveness is the motor of human progress.
Donald J. Trump is now President of the United States.
The right to offend is not some pesky little part of freedom of speech that we have to put up with. It is the heart and soul and lungs of freedom of speech. It is the coursing lifeblood of human progress. It is the instigator of liberty and modernity and science and understanding. What a laughing stock today's student leaders are, that they can so casually dismiss the right to be offensive without realizing that their lovely, enlightened lives are the gift of individuals who gave offense. I know what some student leaders will say. Oh, but our no platforming is about protecting individuals. We only want to protect women from misogyny and black students from racism, so our intolerance is progressive. Please, how progressive is it to say that female students are so fragile that they can't cope with seeing a pair of tits in the sun, no, without falling apart? That doesn't sound progressive to me. That sounds paternalistic. How progressive is it to say that black students need these wise, white student leaders to protect them from harmful ideas? Because that doesn't sound progressive to me. That sounds neo-colonialist. The fact is, today's student leaders aren't protecting individuals, they're protecting an idea. And it is the most mainstream status quo idea of the 21st century, the idea of human vulnerability. The poisonous notion that humans are fragile and therefore our speech and our relations must be monitored and policed. It is this misanthropic, orthodox idea that they promote and which they protect from criticism as surely as priests once ring-fenced their beliefs from ridicule. In this choking climate, we have got to move beyond talking about a right to offend. We have to talk about a duty to offend. Anyone who cares for freedom, anyone who believes that humanity only progresses through being daring and disrespectful now has a duty to rile and stir and outrage, a duty to break out of the new grey conformism, a duty to ridicule the new guardians of decency, a duty to tell them, fuck your orthodoxy.
Number 6, get into a verbal altercation with a monkey at the zoo.
Oh my God.
Have you tried this, Sam? Have you done this before?
Can it be a gorilla?
Yeah, can it be a gorilla?
It could be. But in my particular case, Sam, there was one of those little tiny cute monkeys. There was like 5 of them in a little cage. But one of them, he came and he went to my wife and I was like, hey, fuck you, monkey. And I flipped him off and I started yelling at him. And then he flipped me off.
Yeah, I actually
that was one of our first dates, Sam. I got into a yelling match with a monkey.
Yeah, I actually have a somewhat similar story to that. When I was...
You got in a fight with a monkey?
Well, yeah, it was kind of
man.
It was kind of over a woman's honor too, to be honest.
There you go. Yeah, it always does. Those motherfucking monkeys, dog.
Well, you know, like, so just to set this up, so she wasn't my girlfriend. She was just a friend of mine. But I went to the zoo once with a lady friend of mine who happened to be a cheerleader at the time. This was senior of high school. And those gorillas, I certainly do see where the people think we where we descend from them, because this gorilla took an instinct to her. And there's no other way to say this. But the gorilla, oh god, I can't believe I'm about to say this. The gorilla started to jack off to my friend. And I had words with that girl through the glass, like
while he was jacking off.
Well, like, hey pal, put that back into your furry pants, or whatever.
Sam's about to fight a gorilla because it's jacking off. This is crazy.
Yeah. Well,
So obviously number 6 is good. Get into a verbal altercation with a monkey or gorilla. Will amend it at the zoo.
Yeah.
Did he stop jacking off, Sam?
I mean, no.
No. Did he finish?
Oh my god.
Well, if he didn't stop, then he probably finished, right?
Probably. I didn't see it. Let me just put it that way. So I don't know, but like, maybe I'm.
Well, why would a gorilla listen to you anyway? The monkey didn't listen to me. He flipped me off. He's a monkey. He's tiny. Say I could crush him. That gorilla could crush you.
Oh yeah, that gorilla didn't give a fuck. That gorilla probably could have like abducted my lady friend too if he wanted, and yeah. Anyway,
number 5.
Well, if we're going for Doctor of Shame award, I would nominate Dr. Fauci for that.
Oh, that's true. Well, but he has no shame. He's not a human being, Sam.
Well,
we don't talk about lizard people here.
Yeah, that's
I thought we
true.
agreed. Like, no more lizard people would get too close to home. We kept getting those threatening letters, and they were all like, hiss, we're going to get you if you don't stop talking about the lizard people, hiss.
They threatened to eat Morpheus.
I know. And so we were not going to bring that up anymore because the robot men are coming, and Elon Musk is going to lead them against the lizard people to save us. We just got to hold out a little while longer so that they don't eat our children.
For sure. It's like I find Tropic Thunder fucking hilarious because like Robert Downey Jr. played a great character of someone doing blackface.
Because you're a racist, Sam. Obviously. You just
No, it's because
you're a horrible racist for finding a thing funny.
Well,
God damn it. You just want to genocide people. And see? And he knew it's the truth. That's why he ran away.
You broke Sam.
That's it. We exposed him. We exposed him right here live on the Whitfield Report.
Rumble decided to do its application crash thing. Perfect timing, by the way.
Right. Amazing timing.
Yeah. Couldn't have been better timing at all. We were framing you as a racist and you ran away. It was great. I feel like a leftist, Sam. I get it now. This is fun. Can we cancel you later? That'd be good. What have you done to be canceled for? Let's see. You say crippled. That's too easy, though.
Well, depends on.
Call Mersh retarded, Sam. How dare you? You got to be canceled.
Yeah, I mean,
why are you gonna pick on a developmentally impaired man like that, Sam?
Well, you know, if we're gonna cancel him if we're gonna cancel me for that, we also have to cancel Morpheus.
That's true.
For
Mort,
the same
don't
thing.
worry about him. Mort's canceling is like it's like automatic. You know, and I'm already canceled, but now I'm leading the opposition. Right? We got to cancel Sam.
Well, canceling more kind of sort of happened in 2020. So
hashtag cancel Sam Whitfield on Twitter, ladies and gentlemen. On X. Do hashtags even work anymore? What's going on in that place, Sam?
Well, apparently we're not supposed to use hashtags. Like they're still around. We're not supposed to use them anymore. I don't know.
We're not supposed to cuss either. Fuck that. And fuck Elon. Sorry, Sam.
Wait, is he saying no cursing now?
No, but you get deboosted if you do.
Oh, well, fuckity fuck that noise.
Yeah, fuck Elon and his fucking little fucking fuck hole.
To quote Dennis Miller, I get fucking paid by the fuckity Todd. Fuck.
Yeah, you're supposed to put F asterisk CK, Sam.
Oh, for
yeah, I won't be doing that, and the Right to Offend media accounts aren't gonna do that. And if we're deboosted, then they can go fuck themselves with a U instead of an asterisk.
Isn't you know what? Fuck it.
Also, he can lick the absolute tip of the dirtiest asshole available. Probably Ethan Ralph in that case.
Also, I would like to give out the Stepdad of the Year award that goes to my stepdad John. Shout out to him for being a great stepdad, and also for getting me this really cool MAG hat for Christmas.
Well, hold on, Sam. Was there any other nominees? No, it's cute. I'm just fucking with you.
I hope not.
Yeah, it's like somebody else was like, "Hey, man, my stepdad is a fucking saint." Okay, that's not gonna be me. Don't worry. I don't have a stepdad.
Yeah.
I don't have a dad, Sam. Merry Christmas.
Well,
Happy New Year.
Well, you've got Jesus.
Become dad.
I need a t-shirt now. We gotta sell t-shirts, Sam, that say Jesus is your dad. I like that.
700 years ago, if someone had come to Oxford and stood here and said, I think everyone should be allowed to read the Bible, even peasants, that person would have been described as offensive. He would have been denounced, shouted at, and eventually no platform. 200 years ago, if someone had come to Oxford and stood here and said, I don't believe in God, that person would have been described as offensive. He would have been ridiculed, yelled at. 100 years ago, if someone had come to Oxford and stood here and said, I think a man should be allowed to have sex with another man, that person would have been described as offensive. He would have been booed, hissed at, no platform. So when today's student leaders clamp down on offensive stuff, they're actually carrying on a very long tradition. A tradition whereby the creme de la creme of British society take it upon themselves to police the parameters of acceptable thought and to exclude offensiveness from the academy.
Need to say it's not okay. This hate conversation was not their intention. We understand that jokes are jokes, things are things, but at the end of the day, if it's promoting hate and it's promoting discrimination, you are directly a cause of it if you're allowing it to happen and you're not doing anything about it, and that goes for anyone in this country.
Throughout history, the church, Politicians, universities have always branded certain ideas offensive and have waged war against them.
Yet you all come to us young people for hope. How dare you? You have stolen my dreams and my childhood with your empty words.
Today, student leaders do the same. They carry out one of the oldest, foulest forms of intolerance, intolerance of anyone who gives offense. But giving offense is good. In fact, it's essential. Humans have long had the urge to offend against the natural order, the religious order, the moral order, and in the process, they have pushed humanity forward.
A person that comes here and has crowds and go further than any eye can see, there's nobody that can see the end of this crowd. That's not somebody that lost an election, and now because of it, our country is being destroyed.
In fact, pretty much every leap forward in history, pretty much every freedom we enjoy is a product of individuals having given offense.
It costs twice as much to fill my truck up with gas. It costs twice as much to fill my cart up with groceries. Milk, bacon, everything's more expensive. You want to add on to your house, that's all more expensive. That's a direct result of Joe Biden messing up the supply chain.
Having offended against the orthodoxies of their age. Offensiveness is not just something we have to begrudgingly accept. Offensiveness is the motor of human progress.
Donald J. Trump is now President of the United States.
The right to offend is not some pesky little part of freedom of speech that we have to put up with. It is the heart and soul and lungs of freedom of speech. It is the coursing lifeblood of human progress. It is the instigator of liberty and modernity and science and understanding. What a laughing stock today's student leaders are, that they can so casually dismiss the right to be offensive without realizing that their lovely, enlightened lives are the gift of individuals who gave offense. I know what some student leaders will say. Oh, but our no platforming is about protecting individuals. We only want to protect women from misogyny and black students from racism. So our intolerance is progressive. Please, how progressive is it to say that female students are so fragile that they can't cope with seeing a pair of tits in the sun, without falling apart? That doesn't sound progressive to me. That sounds paternalistic. How progressive is it to say that black students need these wise, white student leaders to protect them from harmful ideas? Because that doesn't sound progressive to me. That sounds neo-colonialist. The fact is, today's student leaders aren't protecting individuals, they're protecting an idea. And it is the most mainstream status quo idea of the 21st century, the idea of human vulnerability. The poisonous notion that humans are fragile and therefore our speech and our relations must be monitored and policed. It is this misanthropic, orthodox idea that they promote and which they protect from criticism as surely as priests once ring-fenced their beliefs from ridicule. In this choking climate, we have got to move beyond talking about a right to offend. We have to talk about a duty to offend. Anyone who cares for freedom, anyone who believes that humanity only progresses through being daring and disrespectful now has a duty to rile and stir and outrage, a duty to break out of the new grey conformism, a duty to ridicule the new guardians of decency, a duty to tell them, fuck your orthodoxy.
There's only one writer of the year. That's Sam. I thought I was
Yeah.
screwing. I wrote Max was here all over the bathroom. Jeez. Tough crowd, you know?
Yeah, well,
maybe next
well,
year
you-
I'll use crayon.
Well, you know, it's not like this. It's not like this award show is rigged or anything. It's
No,
you
this
know,
is a serious. I was told it was the
You use
Academy.
permanent marker next year, Max.
Hold on. The Academy of people who want you to go fuck yourself. Yeah, decided all the awards.
I did not write that. You just made that up.
No, it says it right here on
Made
page.
that up.
Page 2.
You fucking made that up.
but yeah. So
700 years ago, if someone had come to Oxford and stood here and said, I think everyone should be allowed to read the Bible, even peasants, that person would have been described as offensive. He would have been denounced, shouted at, and eventually no platform. 200 years ago, if someone had come to Oxford and stood here and said, I don't believe in God, that person would have been described as offensive. He would have been ridiculed, yelled at. 100 years ago, if someone had come to Oxford and stood here and said, I think a man should be allowed to have sex with another man, that person would have been described as offensive. He would have been booed, hissed at, no platform. So when today's student leaders clamp down on offensive stuff, they're actually carrying on a very long tradition. A tradition whereby the creme de la creme of British society take it upon themselves to police the parameters of acceptable thought and to exclude offensiveness from the academy.
Need to say it's not okay. This hate conversation was not their intention. We understand that jokes are jokes, things are things, but at the end of the day, if it's promoting hate and it's promoting discrimination, you are directly a cause of it if you're allowing it to happen and you're not doing anything about it, and that goes for anyone in this country.
Throughout history, the church, politicians, universities have always branded certain ideas offensive and have waged war against them.
Yet you all come to us young people for hope. How dare you? You have stolen my dreams and my childhood with your empty words.
Today, student leaders do the same. They carry out one of the oldest, foulest forms of intolerance, intolerance of anyone who gives offense. But giving offense is good. In fact, it's essential. Humans have long had the urge to offend against the natural order, the religious order, the moral order, and in the process, they have pushed humanity forward.
A person that comes here and has crowds and go further than any eye can see, there's nobody that can see the end of this crowd. That's not somebody that lost an election, and now because of it, our country is being destroyed.
In fact, pretty much every leap forward in history, pretty much every freedom we enjoy is a product of individuals having given offense.
It costs twice as much to fill my truck up with gas. It costs twice as much to fill my cart up with groceries. Milk, bacon, everything's more expensive. You want to add on to your house, that's all more expensive. That's a direct result of Joe Biden messing up the supply chain.
Having offended against the orthodoxies of their age. Offensiveness is not just something we have to begrudgingly accept. Offensiveness is the motor of human progress.
Donald J. Trump is now President of the United States.
The right to offend is not some pesky little part of freedom of speech that we have to put up with. It is the heart and soul and lungs of freedom of speech. It is the coursing lifeblood of human progress. It is the instigator of liberty and modernity and science and understanding. What a laughing stock today's student leaders are, that they can so casually dismiss the right to be offensive. without realizing that their lovely, enlightened lives are the gift of individuals who gave offence. I know what some student leaders will say. Oh, but our no platforming is about protecting individuals. We only want to protect women from misogyny and black students from racism. So our intolerance is progressive. Please, how progressive is it to say that female students are so fragile that they can't cope with seeing a pair of tits in the sun? No, without falling apart. That doesn't sound progressive to me. That sounds paternalistic. How progressive is it to say that black students need these wise, white student leaders to protect them from harmful ideas? Because that doesn't sound progressive to me. That sounds neo-colonialist. The fact is, today's student leaders aren't protecting individuals, they're protecting an idea. And it is the most mainstream status quo idea of the 21st century, the idea of human vulnerability. The poisonous notion that humans are fragile and therefore our speech and our relations must be monitored and policed. It is this misanthropic, orthodox idea that they promote and which they protect from criticism as surely as priests once ring-fenced their beliefs from ridicule. In this choking climate, we have got to move beyond talking about a right to offend. We have to talk about a duty to offend. Anyone who cares for freedom, anyone who believes that humanity only progresses through being daring and disrespectful now has a duty to rile and stir and outrage, a duty to break out of the new grey conformism, a duty to ridicule the new guardians of decency, a duty to tell them, fuck your orthodoxy.